there as well. Double melee lane in the top, so a little awkward here. Kind of have to just wait for Gumpty to farm out the waves here and push them towards the turret. But again, farm looking just fine for both Let Me and Cola as their respective minion waves push in towards their turrets. And we've actually seen Name go back. He's got a BF sword now, so we already saw him down the bottom pressuring the turret there as well. Might be looking to try and take Maokai's turret away from under him.
The fast push is probably not something I expect from Starhorn Royal Club, just because they want to find safe places to farm in general. They have the team that's looking for the scaling, so having a turret to defend usually means more and more safe minion farming. If they can have Insect maybe go for a more defensive build, maybe an early Sightstone, perhaps even before he finishes his skirmishes Saber that he's opted into, just to open up defensive wards for Ryze, for FLICKR, and to some degree for Jinx. They just need to engineer a situation where they lose the minimum for 25 minutes and then show up with power spikes and win fights. That's what their comp has been built to do. And whether they'll be able to pull it off, that's kind of the acid test where the Starhorn Royal Club have really managed to match the talent they have on paper with the game plans to actually take down a series like this.
Well, we'll have to see how it develops here. Korn again farming away happily, but Xiaohu's starting to get aggressive. Ulti pop by Korn, though. He gets a great trade. Jinx ulti lands in the mid, ignites down as well, and Korn picks up the kill.
What an assist from downtown coming out from Name. Sometimes those super mega death rockets really line up. The ignite burns him down, and this is one of the lanes we said was going to go on the advantage of LeBlanc. Ryze, nobody told him, as he now has the kill credit, and that snowball just gets earlier.
I mean, let's take a second back to realize that Name's Jinx ults are a thing of beauty a lot of time. He's so smart with the way he uses it. But Korn, that was one of the smartest trades I've ever seen. He basically fought right in the minion wave with his ulti, and LeBlanc just couldn't do anything through all the spell vamp.
The spell flux, even from his E, bounced multiple times, bursting down the magic resist of Xiaohu. It was at very low values after that trade came through. And as you mentioned, smart trade. It was just going to be a one trade for Ryze. You were expecting Xiaohu to back off, just pop a few potions, the biscuits that he had in his inventory, but punished by the super mega death rocket from Name.
And Korn maybe justifying the ignite pickup there as well in the mid lane. I didn't even realize until it was too late for Xiaohu there. Not first blood, of course. That Honor does go to 0 this game after the early brush camp, but a great kill in lane. And we talk about these late game carries. They do need to scale for Royal in every lane, but if they can start to tip the balance in one or possibly two of them, you can accelerate someone and help everybody catch up behind you.
And if LeBlanc cannot trade or push out a Ryze, it just means that Ryze is going to hit those item times faster. Insect hits the chains.
Yeah, it does get body slam away. Good distortion from Xiao, who's going to force the ulti out from Insect as well. Korn with his blue buff looking threatening, with Insect chunked out trying to clear a ward.
And the damage didn't even register on Xiaohu from that explosive cast, so happy to stay in lane. Forces Korn out of lane to some degree, although he's just going to happily farm up. He's got the tier, actually gone for the early power spike, gone for the blasting one. Still going to be Rod of Ages, but those trades looked good against Xiaohu before. Xiaohu doesn't have a flask in this particular matchup. We saw a lot of defensive itemization from Pawn yesterday in LeBlanc matchups, actually opening up flask against high trade opportunities. You can see Korn happy to opt into trades at this point. You're always going to take instant damage because, of course, you can use that snare whenever distortion is used aggressively and get a full damage rotation in. Xiaohu needs to really watch his health and just the amount of regen he has, because he's getting punished in trades so far from Ryze.
Yeah, calling Sync Dream into the mid lane as well. There's another pink ward on the brush there just to the top left, and you can see they're protecting Xiaohu nicely with vision, but he's just farming away. Korn, knowing people are away from lanes, hanging back towards his turret. Just going to, give Xiaohu the farm advantage. Sure, he's 20 CS ahead now, but a big wave of almost 10 creeps will push in, and Korn going to insta-clear them with his ulti.
That's the one thing about Ryze. After he pings level 6, can push back so effectively. The ultimate on such a low cooldown usually is about effectively a 20-25 second cooldown because of all your spell casts whenever you have, basically whenever, because of course you're charging up that tier. You have the blue buff already. So lane control in mid starting to tip towards Korn about 10 minutes earlier than we expected, and that bodes poorly for Gant.
Yeah, Insect trying to tip another lane here as well. Level 6 on the Gragas with his ultimate backup. Zero. Ding's level 5 also. They're waiting for Name, but, we're going to have Kalista leave lane. Tail does have the makings of his Bloodthirster already finished up here, and Name's working towards an Infinity Edge. So a slight difference in BF sword builds for the AD carries, but Tail and Sync Dream clear away the Scuttle Crab and might be thinking about a dragon.
So we're talking about the mid-game power spikes of Gumty. We tried to group in their win conditions about monopolizing dragons and turrets. They had the one turret advantage, so credit to them for that. But despite having swapped back, they've never looked to opt into the dragon, even with Nunu Kalista, who have a massive amount of dragons secure between the Ren, between the Consume Smite. that comes through from Huey. So not opting into fighting for that dragon. You're against Cola, and you might say, okay, the enemy team has double smite, but it's a Hecarim who's still looking to power up, still doesn't really have relevant items for any sort of skirmish. Gamti, if they want to play aggressively, could have taken a dragon within the last 3 minutes. They've just chosen not to.
Yeah, just played it a little more passively here. And Insec and Zero are still hiding in this brush. Insec has been here for, I think, at least a minute here. And they're setting the trap there. They are going to go in. There's a sweeper moves in for Syncdream, forcing the flash out from the dredge line. Insec shows himself, but Shoei's level 7. That was a long time of not doing anything other than waiting.
Be interesting to see if they actually rotate over to Dragon. So far, only Insec is moving over to it. With Tail still in lane, with both his summoners, they look like they're not happy to opt into a fight, and that's smart from Starhorn Royal Club. Don't opt into any fights until those item timings start to be hit on specifically Ryze and Hecarim.
Yeah, again, Royal just needs to buy time. That's their biggest thing here. And sure, if they get ahead in some of these lanes, that's great. You can see Name up by about 15 CS here, pressuring the bottom turret there as well. Korn, of course, having his great moment. Name gets hooked there as well, but the Chomper's in a great spot. Flashing away there is Syncdream, going to be the target. The Fate's Call will be used, though, to get him to safety. And a couple of spells blown, but no deaths just yet.
The Summoner Smell for chunking out the Thresh means that Thresh might need to back away. They might lose lane control, so despite getting the Summoner, this prize Summoner on Name, they might actually lose out on that trade, which is awkward for Gamti. As Huey, this is what he's relegated to. They could have gone for a much safer 3-4-man dragon 4 minutes ago, but he's going to try and solo it down. So far, not spotted out. But if you look at the minimap, they're definitely smelling a rat.
Yeah, Zero's coming, but doesn't want to walk through the river without a bit of vision. I think Insec actually not going to check. Doesn't have a ward to put down, unfortunately. And Huey gets away with it here, you have to think. The rest of his team going to come in to help him. Syncdream in particular going to make sure that everything's okay. We'll join in for a bit of extra damage, and Dragon drops low enough. Huey does pick it up, but that was quite close.
Yeah, Huey took the only path to Dragon that wasn't going to be spotted out by wards, just going around the pink ward you can see towards the bottom of the Gamti turret, and just stole it away. That was actually really clutch play coming through. It was lucky to some degree just because there was vision everywhere else. But the result is the much-needed Dragon for Gamti. Still playing around their win conditions, but definitely this is the minimum. This 1,600 gold lead is the minimum that Gamti would find acceptable, given the fact that they chose 3 winning lane matchups. Yeah,
Name even checked it with his scrying orb, almost just waiting to get the timer there, which I think they might have gotten. So Royal should be able to look to contest the second one, but do lose the first to Gamti. Is Korn going to get caught rotating for his blue buff? Flashes instantly there. Insec around the top as well, but that's already enough burst onto Korn as Let Me collects credit for the kill. Now Cola coming down as well. Does smite Let Me. Ulti goes a little wide there, and Xiaohu still kiting away. Insec trying to go in, but LeBlanc will dive back in as well. Does have a chain down as well. Ulti there lands onto Huey from Jinx. Let Me will finally go down, but Cola getting too low. The ulti channel by Nunu. That should be enough to let LeBlanc catch up, and is. Xiaohu's still chasing, but low on mana, and a 1-for-1 trade.
And LeBlanc catches up in multiple ways. Only picks up 1 kill credit, but gets an assist as well. Gonna move forward on items. Crucially, Xiaohu understood the situation. You could have thought that, okay, he'll opt into Athene just for a bit of magic resist to deal with the Ryze. He was losing trades, remember. But he understands he needs to go super aggressive in this lane. Had a very early Melanomicon. Now the needlessly large rod completed. Again, 30 minutes into this game, this sort of a build will be punished by even just the Ryze in a 1v1 trade. But for now, he will have an epic amount of lane control against the Ryze.
Yeah, Rod of Age is done for Korn, so starting to scale, sort of dipping back down into a power trough now. Skirmish Saber completed for Cola, working on probably the Phage there with his Ruby Crystal. Infinity Edge done for Name, Moby Boots completed for Zero, and over on the other side, we mentioned Xiaohu's items. We're looking at the Bloodthirster coming soon for Tail. Likely has enough gold already, and Let Me going for the nice cost-efficient tank build on his Maokai with the Righteous Glory already complete.
But soon is just the kind of summation of everything that's happening on Starhorn Royal Club's team, as we might see 2v2.
That was a great hook there, but Tail getting chased down as well. Name takes too much damage, does go down. Now the Fate's Call going to move through. Let Me's going to dive in onto Zero. Tail almost low enough to die, but Tail gets the double kill.
Very nice use of the Martial Poise. Was still putting out a lot of damage despite being at 200, 100 health. They'll take this turret as well. This is excellent play from Gamti. They use the teleport. They need to keep pushing because, of course, Hecarim's now getting free time to farm in the top. But Gamti, the early game, explodes to life 15 minutes in.
And you almost feel like Syncdream's been studying here as Let Me does get onto Insec there. Damage comes through, and Syncdream rotating and looking for a dive. Moves in Xiaohu as well. Insec decent ulti to try and disengage, but 5 members of Gamti diving under the turret, and Xiaohu gets credit for the kill.
With the Blood Boil, with the attack speed that isn't completed yet from Tail, but again, just the Nunu Blood Boil. Going to have enough damage taken in a turret as well. If they can translate this into a monopolization of the red side jungle from Starhorn Royal Club, maybe take that outer turret in mid just so they have basically all the relevant entrances available to them to sneak in wards this red side jungle. You can see on the minimap already a ward on this is on rotational play from Gumty, specifically in the playoffs, where double AD or this situation just going for a very one-sided matchup in the mid lane. Okay, that part hasn't necessarily panned out, but everything is working for Gumty, and they're playing around their win conditions, which is excellent to see from a team vying for the LPL Split 2.
Yeah, for me, for Xiaohu in particular, it's not even necessarily, playing AD, just AD carries. I agree, his AD is fantastic. It's just supplementing Tails' late-game preference for AD carries, and I think Kalista still somewhat falls into that boat here. Just by playing more early mid-game champions. Think about the champions he's had recent success on. LeBlanc here in this game, Lulu, Ezreal, Lucian, all champions that have strong early games and good mid-games once you get rolling.
So you think that analysts from enemy teams would understand that you need to pick comparable power spikes, or just early game power spikes in general, because Gumty, it's no coincidence that their losses are often those games that go long. They were in the advantage against Starhorn World Cup in that series. They started off poorly, then they got the game back, but their late game team fights not necessarily one of their highlights. Their early to mid game rotations are what they're all about. Speaking of all about, Insect taking a huge burst of damage from Xiaohu, but if you just opt into the late game, I was actually, before we saw that fight, mentioning that we see, look, Cinderhulk, basically the death cap for tank or smite users in this case, goes usually junglers, but top laners as well, means that the next purchases, the future purchases, are where the efficiency out of that first purchase comes out. It's when you hit plus 1,000 health, or Warmogs, for example, that the Cinderhulk starts to become relevant because it's giving you that percentage bonus health. Rod of Ages is all about charging up, and the Rod of Ages only 3 minutes in out of 10. They're seeding early advantages for late game power. Both Hecarim and Ryze will be tanky and do massive damage in the late game, but if enough rotations come through to match what they managed at 15 minutes, there will be no late game for Starhorn Royal Club.
And that's what Gumty want. That's their plan here. Just hammer home the mid game here. Continue picking up objectives. They've already got a dragon. They're going to look to their second in about 40 seconds here, but Tail almost caught out. Does get hit by the depth charge, but it's going to hop away. Will finally get knocked off, but Name not in range for damage. Zero actually might find himself in trouble as the cork does hit onto Kalista. We have Huey rotating down as well, but Royal forced her back deep towards their tier. Out an inhibitor turret now. Don't even have a safe turret to farm at.
Yeah, the moment that a burst trade doesn't come down, they have to respect that they have no escape members, slow members as well. Of course, very low base movement speed coming through on the Nautilus in particular, and they just have to defensively move back. It was a very good defensive use of Pierce for an extra hop. Didn't have flash available, but was still able to open up enough space to get away from the Nautilus Jinx combo.
And Gumty here going to take out the mid turret. Kohler does answer in the top side, so the trade's starting to come through, but Gumty 4-1 up in turrets, growing their gold lead. Huey even counter-jungling away here as Sync Dream gives him a lantern to just get him out a bit safer. And the dragon is back here. Gumty are immediately going to go onto it, and even if Royal were at equal items to contest, it's so hard to steal away from Kalista Nunu.
Huey's so happy to fight for those objectives like the Raptors, like the dragon, under the nose of Gragas. Of course, he has the double smite, the consume smite combination. Starhorn World Cup, they have double smite actually in their summoner spells, but Hecarim just has no interest of visiting fights just yet. Has the Phage to go along with the Cinderhulk, but he's waiting for that big power spike. He's waiting for either the Home Guard boots to come through on his upgraded boots, or the Trinity Force. Probably Trinity Force at this point because he's had a lot of time to pick up farm. 140 to 129. But again, he's powering up. The Righteous Gore is all about power right now, and that's why Letme's grouping with his team.
Yeah, Xiaohu's starting to roam as well. Going to get onto Kohler, forcing the ult out there, but he still gets snared. Huey going to come in with the snowball now as well, and Kohler officially out of places to run. Ultimate there from Nunu's going to give him the kill. Perhaps a bit unnecessary, but they take what they want.
The tether range was absolutely insane from those ethereal chains. About 1,000 range. The whole range of basically the onslaught of shadows still locked on. That meant instant death coming through from the LeBlanc. I agree. Huey didn't need to channel the ult. He could have passed the kill credit on to Xiaohu. So I hope he can at least get a snowball locket to go along with the Aegis that he's already complete.
Yeah, we can see a Rabadon's done now for Xiaohu. Hurricane here for Tail. Gumty, everything they want as far as mid-game power has now come through. They can consider the Baron. They don't have a dragon for about 4 to 5 minutes, but Huey, standing in the right spot at least, is near the Baron pit, although a nicely placed Royal Ward will spot him.
But Jinx isn't backing. You'd expect with that extra vision that Jinx in the bottom lane, Nami would start rotating. This was very predictable. If he's sitting on the Baron, not moving, you know they're looking to start the Baron. One teleport comes through. They're trying to dissuade a Zero.
He's dead. Goodbye, Zero. Xiao full combos him. Colin now going to get flayed back as well.
Ultimate.
Hop coming through as well. Yeah, no escapes here available for Hecarim. Just goes down. Q there from Gragas going to try and buy some time. Fade's call actually does miss onto Insect, but Xiao looking for a chain. Insect forced to flash away. Name finally here in reserve, but he might as well just stay bottom at this point because it's 3v5 right now.
And Gumty are winning all across the map. They get the reactionary teleport, kill 2 members. Maokai even walks to bottom lane, can push that lane and still has his teleport. Didn't need to use it to pick up a massive wave of farm. The earlier power spikes are paying trumps. They're forcing Starhorn Royal Club to rotate before they want to. This was the time I mentioned, 35 minutes. It's only 21 minutes into the game, and they're still nowhere near the power they need to opt into fights, and that's what Gumty's objective snowball has done. They're forcing fights before Starhorn Royal Club's ready.
And this is what I like about LeBlanc in particular. She's one of the champions that can still push this sort of mid-game advantages. Here is Insect going to get caught out there. Does body slam over the wall. Very tanky with the Cinderhawk, but enough damage from the Rent to take him out. Zero does dredgeline there to a piece of terrain, but Xiao, who's still chasing, Mimic lands in, and he gets 3 shot.
You can see no one choose LeBlanc. So many items on Xiao after losing that early trade, after getting sniped by the Super Mega Death Rocket from bottom lane. You can see the Scrying Orb comes through, but what are you to do with no smite? Actually, no, I tell a lie. Cola has smite. This could be a crazy steal.
He's going to go in there. He's going to dive in the back. He's actually on top of Xiao, Korn, trying to get the damage in, but Name's joined in now as well. Gets the first kill onto Huey. Needs to take out Xiao, but he's still not quite dead. Singju going in. Name trying to go up there, but does go down finally. But Insect's back. They might have bought just enough time.
Name saw a quadra kill coming through with a couple of AoE crits. Couldn't get enough. 4 members eventually pile on top of him. They pick up the kill, but he at least manages to lay the Baron. And although I said Huey was happy to smite things under the nose of Gragas, against Gragas and Hecarim, you need to be so on point as Nunu to stop the 2 smites from stealing away those objectives. So Baron might actually be a bridge too far, even with all the earlier item timings and power spikes from Gumty.
Yeah, crazy to think they've gotten this many picks and are still not able to take the objective. Zero, though, can't complete the pink ward that he was working on. 1 hit away, he'll return as soon as he can to try and take it out. But Royal playing very much from the back foot at this point. You can see that gold lead still moving up as well. 7,000 ahead now for Gumty. Maybe pressuring a bit too much with the Baron, but Dragon's back up in 1 minute 50, and that's a perfect spot to start another fight.
One thing Zero really needs to do is to have his teammates group with him when he's putting down wards. 1 rotation of spells kills him instantly from Xiao. There's no way that he can build up enough tankiness. Even with that Titan's Wrath shield, is getting killed straight through it by all the items. An extra needlessly large rod now ensures it's probably going to be maybe not even the Mimic needed from Xiao to be able to kill Nautilus in particular. No more having Hecarim pick up all that farm and scale up. It needs to be a 5-man defensive group from Starhorn Royal Club to put down any wards around the Baron.
I mean, I know there's a delay in this game at this point, but I don't know what Royal can do. They need to keep farming. It's probably part of the reason Zero's got no friends to help him see wards, because the 3 other solo laners from Royal looking around just trying to find as much farm as they can. But Gumty, not interested in giving Royal time here. They're back around the Baron area trying to force again.
Gumty just so smart at fighting with those power spikes early. They keep forcing issues that Starhorn Royal Club are so reluctant to deal with. How do we get wards if we want to keep Hecarim farming? How do we get wards down? If Ryze is staying in the mid lane trying to pick up CS, they are managing to buy time though, and the more times they can get Gumty to peel off this Baron, the more time people to farm.
Good double knock up though, actually lands onto Nami. Let me diving in the back, he gets eaten by a hook, and Sync Dream gonna get credit for the kill, but Cola round the side gets a double kill on the Hecarim, and Xiao can't find a way back in. Now gonna dive in but gets snared. Zero gonna find him with a dredge line as well. They need more damage, they don't have enough. Cola trying to get Huey, will take it out for an unofficial triple, but Xiao just too much damage at this stage of the game.
And that's the thing, if Teo goes down, they still have Xiao for consistent damage, 40% CDR, and just a crazy amount of ability power. Already 479 ability power at 25 minutes into the game, whereas the only consistent damage is really Name at this point. Ryze doesn't have the cooldown reduction or the mana stacking to be able to really put out massive damage at this point. So advantage Gumty, and they win another fight.
Yeah, take a turret there as well. Finally win a fight and then take the objective, because we're going to see it again.
So of course both AD carries go down during this fight. Name gets aggressed onto instantly, but he starts to pile on the damage, and when the health bars fall low, you might be forgiven for thinking, okay, this might be a 5-win, but he dies at this point. And you can see, even though Korn is really healthy, he's spending most of this fight just disengaging, gets the snare onto Ryze, but onto the LeBlanc, but it's not enough. And Xiao, the spell rotations are on a short enough cooldown, even before level 16. and his damage is off the chart.
It's ridiculous here, and Name keeps finding himself in positions where Synctream's able to hook him. It's funny, we had that first interview, I believe, after this series. Name said, yeah, I like the hyper carries with no escapes because, you know, you can just dodge the skill shots. Synctream's been doing his homework. He has hit so many hooks under this Jinx.
I mean, look, Name is very arrogant in terms of positioning. He says he doesn't need those gap closes. He's able to just position effectively. He's been caught a couple of times here, made pay for his aggression in fights. Opting into Baron fights, that's one thing, but Dragons, they're all Gumty.
Yeah, 3-0 now on the Dragon front here. Royal would love just one to help push their late game team with a bit of a power spike. Will help them fight back perhaps a bit earlier, but this LeBlanc is so scary. Zhonya's completed now as well. A blasting one also there. And Xiaohu level 15, soon to be level 16 on the LeBlanc as well. Royal, the other bad thing, they don't even have real turrets to go through. That mid turret's still up for Gumty.
And I guess the question is, what is the path for Starhorn Royal Club when it comes to disadvantages at, say, 35 minutes into the game when they look to fight? Breaking the base, obviously always the big win condition for Gumty. Getting onto an inhibitor would really open up maybe an unassailable lead for them. But at this present point, they've kept up an inner turret. They haven't had their base broken. They haven't given away a Baron. And they're only 3 Dragons down. Remember, there are some teams that have almost 5 Dragons down by, say, 30 minutes into the game. That power spike's going to be later. As Xiaohu's got caught.
He gets grabbed. That's bad news there. They're going to DPS him down. Rise does get the kill. Name free hitting in the back as Insect pops Let Me back into the team, but they need to get Tail. Cola dives in onto the backline, goes in, and they're still DPSing. Gumty's front line is so tanky. Jinxalt goes in as well, and Tail, he's too much now. That's a triple kill.
Yeah, triple kill, and Name was free hitting the whole time. You can see the front line with the earlier power spikes, with the likes of Righteous Glory. Even a Jinx with free time cannot DPS them down yet. Korn and Name do crazy late game damage, but the crucial point there, it's not late game yet. It's only 28 minutes in. They're still 1 item short each of being able to take these fights.
And it's just, yeah, a matter of time here for Royal. I mean, they're getting good situations. They're trading, which is okay in the situation, given that they just need gold at this point in time, which trading does at least allow you. Synctream going to look to get aggressive, but a teleport's going to come through for Let Me now as well. Xiaohu also running back down, and Korn might be caught out. Name going to get jumped on there by Let Me as Zero's trying to peel for him. Korn dives in over. He's got Tail in a snare, but it's too much damage. Korn will go down there. Cola going to try and find his way back in. Zero does go down. A double kill for Tail once again, and Gumty regroup this time as 5.
And it looked like Gumty and Let Me in particular gone too aggressively onto Jinx, but of course they could just change targets instantly to Korn, take him down, and now Cola's caught.
Insect needs to ult, but he can't do it. Cola goes down as well, and it's catch after catch after catch for Gumty. They'll get a turret out of it as well, and they're starting to really snowball.
And this is the full lineups finally meeting in their 5th meeting this season between Gumty and Starhorn Royal Club, and credit to Gumty playing so well.
It's Cole on top, of Name gets played back as well. Will die there to Synctream as he gets another kill into the AD carry. Insect getting chased down. Items here. Korn has gotten quite
much armor has been picked up, but
great, but they have to catch both. Gumty's Tail gets another kill. Xiaohu getting low, will not go down though. Actually, it was his Mimic, it seems like, that was getting low, and Gumty have officially broken the base. They're going to break the Nexus here, it looks like, as well. Synctream tanking up the turrets. Korn can't do anything right now on the rise, and Gumty, we wondered where they'd find their mid-game spike, and find it they did.
Absolutely. Korn's still alive, but the base is certainly going to break it. They keep fighting for some extra exclamation points. But pastry time, Starhorn Royal Club did not respect Gumty coming into this game. Whenever Gumty's looked good, it's always about taking games early with rotational play and running strong lanes to overcome the enemy. Starhorn Royal Club opted into 3 losing lanes, even Insect on the Gragas that had been previously banned against him. Couldn't do anything about that. And Gumty, deserved winners, playing to their win conditions and executing them super well.
Yeah, Tail and Xiaohu both just going off here, and it wasn't the laning that really put them off. It was just the strength, I agree. Too much scaling there for Royal meant that they had no good options when the 20-minute mark rolled around, and despite a decent early game that they almost tried to snowball off of, that's a risky game plan, and we saw it happen there. Royal, once they got past the 25-minute mark, just couldn't bite at the time where Gumty wanted to fight them.
But what scouting report from Gumty says opt into losing matchups and take it to late? It just doesn't work. You need to match the power spikes, try and outplay them. As you said, they're laning. It's decent, but it's not their strong play. It's their early rotational play that's smart. And it's so much early. It's not so much easier to rotate when you pick winning matchups, when your lanes have to play defensively, respecting just the earlier power spikes of their opponents. Gumty played around them smart, and even though the Dragon wasn't necessarily picked up early enough, everything else was played super well, and they took down this game.
Well, it is a best of 5, of course, so we'll see what happens up in Game 2. Gumty got 1-0, but Royal Club will fight back. And welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer Promotion Tournament here. We have our last best of 5 of the entire tournament actually coming through, and Gumty sitting 1-0 up in the best of 5 against Starhorn Royal Club. My name is Pastry Time. Joining with me is Papa Smithy, and in a, I would say, somewhat unexpected, but maybe not that unlikely result, Gumty have a very strong game 1.
And honestly, Pastry Time, it's been a pleasure to watch Gumty in this promotion tournament. In their wins, they've really identified their win conditions, played around them, played smartly, and taken down games. And they did the same thing against the Starhorn Royal Club team. That honestly, their scouting report must have been scattered. Gumty have always looked best on double AD or early power spike comps because they rotate around the map very smartly, as we could see in that game, always getting the advantage whenever they were able to get a pick or to set up bad engages for the Starhorn Royal Club team that picked themselves into a corner. Literally, they didn't want to fight to, 30, 35 minutes into the game. And at that point, this game was over.
And you could see Royal still fighting there with their late game champions. Definitely still have some talent. The roster's seeming more together, but just a bridge too far, I think, for that draft. So we'll look for them to make 1, maybe 2 adjustments in lane. I would struggle to think that Name would go away from his style unless he really wants to play something like Lucian. But we'll have to see what Royal do here, because that first draft went south real fast.
I mean, it was actually kind of summated right at the end. So in their last 2 picks on the blue side, Starhorn Royal Club, they had to pick a champion against LeBlanc. And of course, never an easy proposition. Lulu, one of the popular wave clear choices against LeBlanc, was banned away. So they went for Korn's Rise, which was very impressive when we saw it. But that was opting into a third late power spike you'd have to spike compared to, say, Kalista out spiking Jinx early, and of course Maokai with a much earlier spike. Maokai hadn't been selected, so Gumty as a 5th pick needed something to deal with the Hecarim. Maokai at best is a splitting farm laner, but it's an earlier power spike. He had the Righteous Glory super early when we saw Rod of Ages and then Trinity Force coming through for the likes of Ryze and Hecarim. One team recognizing their win conditions, playing to them. The other team hoping for the best in 30 minutes and getting punished.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the draft changes, if at all, here between the two teams. Gumty have swapped over to the blue side. Royal, of course, on the red. Ken and Vlad there, the same bans for Gumty. Kalista Lulu with a slight adaptation already for Royal. And we'll see what Gumty want to take out here. I feel like this series especially, if we go the distance in particular, will be very indicative of a lot of adaptation and just smart reads by the teams. And we'll see a very really interesting best of 5 unfold if we manage to get there. Gumty, of course, wanting to take it away 3-0 if possible, as Urgot's their last ban, and LeBlanc smartly banned away by Royal.
2 of the early spiking champions, so good adaptation bans. Gragas gets through. I'd probably like to see a Gragas first pick. If Lulu was available, that would be my first pick for Gumty, but go for the Gragas. It opens up the double AD, and honestly, Gumty want to hope to get Gragas and Lucian in the first 2 rounds of picks here, but Royal, if they're smart, they'll take it away because, of course, Lucian's so flexible as an AD carry. Probably not going to see Korn playing it, but has a lot of good matchups. But Sejuani's made it through the picks and bans. I mean, you can use Sejuani for disengage. Ironically, it was actually Insect that was very smart in using the Sejuani ult for disengage to ensure that Karthus wasn't able to layer his damage onto Starhorn Royal Club in their previous series. But Sejuani's picked first.
Yep, so a good first pick there for Gumty. We'll see how Royal respond here. I think for me, it's not talent here for Royal. It's just strategically, especially because the roster relatively new. They haven't played together with these exact 5 people for that long here. And I like these picks to start things off. Zero's going to get Thresh, and Cola's back on the Hecarim.
Yeah, Zero's onto his trademark Thresh. Thresh and Janna, those are usually the champions he picks up. Went for the Nautilus game 1, couldn't get it done on that. Janna's the proper answer. As I say that, though, Morgana's locked in, a bit of disengage coming through. What will they combine here? What will they show? Look, the Jinx. We're talking about pickaways all over the shop, and it seems like the Jinx, that's going to be the adaptation.
For me, it seems like Jinx is going to be constantly contested in this series. Both Name and Tail have shown fantastic plays on the champion all season long, and it is Jinx Morgana. This is probably Gumty's best performing bottom lane.
Definitely seems to be. Tail's been very strong on this champion. Spent a lot of time on Kog'Maw, but a lot of people seem to have swapped over from the Kog'Maw to the Jinx. I guess because in fights, you have a bit of self-peel if you can get that first kill with the get excited and you're just being able to have the mobility to pick up those extra kills. Kog'Maw needs more of a team effort. Jinx, ironically, is quite self-sufficient in those late-game fights, and with a lot of burst and a lot of CC from the likes of Sejuani, I don't mind the Jinx pickup at all.
Well, Royal are doing something very interesting. Rek'Sai is fine, makes sense for Insect, a very strong jungler still. But they've selected Sivir as Name's champion into the Jinx that's already showing.
I mean, Sivir into Jinx in terms of a 2v2 or 1v1 matchup is very poor for the Sivir, but Sivir Hecarim, Sivir Thresh, and the Rek'Sai, the power spikes are super early for Starhorn Royal Club in their their secondary 3 picks, and then of course Hecarim now has a lot of tools to make him even more relevant in the early game. Starhorn Royal Club definitely picking for comp rather than necessarily selfishly for Name, and they've got a fearsome first 4 picks locked in.
Yeah, I like the last picks here as well. We've got the Maokai locked in again for Let Me, but Orianna even taken away from Korn's a smart pick here as well, but complements the Protect the Jinx comp wonderfully as well. Weird to see Royal playing for team. I'd never thought I'd see Name do what Uzi was doing in the first few weeks for OMG and playing that Sivir because it was better for his team overall. That does mean they need to make up damage, and Kassadin's the last pick for Royal.
It's ironic, the 2 most mechanically skilled AD carries from China in history, probably Uzi and Name, look best on those team supporting champions. Definitely for Uzi, the prized pick was Sivir. It might come to be the same story here. Sivir really allows Hecarim to have earlier power spikes. Of course, the passive just gets damage from the On the Hunt, helps with the engage onto the backline, opting into a later power spike mid laner in terms of the Kassadin. But Kassadin versus Orianna, we've seen, goes quite well for Kassadin, goes regen heavy in the early game. Gamti, they have kind of an awkward comp in that maybe they're suited to fighting when Jinx hits a few items, but you're letting Starhorn Royal Cup opt into a couple items as well, and they're going to be very competitive fights, and it's going to be so hard to just keep Jinx alive against the likes of Kassadin.
Yeah, we started with Maokai Hecarim, Sejuani Rek'Sai, our jungle matchup, which, again, we've seen a lot of in the playoffs. Rek'Sai still very strong, able to pressure early on if she likes, but still just a great all-round versatile jungler. This is probably the pick where the game might be decided as we move through again. Curious to see how they lane swap, if at all, with the AD carries and supports as well.
You definitely feel like they're looking to opt into the lane swap Starhorn Royal Cup in this particular situation. They've got the unfavorable matchup. I believe they have the Smite also on their laner as well, so might be looking to avoid the lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, again, teams move that top laner into the other jungle. I can't imagine Cole is doing anything differently with the summoner spells. Actually had probably the best looking performance on the Hecarim, and we've almost got the roles reversed here. We had the mid-game comp coming through for Gamti versus Royal's late game. It feels like we've swapped around now. Royal now the ones with more mid-game and a bit more late game there on the Gamti side.
Gamti's first job is to get the standard lanes. That's what they're looking for. Don't let the Hecarim go for the jungle, follow, happily pick up camps with that smite, then show up into the lane late. Don't let Sivir avoid the 2v2 matchup against Jinx, which is heavily in Jinx's favor.
Yeah, and we've seen this kind of develop over time here. As we do have a pause to start the game, which is why we're not quite in there yet, but Xiaohu looking very focused with his fancy glasses there as well. Played great in game 1, and on Orianna, another big playmaking champion for him.
His Orianna game against Legend Dragon actually was kind of interesting. He actually hit the first couple of shockwaves and looked very strong, ended up with a good score, but in 2 important late game team fights in a row, missed the shockwave, only hit it onto a support Thresh and then onto the tanky Maokai. So he's definitely going to hopefully have his eye and just pile up a big CS advantage. Has, of course, an excellent ball carrier in the Maokai especially. That might set him up to succeed, but very execution heavy. When Gamti look best, it's when their execution's on form, so pressure on Xiaohu to perform.
And it's not quite mid-game for Orianna. If you get there, you have a very strong 2-item spike, but you're kind of heavily relying on timers there, and we'll see if he can get there because we're about to get onto the Rift for game 2. And welcome onto the Rift here for our second game between Gamti and Royal here. Gamti are up a game after taking away game 1 here and moving out as a 5-man unit as well. Seeing if we can get another first blood here. We had 10 people in the top lane in game 1. Might be 6 people in the bottom. And unfortunately, Name is the only one down in the rivers for his team right now.
You have to think that they were looking for the lane swap in game 1. That's why we saw that titanic 5v5 fight. Gamti are trying to snuff out whatever Starhorn World Cup are setting up in this situation. They are the team that desperately wants standard lanes, and they're just doing their best to get it.
Yeah, seen a wall, but they'll walk over the trinket that they saw being placed and get some vision deep into the jungle. Name will spot them off, knowing that Gamti are going to leave a couple wards in their jungle. There's one next to the blue buff. Huey going to get a nice lane ward down there as well, and Sivir is already recalling under her turret away from the wards. Korn actually going to go back here as well. We're going to have quite a bit of shuffling here in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, of course, Name was able to sneak into this lane, so it hasn't been spotted out by double lane wards coming through from Gamti. He's backing, so they're trying to get this bluff as much as possible. Looks like he might be backing into a 2v2. No, he stays. Man, there's so many machinations about this lane swap. Sivir desperately wants to avoid the Jinx Morgana lane.
And looks to be successfully doing so now. So smart here, actually, as Name's just snuck in and waited this whole time. Jinx, we can see, is already in the top side, but Insec going to take away the blue buff as well. I thought Garmtier were going to invade, but they back off towards the red side jungle, and Huey might just lose a buff for free here.
Starhorn Royal Club seem to be getting everything out of this lane top. As you mentioned, Insec just solo invading the blue. Morgana might path next to it to see it. He's dangerously close on the map. He will now. So spotted out in this situation, at least they'll have the information to know that they really need to get onto this blue side.
Didn't get level 2, though. That's actually quite crucial because he can't tunnel away safely. So his only level 1 will walk back to his jungle, but does get the steal, although Huey, now armed with the information, likely going to walk over and try and take the blue buff away.
But given how critical level 1 was to the texture of this game, as Xiaohu pings level 2 and gets some harassment in. The big winners here are Starhorn Royal Club. The game of chicken was won by Starhorn Royal Club, and Name in particular. Channeled that recall 5-6 times, never had to commit to it. Singdream continues his one-man invasion, though, but it shouldn't actually stop anything. And if FLICKR manages to stay unaccountable, doesn't have to exit the jungle and can just use his smite to power farm with Rek'Sai, who already has a very fast clear. This is why Tails actually making the smart move. Usually the fast push isn't the smart move, but you cannot let a FLICKR jungle when he's taken the smite. He's taken a summoner mostly for the jungle, especially in early levels before the challenging smite is available. So make him accountable, push his lane in relentlessly, and try and take down his turret early.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they've done. Kohler and Insec actually here in the top side of the map. Kohler will get what CS he can use the smite, of course, to take away creeps from a relatively safe range here, but Tail and Singdream aren't going to stop pushing anytime soon, and Kohler does smite the cannon away, but gonna have to work a few more of those onto the wave if he wants to catch up in experience. And Name and Zero have started doing the same thing in the bottom lane.
And both these lanes have flexibility. Of course, when the lane pushes in, they have the option to freeze as the next minion wave comes in after they've pushed one in. So there's no need to 100% go for turret damage. But so far, it seems like that's what Jinx wants to do on the top, and Name is just matching it.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. You kind of, in these situations, have to sort of, I think, do, when someone pushes the go button for a push, you kind of have to match it or risk falling behind on structures. As trading in the mid lane here, Korn not even level 6, able to get aggressive with his Force Pulse, but Orianna in these early levels in particular should be able to bully, so Korn keeping competitive in CS is a nice early stage for him.
We always like to track how many levels in Null Sphere a casting goes, because it usually tells us how pressured they feel in the lane. That guaranteed harass with the magic damage shield against what is a mage versus mage matchup. You don't want to max, you want to max the Force Pulse, the E, just for a bit of counter wave pushing. Orianna always has low cooldowns on her spell. Specifically, the command attack goes down to about 3 seconds, so usually you get the charge up on that Force Pulse fairly frequently. You want that done by level 9, so a lot of players will put 2 points into Null Sphere, then just max up the Force Pulse. If you force a 3rd point into Null Sphere, you're doing your job as a laner, because you're really forcing the Cassidy player to play on the back foot.
Yeah, so we'll keep track of Korn there, as Insect still only level 3. Falling a bit behind after honestly getting a little bit of experience taken away from Singdream, but did get the good buffs there taken away from Huey. His blue buff actually still available, so can donate it early if he wants, or just go and take it. But right now, continuing to babysit Kohler a bit in the top side, looking for a gank maybe, but at least right now just looking to help him out. In fact, we'll be going in Insect, just missing the Prey Seeker there, but Kohler going to dive in, and Royal kind of have to give it up.
They have to respect that Singdream's there. They might be able to push this lane in here, those Starhorn Royal Club, so the ganks maybe just to relieve a bit of lane pressure. FLICKR still wants to exit this lane so he can use his smite to pick up those bonus camps. We talk about it time and time again. His laning is not the best, especially against ranged opponents. 350 range is the max range he can get in to use that rampage to pick up any last hits. So exiting into the jungle with the smite especially is all Kohler wants to do. So pushing in, that's all he wants.
Insect just dodges the bind there, hits a caster creep as the Chompers were played beautifully there by Tail. Kohler forced the E out of the way. He will walk back to his turret here, but they'll have to back away now, and that might give Garmtier the turret. And in the bottom side as well, Huey matching, just trying to stave off the turret from falling down.
The big question mark is who benefits the most from early turrets going down? You have to say FLICKR. If he gets close to level 6, he's very safe even without the flash available, of course, with the Onslaught of Shadows for a defensive option, and then he can just exit in a long lane, push it up happily with a few levels in Rampage, then go and use that smite. So you'd probably say it's the FLICKR. Let me take the death sentence, but Huey's around. Yeah,
they're going in there because Xiaohu's actually rotated in as well. Shockwave going to look to go in, does clip onto Zero. Beautiful play there, but Name's going to walk away. Zero, no flash, so is forced to go down, and first blood falls to Orianna.
Even as Orianna out-rotates a Cassidy that's level 6, so excellent moves coming through from Xiaohu, able to push that lane in before you get the 5 points in force balls. Name gets face checked though.
Yeah, he knows Corn's here and the teleport's coming through. Flash moving in as well. Xiao might go down here as the damage comes in. Spell shield, not enough though. Sejuani picks up the counter kill, and it's just a 2-for-1 win for GT.
Yeah, 2-for-1 suits them just fine. They're still pushing aggressively in the top lane. Insect doesn't have the Void Rush yet, so this turret should be falling down very shortly.
And fiercely melee, honestly, on the Rex side. Maybe a couple Prey Seekers just to clear the way, but really needs to get down and dirty with them to clear them out aggressively, and doesn't have the option here. If he gets hit by a bind, they might just tower dive him as well. And Insect, he's trying to stave them off, but he only lasts for so long. Sintrim actually working on the turret as Tail zones him out, and this turret should fall.
Yeah, I mean, Tail just wants the maximum amount of minions to die as possible, able to stave away and deny a couple of minions to... Looks like it's going to be Name who's actually enacted the lane swap. Lane swapping to top despite not having taken Dragon. But Tail, he's really caught out now.
Yeah, Insect wants to go in. Good knockup is coming through. Zero's also here as well. The Chompers go down, but Tail just going to go down to the dual lane right now. And now Name joining in. Let me teleport it into a trap potentially here. Does activate his ultimate. Insect's getting low, but will pop back in and get the regen going as well. Hook lands for Zero. Let me just getting CC'd across the lane here.
They're leaving it for
Corn's
Kassadin.
even coming. Kassadin comes in to swoop it in, and he collects his kill.
Yeah, smartly, three members leaving the kill to Kassadin, recognizing the fact that they want him to build up those items. Only has a blasting one towards his Rod of Ages so far. Really big misfire from Let Me. 100% dead was Tail, to the point where he didn't use his flash, knew there were multiple members and that he would perish. Just cancel that channel of the teleport and take the dragon for free. Huey was actually close on the minimap to the dragon. They could have just picked up what would have been a slow but guaranteed dragon, but they didn't. They give away a bonus kill just from the misfire from Let Me.
Turret in the bottom on a lick of health there. Royal don't quite get it, but Kohler can return and get it almost whenever he wants it. Top tower falls there as well as Royal with a quick rotation. Take your turret and might even pop back down just to defend around from the dragon as Insect in the blue side jungle over on Gumtee's side of the map as well. Looking to maybe steal away the blue again, but Let Me seems to have discovered him.
Siva went top, collect an assist, and now is going straight back to the bottom lane. They'll probably be surprised, to be honest, that the dragon's still available, given they ceded any hope of dragon control by sending multiple members to the top. Insect able to steal away the blue. Orianna without blue hurts her wave clear, but they are going to start up this dragon.
Yeah, they'll start it here. Sejuani moving in as well, but Zero already spotted them with a ward. Going to zone them off immediately as Xiaohu and Huey pull off from the dragon. We can see again the blue steal also came through there for Kassadin, so very smart movement for Insect, consistently stealing away the blue in the first few minutes of the game. I don't think Gumtee have gotten one yet.
No, I told a lie. It was actually a trader, but as you can see, Xiaohu is wearing the boost. They took the enemy, but just trading blues. Korn and Xiaohu both running that blue buff happily.
Yep, so it makes sense here as we do see Nami clearing some waves out here. Competitive in the lane against the Jinx now as he evens up the CS due to the pickaxe advantage. Won't last too long as Jinx does power up here, but Nami at least can entertain to get aggressive. And he's playing very far forward. Does spell shield a buy, but that might mean Sejuani, who's waiting in the wings, will pull the trigger.
They definitely used the binding to try and bait out the spell shield, but crucially didn't find a go time there to Sejuani just because Thresh had gone for a walk around that area to put down a ward. Insect now is in the same side of the jungle. 3v3 action, even with Jinx having a favorable matchup against Siva, will be negated because it's the sustained damage trades for Jinx that she really wins out on when she's able to hit 2 or 3 rockets for every auto attack that Name gets in. In the burst trades, it's going to actually be very competitive between the two AD carries.
Yeah, especially given that Siva does have a slight item lead there as well. So we'll leave the dragon once again here. We kind of went from a series yesterday seeing 4-minute dragons consistently coming through for IG, and right now, but in these first 2 games between these teams, they're waiting for this dragon quite late, actually.
I mean, it was definitely a big misfire from Gumtee in the first game to not pick up their first dragon maybe 3-4 minutes earlier. In this game, with just how competitive it was all about the use of the teleport. Let Me could have opted into a free dragon, didn't, and the result was just trading objectives and what should have been a strategical advantage for Gumtee. You never want to send 4 members top when Dragon's available because you know you'll get punished for it. But Star Royal Club, they got a freebie.
Yeah, and Korn starting to do damage here to the wave, pushing out nicely behind, pretty significantly on CS, actually catching up a bit, but still about 20 behind Orianna. He is getting his item, so should have the Rotovators done in good time here as well. As Let Me forced to run away from a potential roam, does just back away, moving the minion wave deeper towards his tier 2 turret. Insect going to swoop back in to clear out the wave because Korn's gone back and has finished his rower.
It's definitely been a much better earlier game on those late game power spike champions for Star World Cup. Korn in particular. Rise didn't work out, was punished in game 1. But in game 2, Rod of Ages very quickly. 11 minutes means a 21 minute, 22 minute transformation for that Rod of Ages completion. Star Royal Club, they should be in the same sort of objective hole. It's not quite the same sheer advantage. It's not quite all in on the early game for Ganti, but it is relatively. So any objective lead that Star Royal Club can get removes the win condition, moves the hope, say, a 5th dragon so much later for Ganti, even if they pick up the 2nd one.
No. Binding actually coming through, but Dragon's reset here. That's a bit awkward, and Royal might have to pull off here. They don't have Cola. Hugh's going to come in for the steal there. Goes in and just steals it with the black shield on him. Is forced to use the flash, but Royal, that was sloppy.
I thought Insect didn't have his smite, but he just didn't use it in that situation. I believe Huey was level 7, might have just pinged level 8, so it was equal at best, and Insect watches as the objective is stolen away.
Yeah, weird stuff there. Good use of the black shield, though, to give Sejuani that kill there. As Korn stuck in the middle. Maybe Royal thought a fight was coming and didn't have Cola or Korn quite in the area, but again, they'll give up the dragon that just frankly got stolen by Huey.
Looking in the inventory for Orianna, actually gone for the Ardent Sensor as the second pickup, so going to be working towards what Godvi has introduced. It's ironic, but Godvi has kind of pioneered, the mid laner from LGD, formerly known as Wayless, has pioneered the builds for both Orianna and Kassadin. Kassadin's all about Rod of Ages into Zhonya's, into the Athenes. That's the big adaptation to get that huge mana restore. As we see, there was some sort of trade in bottom lane. Insect's coming in again. They had the option to go aggressive, but it's 3v3 action in bot.
I think Name defensively used his ultimate with Huey coming down in the bottom side. And Royal, for all the passivity of their play, went for one move on the dragon, kind of backed off because Gumpty showed their faces, and then again sort of continue back to farming. I know the team likes to play fairly far back and scale into the late game, and they've got decent champions in the mid and top lane especially to do that, but I'm not entirely convinced Royal should be doing nothing here in this mid game, and with a Sivir, that's sort of what they've done.
And I guess the word that we want to use here to typify Starhorn Royal Club's play this series has been indecisive. They seem to really be caught between two identities. They understand that they're a late game team, but they're looking to get advantage. You're only popping on the hunt if you're looking for aggressive action. But we saw the tail end of that engage. Insect wasn't even there when the on the hunt was already popped. So as you mentioned, was popped purely defensively. Name returning mid for just a bit of sort of wave clear. I guess returning to the Godvi builds, that's the second one. It's the Orianna. He's been all about the Luden's Echo as a second item. Gives you instant wave clear, and because you move that command attack multiple times, I believe it's on around a 2-second cooldown with 40% CDR, which very close to being achieved with blue buff at this point. You get so many procs out of that ability. You just do surprising extra burst in a fight that's often not accounted for because it's that extra 100, 120 damage twice in a fight that doesn't fit in the item builds. We saw yesterday, Pawn did so much work with a cheeky sheen in between his Kassadin build. Luden's Echo feels quite the same way.
Yeah, it sort of moves Orianna from being a very traditional AP carry, you know, with Athene's Death Cap was probably the common build, and a lot of burst in the mid-game with the 2 items black plus the double dipping for the shields. It's honestly just more of a sustained mage, and the nice thing about Luden's is that you don't sacrifice that much AP because it's the other big 120 AP item.
I kind of smile at the introduction of Luden's because it replaces DFG, which made Assassins better, which made Burst better. If anything, Luden's Echo makes Control Mages better because it rewards short cooldown spells. The likes of Ziggs and Orianna love Luden's Echo because it means they're poked. The command attack, not known for its base damage, but suddenly applying an extra 100 base plus AP scaling means that their poke gets a little bit better. Nidalee, of course, can use it on Spears for a bit of poke on the Spears. Not quite the same use there, although procs it many times with her multiple forms. But Control Mages getting a 120 IP item, that's a bit more healthy for balance. You don't have to worry about DFG and instantly people being deleted. That's a nice adaptation. So it's a nice introduction to the league.
And I think we're certainly looking at mid laners figuring out where they want to put them in, what champions do they like it on, and where does it fit into their build. Second seems to be a fairly popular choice. So it seems like 2nd or 6th might be the current positions for the item. Maybe 1st in some situations
Ari,
as
for
well.
example,
Yeah.
if you have, say, one poke tool that's really strong, for example, Ari's Q or Katarina's Bouncing Blades, then the Q, I think in those situations where you have low base values, the extra 100 damage is actually really relevant. It gives you a bit of poke. so it does substitute in for DFG, but in a different way for those champions. For Orianna, it's kind of comp-based. If you want to go for a bit more selfish damage, go for that Luden's Echo. But if you want defensive utility, go for the Death Cap, just because AP means more shields for Tail.
Yeah, down the bottom, Tail actually. He's got the turret shield on him right now. Pretty slowly pushing out this wave, although it should push out here. And you can tell Con and Cola really want to get a gank off here. They just have to line up a couple spells. And now Xiaohu going to get aggressed on by Insect. But that's a feint there. As down the bottom, they will go back in. But Synchrom's already used the ulti. Huey coming through as well. The teleport down for Let Me. Cola gets hit up by the Soul Shackles. Bound to death there by all the snares. And Tail just collects his free kill.
And Gumty were definitely 2 moves ahead when it came to that gank in bottom. Firstly, Cola actually misfired on the ultimate. Didn't matter as the Black Shield was already riding on Tail. They get the pick as well. Excellent answering teleport for Let Me to make up for what was a desperately poor one 5 minutes ago. And Gumty, they can look to set her up around Dragon. Even though it hasn't spawned yet, this is the time to get the defensive wards, the pink wards, and get some supremacy over those objectives. And Insect's caught.
Yeah, he is caught here, but Korn going to come in onto Tail. Damage already down, though. Tail getting low. Korn does good damage right now. Lantern there as well to get him to safety, and I think they'll take the trade.
Yeah, nice cheeky Lantern for the 1-for-1 trade. Insect will have Void Rush when he comes back, so it's only 20 seconds before he's able to make an appearance around Dragon. Dragon spawns in 45, so not going to be punished. And more kills for Kassadin's a good thing for Starhorn Royal Club.
Good spell shield there for Name. Lucky not to get Shockwave. Does go in there, and Zero trying to peel him up, but Xiaohu chasing in. Name way too low. Pops his ulti late as well, and Xiaohu still fighting in. Gets low there to Zero, who's doing good damage, but too much protect coming in. Zero now trying to kite away as Cola is looking for the kill as well. Xiaohu does get smited. Cola will take him away, and Synchdream now has to back off as a good dodge from the bind comes through. Kassadin also in there as well. Korn, he's the one you always have to watch for. Synchdream goes down. Huey gonna dive in the front there as well, but I don't think he should fight these two.
These unorganized skirmishes have Kassadin's name written all over them. Korn able to rotate for another kill. Suddenly 3-0-1. Gonna snowball him towards his next item. Already has 1900 gold. So if it's a feint, he can opt into it. He can build, say, the Needless Large Rod into a cloth armor towards the Zhonya's. Korn is going to be fearsome in the late game against a no-escape AD carry like Tail, who is so much of the consistent damage coming out from Gumty, and he has not been held down this game.
No, and that's the big thing in this comp. It's Korn that's the hallmark, which is really weird to say in a team that has Name in it. But Name's playing Siro, wants to play more for his team. Royal, much more organized in this game, despite the disarray that the last few minutes have been, and Gumty find themselves up with a lead, but it's a slim one here, about 600 gold ahead.
They're scaling comp Starhorn Royal Club with clear ways to deal with Tail in particular. Multiple ways as Synchdream doesn't manage to quite steal away the Rift Scuttler. But you've got the flank coming through from the teleport from Hecarim to kill Jinx. We've got Kassadin, who's just happy. I mean, the first Rift Walk doesn't matter. The 4th or 5th one might be enough to take down Tail in the late game. And Tail falls down, and so does Gamtee's hopes. The Starhorn Royal Club in a much better spot to contest this Dragon and get back into this game.
Yeah, and Royal have actually been... Korn has been back to the shop, so has the need to see large rod now. Dragon going to get low, they'll opt in for the 50-50. Insect gets it. Cola getting aggressed on low, but Name moving in as Insect in the backs, diving onto the carries. Korn's going to go in as well, gets stunned by Morgana, and Name now cut out of position. Zero going to be the next one. Finds a hook onto Jao, who flays him back as well. Cola with a massive ultimate. Orianna gets a double kill. Kassadin is going off, but Tail, he's still alive, and Name can't do anything now as Huey dives on top of him. They're trying to peel him away, but Sivir goes down. Insect escapes as the only one left alive, and Zhao, who is the only casualty for Gumty.
Zhao, who is the MVP of that fight, actually channeled the Shockwave on top of his model, knowing that the damage would register. So it was basically a double kill instantly onto the gap close coming through from the 2 frontliners from Starhorn Royal Club. Very good use of that ability, predicting what Starhorn Royal Club would do. Name just can't fight in these fights. He's 500 range. He gets preyed upon when eventually they changed aggro towards him. And the important factor, Tail lives.
Yeah, Tail does live. And it's the same story as last game. Royal can kill one of the carries, but if they can't kill both, Gumty are so good at navigating this very messy looking team fights, and Tail gonna get a turret out of it as well. Rek'Sai's used the Void Rush, but Tail gets excited and walks away with Synchdream.
Yeah, understood that Get Excited would open up enough space over the Rek'Sai because he was spotted out by a ward. Morgana even stayed to give him the Black Shield, so a very safe overextension in that case to pick up the turret. 3 turrets to 2, but crucially, Dragon's now all locked up, and the late game scaling, we said a couple of times, we've seen already, Kassadin gets to 40 minutes quite happily. He can do so much damage in a fight.
And it's not like Gumty don't have scaling as well. They do have have powerful threats between the Orianna and the Jinx. Certainly Cassidy is a problem for both of them. We almost saw Korn single-handedly that last little team fight around the Dragon, but Royal now looking to push, does get wave cleared out by Orianna, and that's been one of the funny things about the recent LPL games for playoffs. We've seen a lot of low wave clear teams, and Orianna makes up for that quite nicely.
Definitely. Jahu has the extra wave clear with Luden's Echo, which is still going to be opted into, but it's been skipped in this point for the death cap. Maybe once the bigger shield values coming from all the AP scaling in this situation. I agree. I mean, Orianna certainly is no slouch in the late game, but Starhorn Royal Club have a much more reliable way to kill the AD carry. Between Hecarim, who has to hit his ult, might not do it, but Korn doesn't need to hit anything. He has so many spell rotations. He's caught in this case, but gonna be slippery.
That's his last Riftwalk a little late, but gonna turn around onto Synctry, and the binding comes through. Chompers land as well. Good.
The minions, though.
Yeah, they open up enough space, and Tails supposed to heal Korn. Still chasing in, gets the Q, but it's not enough to take out Sync Dream.
Yeah, so they had a defensive flash after going in offensively, not respecting the minion line of all things there. Lagamti, but Korn's already causing headaches, and we're only 22 minutes in.
Yeah, 4-1-1 on the Cassidy, looking strong despite the gold deficit that Royal currently find themselves into. Name, Zeal plus IE is finished now as well. We've got double skirmishes, Saber actually, between Insec and Cola, so both looking to get a bit more aggressive, and I like that, honestly. If you're diving on top of two important carries, Saber's a great item.
I mean, specifically onto Jinx, it just means that you can challenge them with the challenging smite. It's a very apt turn because you're doing reduced damage. You're taking reduced damage from the Jinx, and you're also doing that true damage as well. The reveal coming through could be a very relevant statistic for the Korn, who eventually will just hop into the backline with a 1.2-second rift walk and just consistently get in the face and damage down, and will be tanky enough with a stasis for a disengage of aggro that will just be very relevant. There's so few good options to peel away Korn in the late game. So you just feel that the reliability of Starhorn Royal Club's initiation compared to the Shockwave and Orianna's damage, which is so gated around ball placement, means that they scale better.
Insec getting caught though. Shockwave does come in. Insec, too much damage goes through, and Xiaohu gets himself the 5th kill of the match, and that was just a smart rotation there for Gumty, straight down the mid lane.
But Siva is the only person with true wave clear on the Starhorn Royal Club team. He's already positioned at this inner turret. It's going to be harder to punish the pick onto Insec with a kill. It won't have Void Rush when he respawns, so it's going to have to walk back, but someone has to answer Cola, and it looks to be Maokai.
Yeah, I mean, I like that, again, Name's buying time for his carries. Korn is here as well. Ultimate lands in, that forces Name to flash away. They'll clear it out now. Zero gets onto Sync Dream as he flanks with a hook, but they just want to wave clear now. Damage still good, though. They will get it down. Korn even gets in aggressively just to clear out the rest of the wave, and Royal hold on for now.
Yeah, the big ultimate of the Glacial Prison and the Thrash used to cancel the animation isn't enough to get the pick on Name, and crucially not enough to take that inner turret. So a misfire on that particular engage. Nothing to punish though from Starhorn Royal Club, but Gumty, they realize they need to get as many advantages, stack them early, because they want to make a situation where Korn finally gets to level 16, that they get one pick, they win the game. They win.
So getting the expensive parts.
Scuttle Crab taking it. He's going to use no help for Zero whatsoever. Yeah. Himself as a support guy. You just know that comes a big fight.
Korn looking in, Zero trying to find a hook, but doesn't get it. Cola diving into the backline though, but Tail Free hitting on the side. Name gets hit by a binding, now going to try and fight the Jinx, but can't quite do it on his own. Cola already dead. Korn's chasing him down, but a good flank here as Korn can't quite get away yet. Tail moving in as well. Will take damage, but gets the double kill, and a messy fight gives Gumty a 3-1 win.
And for once, focus the AD carry was what Tail was actually able to do. Just took down Name himself. And Korn, even though he's very slippery, no one slippery enough against minigun form Jinx, just powered him down. That's 3 kills for 1. They take the dragon as well, and this will be the inner turret they prepped earlier.
Xiaohu again dies valiantly in a trade, managed to give his team a big team fight win. Gumty gonna try and push in for the base turret here, growing that gold lead here as well. Insec is looking for a flank, but he has very little help in. Name coming back down, doesn't even have his ulti. Letme's gonna get hooked up there by Zero, but no chase potential here for the Rek'Sai. Zero, he wants it, but he gets hit by a binding.
Gumty absolutely get the maximum from that trade page return. We're looking for the re-engage. Of course, no on the hunt available from Name, so they will be able to disengage. They got the dragon and, importantly, the inner and inhibitor turrets of Starhorn Royal Club. They've managed to break the base. Haven't taken the inhibitor just yet, but again, Xiaohu with an excellent ultimate during that fight. He understands that everyone's apparently got his name written on that damage rather than the Jinx, so he's just predicting the aggression and getting those preemptive 3-4-man shockwaves on diving turret.
I mean, just the way the team fight started there for Royal. Cola tried to dive in and they had to kind of ult past
Instantly.
Tail. Yeah, I mean, the tower's going to go down here for it. No, not even that. Geez, Xiao able to defend the lane. Huey lining up the ulti. Zero getting...
Put a hitter onto Korn, so not just going to throw it out preemptively. Huey's just going to position aggressively. Definitely going to be one of the ones auto-attacking despite being a melee champion. Because Glacial Prison could come at any moment.
I mean, Royal can maybe fight here, but it's a 4v5, and the inhibitor is going to go down. Insec again looking for a flank, but kind of just gets hit by a binding every time he tries to ride his way in. Gumty shoot themselves up to 7,500 gold ahead, and all of a sudden, that late game that we're waiting for Royal, we're still waiting on.
We're still waiting on, and Korn already found out that he is mortal. He was able to fall down, has the Zhonya's completed now, but importantly, not either the Void stuff or the Athene. So that Riftwalk, okay, we're talking about... He's level 13. Wow, the levels actually are relevant. He's 2 levels behind the Orianna, despite the fact that he was Sin split pushing not long ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy to me that Royal couldn't secure everything they wanted. They had Korn building up, but maybe just kind of picked a few too many fights when they didn't need them. It is crucial for Kassadin to get those levels as well, and Royal have been so busy fighting that he hasn't got the experience.
He doesn't have the 20% CDR item, and he doesn't have level 16. It might sound like an embarrassment of riches to have only a 3-second reposition, but it's very relevant because in late game fights, he's using that Riftwalk for damage, so building up stacks is something he needs to do offensively rather than just the defensive prowess of having a 3-second gap closer.
Yeah, and he's going to eat so much CC as well, so he has to time it just right here. Luden's Echo has been completed by Xiao, who looked down some of the items actually. 3 damage items done for Tail. Massively tanky on the top side is Let Me once again on the Maokai. And even if Mikhail's there for Sync Dream, all of a sudden Tail not only looks like a massive threat here for his team, but has more than adequate protection as well.
Doesn't have the magic resist built up, though. Definitely needs either a QSS or some semblance of a Spectre's Cowl, because even with all the effective health coming through from the likes of the Command Protect from Orianna, need that magic resist to really increase value and effectiveness to that defensive statistics. There's a lot of mixed damage, so building magic is not necessarily the happiest spot to be, but really the only diving threat they have to respect at this point is Korn, because Cola has been misfiring on that use of the ultimate frequently in these fights.
He's just not tanky enough, and again, that last Dragon fight that we go back to, it was so awkward for Royal to position in a place where they got pincered by Gumty's carries. Gumty's team comps are all about their 2 threats in the mid lane and the bottom side of the map, so to have them split up like that, where they're actually able to be even more effective than normal in fights, it's just something Royal can't afford to do. Fight them head on, use all your initiation, and just jump on top of Tail. I
think another factor worth considering is quite poor itemization from Cola. Okay, he has the Cinderhawk and the Trinity Force, but he doesn't have Home Guard boots, so he was forced to teleport onto a ward right next to 3 potential CC units. There's no flanking coming out. There's no aggressive wards where he can just devastating charge in and do a 1,000 damage trade with the devastating charge, proccing, of course, the Home Guard boot damage through his passive. Instead, he's been forced to basically get in melee range, then use the ultimate. So in this case, spend that 475 gold, get the home guards, just so that when you get the teleport in, you actually have a surprising initiation rather than a melee range initiation on a champion with an 1100 range gap closer.
Nami again finding himself behind, does clear out the wave though. Super Creeps continuing to push their way in, and Gumty this time have not aggressively looked at the Baron, know that they want to take away the Dragons, have prioritized pushing quite a bit more, although Zero might find himself caught out, has to run the long way around, actually finds a minion to get himself to, but Sync Dream just going to flash his way in. Zero does pop the box, but there's too much damage, and Huey this time is the recipient of the kill.
And all of Starhunt Royal Cup are defensively positioned. They're not looking to trade these picks into objectives. Gumty can move 4 men around, get a pick, and Starhunt Royal Cup aren't causing any map pressure whatsoever. Huey's the only person overextended here, so they're not concerned about their positioning at all.
Yeah, Let Me overextended as well, but same deal there. In fact, he's just going to zone people out of the Baron pit, and that Baron is dying so quickly here. Insect might be able to dive in. They do have double smites. They can look to jump in, but Name's forced to use the ulti. Let Me's going to come through as the rest of the team will jump in. Actually gets hit by a Jinx ulti there, and Royal are forced to split for 2 different paths. Let Me throws the sapling over. Royal will get away, but Gumty just going to go straight back to the Baron.
And hilariously, Gumty were baited by the low health on Name, so they changed objective to someone who was just that much more slippery. They're back onto the Baron, but you're right, it's double smites. Not even 50-50 in this case. There's a very realistic chance that Starhunt Royal Cup steal this one away.
Yeah, no Kalista this time either, so no extra secure here for Gumty. It's going to be a close one here. They're going to try and dive in. Baron getting low, but Gumty want to disengage again. They're trying to bait them into a fight, but Korn blinks away.
Boy.
Massive ulti though. Name gets nailed, and Tail takes him out. Now Cola taking damage, and Korn is going in so aggressive trying to dive into the back line, and he has gotten some kills, but a triple
kill
coming through for Jinx there is massive. There's the Quadra coming through as well, and Insect runs away, will not gift the Penta, but Let Me's teleporting in, and Gumty are going to charge in for the win.
He's teleporting onto the base. The Void Rush comes through. Very fortuitous spot to have a tunnel. The members of Gumty are far behind. Insek's going to challenge Letme, but not going to kill him anytime soon.
He's going to go in, but not taking tower aggro quite yet. Does get him off though, but Insec now has bigger problems to worry about. Inhibitor back soon now as well. Does actually buy Royal a little bit more time, and Insec forces the tree up at Gumty. They can just go back to Baron.
But still, this was very poor from Gumty. They didn't really respect the fact that Inhibitor was coming back soon. They needed to time that objective. They're trying to DPS down the Baron at this point, but we'll wait and see if they can get it down. It's at 8,000 health, so a lot. There's still double smite, but Insect's not even going towards the Baron. It should be Baron to Gumty.
Yeah, in no ultimate there for Insec. Hard for him to close the gap. Baron will go down there as Huey smites it away, and Royal are going to trade it for a dragon. Okay, that keeps the third dragon away from Gumty, which is nice here. But at this point, Royal are just playing from so far behind again. 10,000 gold up for Gumty. 2 carries massively fed once more as Yahoo sits at 7, 5, and 10, and 9, 2, and 5 there for Tail. I don't know what to tell you. Royal almost getting beaten at their own game at this point. Orianna, Jinx, those are Royals champions.
And Gumty actually had 9,000 gold in their inventories. That's why they backed away. They realized only 8 seconds till Sivir was going to respawn. Couple of members Star World Cup already respawning. And if you overstay against a Kassadin and the Sivir on the hunt, you will get punished for it. With 9,000 gold in their pockets, they're only 9,000 gold ahead. It would have been fighting on a disadvantage if they tried to finish the game. So smart, they backed away. They got the Baron. They've gone and spent their gold. And now we're talking about huge purchases across the board for Gumty.
Yeah, let's check in with some of those as well. Maokai, massively tanky. Got a Righteous Glory, Spirit Visage, Home Guard, Ninja Turbine, and a Giant Spell, just in case he wasn't tanky enough. Randuin's Locket there for the jungler. Mid lane's where it gets really interesting, though. Xiaohu has a Rylai's on his Luden's Echo Deathcap Orianna.
I mean, at the end of the day, Star Royal Club have been trying to kill Orianna most of the time. She's definitely been the priority target for them. They haven't been able to get to Tail, so they've been having to contend with killing Orianna. Of course, Orianna, one of her weaknesses is getting aggressively gap closed on. She can be burst down. So while the Rylai's, the extra slow isn't really the relevant statistic, it's damage and it's also health. So it's defensive and an offensive choice for Ori.
Gumty looking in, trying to take the game away. Will get the Nexus Dark. Huey actually get hooked. No, they can't complete it. Korn, though, diving in the back, almost dies instantly to Zhao, who does get ulti there as Korn goes down. Kohler diving in the back line gets taken out by Tail, and they're routed here are Royal. Double kill for Orianna. They're going to complete the ace. A triple is all spent there for Xiaohu, and Gumty find themselves up 2-0.
Gumty have 3 match points to put away Starhorn Royal Cup, put them into the LSPL. This is crazy. A week ago, Starhorn Royal Cup still with a slim chance of going to playoffs, and now in a really true chance of dropping down to the LSPL. This is a lineup with Name, who went to Worlds last year, with Insec and multiple members that were in the final of Worlds. Cola, Insec, Korn, and Zero, all in the final of Worlds last year. Man, times change quickly. Previously, Starhorn Royal Cup have had these sort of falls from grace, but they've never been relegated. Being relegated, will they be able to keep around these stars that they have on the lineup? There's a very real chance that Starhorn Royal Club will be done.
I mean, there's Name. He looks particularly upset. Breathes a heavy, heavy sigh there. And the LPL finalist who had never missed a final misses playoffs and potentially is going to miss an LPL.
It's just mind-boggling. It's best of 5. They have 3 opportunities, but there's going to have to be some real clutch play from Starhorn Royal Club because Gumty are firing on all cylinders, and even the likes of a late-game Kassadin wasn't enough for Starhorn Royal Club to get the win.
Yeah, Gumty looking great, and Royal now well and truly treading water, close to drowning here in the best of 5. Gumty are up 2-0, but when we return from the break, we'll see if Royal can fight back and take at least one game. And welcome back, everyone, to Game 3 of our summer promotion match for the day. It's our last, actually, promo match of the entire season as we move in to the next split of LPL. But Royal find themselves 0-2 down to Gamti, who've been playing absolutely magnificent League of Legends, Papa Smithy.
They have, and it's just crazy that this is the result. What a fall from grace. They were in the World Finals, and Zero, one of those people, just stone-faced at this present point. They've got Nami. This is the strongest possible Starhound Royal Club lineup, given the talent they have assembled on the roster. And they're 2-0 again. They're 2-0 down against Gamti. 3 match points to Gamti. What a fall from grace that is.
And it's, for me, been Royals drafting in a lot of cases. I mean, Gamti have played great, especially towards the mid-game. Even when they have slightly more scaling with the Jinx, with the Orianna, bit more trained towards the late-game composition, they've looked solid. They've taken over at about 20-25 minutes in every game consistently. And Royals draft was much better last game, but doesn't suit their style. Name on Sivir is not something I thought I'd ever see, but that's what it came to. And after a botched first draft with Rises and Hekarims and Jinxes everywhere, Royal need to figure themselves out right now because they have no more games left to give away.
Look, it was a desperately poor draft in Game 1. They shook that off. It was actually a very nice draft in Game 2. Hecarim Sivir, excellent duo in terms of picks. We've seen EDG and other teams pick that lineup multiple times. The difference is the execution on the Hecarim Sivir was appalling. Specifically, the Hecarim was teleporting basically into melee range of the person you want to ult. Of course, the Jinx. You want to ult onto the Jinx, fear her, and then throw on the challenging smite and either take her out of a fight or kill her. She had the items to do that. He had the Trinity Force at a very good clip. But unfortunately, either the wards weren't down or the communication about how to pull off the strategy was poor because it was never able to get on top of the Jinx, kind of had to fire on top of the Orianna. And then the Xiaohu was so on point with his defensive shockwaves, frequently wasn't the offensive shockwaves, but just defensive used around his own body, that Teo was free hitting, went 4 damage items against all the gap close of Kassan, of Hecarim, and just navigated the fight so smartly.
Yeah, looked wonderful in the second game, and the first one, honestly, for Gamti as Royal. Now on the blue side, once again, possibly for the last time here in this series, Lulu, Kalista, Morgana are their 3 bans. Gamti take away Vladimir, Cannon, and Urgot. And for me, for Royal, let's go back to basics. First pick LeBlanc for Korn, just go full comfort.
Well, they're going comfort. Korn hasn't had a lot of success on LeBlanc, but definitely is another one of the long line of top LeBlanc players. LeBlanc's place in the meta in 5.6 is kind of, I mean, it depends who you talk to. The one thing you can say is that if you're going to go for an assassin mid, the one that has the most pressure, has the shortest cooldowns, has short spell rotations, and can be impactful in long team fights is LeBlanc, both early game and scaling into late. Also forces Xiaohu onto a defensive champion. Maybe the Lissandra will be the choice to deal with LeBlanc in this situation. But they just need to keep down Xiaohu because whether it was Orianna or in Game 1, he is so on top of Korn this series.
Well, and Gamti prioritizing the Jinx so heavily in the series. We talked about the pick being important. They take Jinx, Nunu as their first 2 picks here, and I don't think Nami is going to let Tail get away with it again. Something aggressive here. Lucian, maybe even his Varus might come back out. But for Royal, it's just go back to basics. Give your solo lane safe lanes. Give Nami something he can carry on. Give Zero something he can engage on, and go from there.
They need Lucian. This is the pick to take away because Jinx, Nunu, and Lucian was the trio they ran in previous series. They definitely might look for double AD in this situation. Not necessarily ideal against the block, but has a bit of upside. You can theoretically win trades as Lucian against the LeBlanc, so they're not going to let that stay up. Again, they need to move to something that has an escape that Name's always shown so much prowess on. So the Lucian, it sounds weird as a takeaway when Jinx has been locked in by Gamti, but Xiaohu's 2-0 on that champion, and I think it's a smart take.
I love this here from Royal. Just take, again, stick in comfort, but be intelligent in your drafting. Thresh Lucian, can't ask for much more from a Royal bottom lane. If they can't carry this game, Gamti is going to look like one of the best looking upcoming teams, I guess, moving back into their LPL ascendance here. But Gamti going to stick to what they know here. Again, they have to protect the Jinx. Makes a lot of sense to give protection to Tail. Lemmy's gotten Maokai twice in a row. A third time would seem absolutely wonderful for me as well. They've already locked it in. It seems like they're going to take Janna away as well.
Disengage and peel for Jinx in the 3 picks preceding the Jinx being picked here. The big question is, how do you fit a second threat into this Gamti protect the Jinx comp that can actually lane against the LeBlanc? That's the big question mark, is what can they fit in? If it's Lissandra, you do have the downside of potentially a low damage comp coming through. It becomes very tail-centric. You know that every rotation for Starhound Royal Club will be around this Jinx in particular. I love the Trundle lock-in here, Patience. We've seen a lot of Trundle specifically in the promotion tournament because the laning phase against Maokai, you just go for a lane swap, pick up the Tiamat, match farm with the Maokai, and in the late game, you just smash in his turrets, and Maokai can't do enough damage to get you off them.
Yeah, Trundle, Jarvan are Royal's last few picks, and if that doesn't scream aggression, I'm not sure what does. Insec going to be bloodthirsty here in this game, and again, Royal doing what they know, but Zhao Hu going to go back to comfort as well. As you can see his analyst kind of shaking his shoulder saying, you got this, buddy, because he's on Azir.
I'm surprised to see Azir's got this deep into the champion select. When he came into the lineup around week 3, week 4, Zhao Hu was Shurima only. Azir and Xerath were his 2 picks. Of course, Xerath kind of fallen out of the meta in these late stages of the season, but Azir certainly way back into it, has been picked and banned in both the promotion and the playoff tournaments as a first pick. Didn't necessarily work out for Rookie too well yesterday, but still is a prized pick, and it fits this comp because consistent damage, it can deal with LeBlanc in lane, and another peel tool, the Emperor's Divide for this Jinx.
Great comps here for both teams. Trundle versus Maokai, they're in the top lane. Insect back on Jarvan against Huey's Nunu. Lots of potential pressure being applied there.
I mean, Insect does take this Jarvan against a lot of matchups. We've seen a lot of Jarvan against Cassiopeia to lock down those overextended mages. Not as good, of course, against Azir, who has that native gap close and, of course, the flash available as well. But they're going to try and snowball around mid, you'd have to think, and ensure there's never a situation where if Tail hits enough items, they can't kill that backline damage.
Yeah, and Thresh versus Jonathan, the last one as well. You kind of go through the teams. You note that Royal always want to go forward and Gumty want to move them back. There's going to be a lot of push and pull here in the game, but Royal, if they're going to take it, they're honestly going to have to play like Gumty been in the last few games and take over the mid game.
Yeah, and that's what Gumty's big win condition is getting the hold of those objectives and fighting around them. They don't have a lot of engage, but damned if they don't have a lot of
Yeah,
peel.
we're going to get straight onto the Rift as well. And welcome onto the Rift here. Royal versus Gumty. And again, our last possible game here in the best of 5. Gumty currently up 2-0 right now in the series. But Royal, they've picked to try and take a fight here to Gumty. Gumty are back on confident. For me, Papa, Gumty's comp is so good.
Gumty's comp has a lot of synergy, but it doesn't do that well if you want to engage, if you want to force things. You need to have an advantage that the enemy team needs to contest if you want to pull off this comp base round. That's kind of the downside, is that engage-wise, they have no options. Going backwards, kiting backwards, they are massively strong. You have to respect the Emperor's Divide. You have to respect the locus of control that's opened up by putting down multiple Sand Soldiers and saying, okay, you want to walk over these, you know the massive damage you will take trying to get onto this Jinx. But again, if they have the objectives and force Starhorn Royal Club to fight, and of course Starhorn Royal Club, they have the likes of the Jarvan, they are looking for engage, then Gumty are happy. If they are the team that has to engage, for example, if Starhorn Royal Club get 3-4 dragons, they have to contest for those objectives, then suddenly it's much harder to put this Gumty lineup into good use. So it's on Starhorn Royal Club to get that same objective advantage that's been the hallmark of Gumty's whole promotion series, but specifically the first 2 games of the night.
Yeah, but we do have a pause here as well, and you have to think Royal thinking through their strategy. They have a very clear plan, like you said. I don't know if they can adapt and play like Gumty have been playing. That might be a big ask for a team that's honestly relied on the power of its star players and solo laners for so long. But if Royal want to get themselves back into the LPL or at least make the series competitive and take this game away, they're going to have to adapt quicker than IG did in their Vici series in their playoffs, because there is so much on the line already with Gumty being up 2 games.
Look, if any team in the promotion tournament is going to bounce back in a best of 5 from being 2 down, it has to be Starhorn Royal Club. 4 out of these 5 members have Worlds Finals experience. Name, of course, has been to Worlds. It's such a seasoned team. These are no up-and-comers. These are no young bucks. These are teams, these are members that have been around the scene for so long. The likes of Insect, the likes of Name, been in so many competitive finals. Name already has one of the most impressive resumes of any player in the history of League of Legends. This has to be the time for them to shine, because if they lose here, I don't know if we'll ever see this 5-man lineup onto the Rift again.
Yeah, and again, the roster came together so late. It'd be such a shame to have a roster that was so cool on paper that barely got to play in the LPL season that they qualified for. Be interesting to see what happens to them if they do fall 3-0 to Gumty. But Gumty, it's all for them right now. They've got plenty of players. We do pop back out from our pause and onto the Rift here. There's going to be blood early here for Royal if they want to take it. And Gumty, if they can weather the storm one more time, they'll push themselves into the LPL at 3-0.
And look, factors conspired definitely to keep Starhorn Royal Cup down this season. They had a very good start to the season without Name. They got those 3 series wins at the start of the season that honestly inflated their point score when you look back on it. Because if you take away those decisive 9 points, they only assembled 12 points, I believe, in the rest of the whole season. Those first 6 in the first week. Even with Name, their fortunes haven't improved. So despite all the stars coming together, this is definitely proof in the pudding that it doesn't matter how good a team is on paper. Starhorn Royal Cup, they just haven't performed.
Yeah, it's time for Royal to put this into practice as they go into this third game. They will get the lanes thereafter, as we can see standard lanes, I think for the first time in this series, actually. Xiaohui there in the mid, scouting things out on a 0. And I think for me, the matchup's actually here for Huey. If Huey can keep things under control on the Nunu, get his team to a spot where they can start getting control of objectives, he's the one that springs them into the strong mid games that they've been rewarded with so heavily so far in the series.
Look, Nunu and Jinx was the big duo that propelled EDG to that first game win over Invictus Gaming. Even if Nunu's held behind, there's just a point where you get, say, 180 item, maybe the Infinity Edge onto Tail, walk around with Blood Boil, and there's so many objectives you can pick up for free. Minigun and Blood Boil next to turrets. You get those rotational play that has been the hallmark of Gumty down, then you're just going to be taking up objectives and ensuring that you're able to use this excellent defensive peeling back and kiting comp to its best advantages.
You can see people trying to get level 2 in the bottom side. Lucian Thresh have a great level 2, but Tail with a bit of extra experience had gotten already level 2, throwing rockets in there, zoning out the Royal bottom side. 0 goes in for a hook, just delivers a minion to Name instead, but pressure going down. Good dodge of the skill shot there, and again, the bottom lane, now that we're back in the 2v2, especially with 0 and Name playing these 2 champions together, they get a lot of action down here very early on.
And look, Name and 0 were honestly outfoxed by the fact that they gave exclusive experience from the Gromp to Tail. He was instantly level 2, now level 3 already. And just throwing on the shield and having that rocket form and the zap, those are untradeable, unsustainable trades for the Thresh Lucian lineup. So even though this wipe steal lane is so strong when even, they haven't been even since they entered lane.
What happened to Insect there? Getting a little low in his jungle, possibly going quite aggressive with the runes and masteries, but is safe for now. Hasn't quite taken away his red buff, but
you obviously haven't cast too much of Jarvan post that armor being reduced. True. There are ways to navigate falling super low in the jungle. You can maybe look to take your Raptor camp instead of the red buff, but if you start if you start blue, I mean, he tried to just navigate to that red buff, use that smite for a bit of health, and it wasn't enough just because you fall so low in the jungle. Now it's Jarvan. It's why you see more level 2 ganks coming through, because the uncleansable flag and drag, still very strong at level 2, but the jungling, not the best.
No, and Trailblazer is going to make it a bit easier, but curious to see if Insect wants to pressure some of the lanes early. Gumty actually pinging down for the ward, I think, that Royal put down, so maybe going to go for the bottom lane. But Nami keeping up, and CS Tail looking just fine as well. They were pushing him in fairly aggressively, but I think realizing that there might be someone coming, but 0 actually scouting the brush with his lantern. He thinks Huey's the one down here.
Huey definitely hasn't paid any attention to the bottom lane yet. Just kind of looking over the first 4 minutes, Gumty have a couple of wins. We've already noted the fact that the level 2 has helped in the trades for Jinx Janna against this Thresh Lucian lane, but one of the more interesting things to talk about is that whenever we've seen Trundle, and Flandre's played this champion, other top laners have picked up the Trundle, in this Maokai lineup, in this matchup especially, because you just scale to a point where you're able to trade with the Maokai and then just keep pushing. Insect's looking for a super aggressive gank, but it's not Shaco or Rek'Sai this time, so a little bit too aggressive coming through. But for Trundle, the reason why you see him in a lane swap is that he's really good at jungling, but we might see an engage.
Yeah, going to come back down again. They actually are going to move in. Lantern comes through. Sync Dream dodges the piercing life, but first blood goes to Lucian.
A very creative gank coming through. Zero's so on point with the Death Sentence and the use of the Dark Passage. And finally, Starhorn Royal Cup have an advantage to start this game. They need it.
Yeah, they pick up first blood. It's probably on the member they needed to here as well. Name going a bit more aggressive on the Lucian as Cola. Back in the top side, keeping on CS, and Royal going to keep that aggression going. 5.5 minutes and they're onto the Dragon.
This is maybe the first time we've said it all series, but getting a pick and then getting an objective is finally the point of call for Starhorn Royal Cup. 5 minutes into the third game, 2-0 down. Not ideal words to say, but this should be their first Dragon.
Insec has a sweeper as well, nice and aggressively. So Dragon does go down. Lucian actually the one to get the last hit. Here is Kohler continuing to farm away, pressuring Let Me a little bit as Korn goes back to base there as well, but not quite having a CS lead. They're not able to get aggressive on the Maokai.
Not able to get aggressive on the Maokai. I mean, Tiamat is really needed for Trundle for laning. Does no lane control. Could look to freeze it here because, of course, his only way to push the wave is to auto attack and use that chomp. It's the reason why we see Trundle in a lane swap is that he has such a great jungle follow. He just auto attack chomps with the Doran Blade. Sustains very well because, of course, the Emperor's Divide, sorry, the passive coming through is just really good at keeping him sustainable in the jungle follow. Of course, Emperor's Divide is Azia's ultimate, but it's a crazy name like that. I overextended for that one, but much better at entering lane after Tiamat. In this case, though, keeping up farm happily.
Yeah, keeps him just safe there as well. Gets a little lifesteal off the bite as well. So some cute stuff here for Trundle. Definitely was back in the day one of a relatively popular and very safe jungler, but we're in standard lanes here. I think that's what Royal wanted. I mean, Korn here in the matchup right now, looking just fine behind actually against the Azir, who's still showing some decent early game prowess, I have to say. It's just the range of those auto attacks really, really long.
Yeah, we learned more and more about the LeBlanc versus Azir matchup as we saw it so often in the first 3-4 weeks of the LPL. Initially, we were a bit linear and thought, okay, Azir, one way he struggles is gap close. If you get onto him aggressively, burst damage, he can't deal with those situations. He always wins in trades against, for example, melee opponents, which you don't see a lot as the Azir Xerath matchup, for example. Zhao going in aggressive.
Great trade there. Ulti comes in as well, but not quite the angle he might have wanted. Does get the passive there as well as Huey walks in, and that will force Korn away, but maybe not the kill he was hoping for, but with the cleanse, probably not getting it anyway.
A surprisingly good burst trade in that particular example, but one of the reasons why it's actually a pretty good lane for Azir is that whenever you get in distortion range, you often get punished by 1-2 Sand Soldiers. You take trades like this, which keep you off the minion wave. But Zero's here.
Yeah, he's going in. Nice hook there as well, but insta-cleanse from Zhao, who keeps him safe. But Zero on the thresh, starting to make plays already.
But man, what a clutch use of the summoner spell Cleanse. Sometimes we see Cleanse and then the mid laner never gets to use it. It ends up being a dead summoner. But literally, that was the only summoner spell in the whole of the lead that could have kept Zhao alive. He didn't have Emperor's Divide even for any sort of disengage. He would have been dead if not for Cleanse.
I mean, he could have flashed, but didn't want to there. Now gets locked up again. Korn going to dive back in, but out of mana on the LeBlanc. So both mid laners trade aggressively. They might both have to go back to base now.
I mean, he would have had to very preemptively flash, because remember, the Death Sentence did register, but had the cleanse to just shrug it off, keeps the flash, so can even now continue to be super aggressive in the mid lane. Man, I mean, you don't normally see summoner spells that clutch. You know, sometimes Ignite picks up kills they wouldn't have otherwise. But that was a clutch cleanse.
That was sick there from Xiaohu, and returns to the mid lane with the blue buff now as well. Korn in a similar position, I believe. I think he got the blue, but even down the bottom, Zero has returned. Name's now level 6. Both 80 carries with a BF sword, but Royal are the ones pushing in the Jinx lane.
But Jinx is keeping up in farm competitively. You definitely say the earlier item timing and power spikes usually are on the Lucian, who can trade very well, especially now that he has the BF sword for those big piercing light trades. But if Jinx Janna is able to stay competitive, a hyper carry with the Queen of Disengage, you'll take that if you're Gumty.
You will, and Janna, of course, quite a passive support as well, so a strong lane for Gumty coming through. You can see they're trying to zone Nami getting aggressive. Doesn't dodge that one, though. Zero, though, going to try and line something up. The culling comes through. Zero missing the hook there. Now the Tornado going to come back in, and the trade damage there, very well played by Gumty.
Yeah, one-sided trade damage, too. Nami just misfiring on all his abilities. Zero not hitting that death sentence. And a very happy trade coming through. No sustain this lane for either.
Oh, Name just gets over the chompers before they arm. So clutch play there on the dash, but can't be this aggressive, you have to think. It's a little too much as Insect comes to visit the mid lane, had his ultimate, didn't use it, but forced Xiaohu away. I mean, both mid laners have spent so long here as Nami gets exhausted down the bottom, but Tail getting low there. Nami going to line up the piercing light, but doesn't have enough mana. Will just have to be content with taking turret damage.
Singstream actually almost positioned very poorly there. Was actually standing in between himself and Tail, so the piercing light would have been enough to take down the Jinx, but uses the Monsoon for sustain. Might be able to stay in lane a little bit longer. Yep, he's actually topped up over half health, so maybe continue to lane.
Insec wanting to dive, but Huey in the area means he has to back away. Dragon back in a minute 30. Both teams need to get their shops in right now, and Royals bottom lane, they're going to get the first backs here. Korn's already backed as well. He's got the Morellonomicon. Zhao, who completes his as well. Got the Sork shoes and building in towards the Athenes. We're about to have another big team fight, Papa Smoothie, because Royal are going to look for their second Dragon.
And Cola is looking for the latest shop I've seen out of a top laner in many metas. Happy to hold on to 90 CS. I believe it was around 2,800 gold. Goes back and buys a straight Tiamat. Suddenly laning going to be much easier to navigate. He's going to have more options because as of now, before the Tiamat, could only choose to be pushed in or freeze. Now he can do whatever he wants. Push out the lane, hold it, freeze. He has many options now as Trundle.
He does indeed, as Name down the bottom does get some hits onto the cannon creep. Huey trying to force something here, but just Tail going to take some trade damage instead. Dragon back up. 35 seconds now as the mid laners return to their homes there as well. See Korn looking for Azir maybe in transition. Name ultis again here just to force Garmty out. And Sync Dream, no Monsoon this time. Can't really reset for a bit of extra health.
Sync Dream has no mana, and Zero's just trying to stop the backs. They want to just register this second Dragon. Poor back timings, you have to say, for Garmty. Maybe overstayed. I think both teams just looking for a pick to try and stop the backs and get that Dragon. Yeah,
it's just the earlier game power coming through for Lucian that's sort of helping them here. And Jinx, fine with the BF sword in lane, especially as Xiaohu going to go in. Korn distorts back away, but Xiaohu's still going in, getting the auto attacks down. Good damage moving in. That's not a Mimic, actually. Xiaohu picking wonderfully and almost taking him out solo. Insects down the bottom getting damage onto the turrets, but Garmty forced them away.
Yeah, Xiaohu actually stopped a second back attempt from LeBlanc, so now we're seeing the bot lane and the mid lane respectively back for both teams. If Starhorn Royal Club can still pick up this Dragon, that'd be a big win for them, as so far Azir seems rooted to clearing this mid lane.
Yeah, he's going to stick there. Royal are on top of their second Dragon, so look to take it away. Huey over at his wolf camp with Azir backing probably means it's going to go to Royal. Ulti does come down just to confirm a bit of vision, but the second Dragon will go to Royal.
They definitely have an exact timer for that one, but objective snowballs have consistently been the main cause of these victories we've seen in previous games, Spatial Time. Getting on top of that Dragon, forcing fights, or just getting any semblance of a pick with an exact timer has been a big win condition for teams. Starhorn Royal Club, one of the big things to actually take into account is actually the second and fourth Dragons will be very relevant in this game, just because we've seen multiple games with Trundles where they get, say, Ravenous Hydra into 20, 30, 40% cooldown reduction. They get so damn tanky that the likes of Maokai can't split push against them. And they just have enough cooldown reduction that, again, they're doing huge amounts of regular damage. The Chomp, of course, doing the Chomp or Bite, I forget the exact name, doing extra damage to turrets means they can take turrets under the nose of Let Me. We're seeing a huge trade in bot.
Yeah, trouble in paradise there. Down as Tail goes down. Insect with a nice gank. They gets the first one. Zero missing the hook means that Sync Dream will live. But that tower now under threat as well. And we talked about the Royal bottom lane with proactive champions. Insect even looking down there as well. This is the recipe for Royal. Pick safe laners, pick a proactive bottom lane, and just get Insect to find a good way into camp.
And Garmty have already shown that this is the way forward. Get those early objective snowballs going. And Name finding the Lucian much more comfortable laning phase than he had in games 1 and 2. Suddenly Garmty on the back foot. It's not a massive gold lead, but a Dragon and 2 turrets is a lot of objectives for Garmty to make up in the mid game.
Yeah, this is how it starts for Royal, so they have to keep up the good work here. Garmty, if they can hold on, especially if they can find some turret kills potentially in rotation and open up the map, we'll have plenty of play left here, but right now it could be trouble. It's actually Lemmy getting aggressed on potentially by Kohler and Korn, who are looking for a dive. Zero even coming up now as well. Name's going to back away. He'll spend some of his gold, but Korn gives up on the dive here as well. We might even just have a rotation. Insect, in fact, hanging out in the mid lane.
Yeah, surprisingly, Lucian isn't top lane to try and take down another turret. With Thresh positioned there, I thought it would just be a 4-man stack to try and take down Maokai's turret. Won't be confirmed at this point. Tail's just picking up farm. Starhorn Royal Club understanding to get as many advantages as possible now. Things get better for them in the late game, but pile on those advantages when all the momentum, all the wind is in your sails.
Yeah, just apply pressure. That's how Garmty have won their last 2 games. So we kind of talked about it in the draft. Royal trying to do a Garmty impression here in this 3rd game at least. Korn does get his blue buff, almost level 11, so going to have an extra rank of the ultimate for extra damage on all the abilities coming through with the Mimic. IE almost done for Name there as well, so has the quick cloak pickaxe and the BF sword with the Berserker Greaves. Name especially loves his quick boots too. Hydra already done up for Kohler. Again, it's not a big lead, but Royal have the tools they need to press themselves forward.
Royal just have the superior late game options just because, as I've mentioned multiple times, eventually this split push will be unsustainable. Let Me will not be able to deal with Kohler, and he will take massive objectives under the nose of the only member with a teleport on Gamti, Let Me. So they need to push themselves, Gamti, and get advantages now, and that's why you see this turret already at half health.
2v3 though, actually the turret aggro is still onto Huey. Insect uses the ultimate, but the tower goes down. Insect gets locked up as well, trying to run away, but there are too many slows here. Good cancel of the ultimate, but he does go down, and Name, not enough manpower, can't quite fight.
And awkwardly, Azir is able to rotate at the same time as LeBlanc, and they can't punish him. Do they have the damage to take down this
They're
Maokai?
going to try here. Kohler's used his ulti. Let Me gonna get a lot of that reduced, but the ultimate, they're keeping Maokai safe, and yeah, not enough damage
When
yet.
LeBlanc was looking for the turret dive, I was like, that's already a righteous glory Maokai. You're not going to have the damage to turret dive unless he uses the Vengeful Maelstrom offensively, so happily lives through that dive. Gamti, the one thing that's working in their favor is that Xiao is actually out-trading Korn, so Azir has more lane presence and more roaming presence than a LeBlanc. So LeBlanc, in terms of actually taking over the early game, like we saw Xiao do in Game 1, has been a non-factor this game.
I mean, Xiao in general has just taken over all 3 games, it feels like. Even in this one where Gamti do have a slight deficit they're fighting back from here. Xiaohu's mid lane performances have been wonderful all series long, so look to see if you can make that happen again. Tail now with his Infinity Edge, maybe not struggling as much as we thought there. Name still working on his as we look to the next Dragon. A minute 45 away, still some time for these teams to get some gold and then go back and spend before the next big objective.
Gamti need to definitely get on the objective counter right now before they just have that situation where how do you deal with the fact that Trundle's going to keep split pushing? Your team fight's strong, but it's all about kiting back. You don't have engage. When there's this situation where Trundle's taking, say, an inner turret, they don't have the engage to force a fight, barring an amazing or just miracle initiate from Xiaohu. So not having hard engage and losing in split push is a strategic hole that Gamti can't necessarily comp around unless they start to get objectives right now.
And Gamti's trying to rotate here for a mid turret with the presence that Xiaohu has, but the rest of Royal are answering. It's 4v4 in the mid lane, and with Trundle and Maokai in the top still there. Not ready to teleport is Let Me. Kohler actually has the advantage there, but does have to be careful to not get it cancelled. Dragon back up soon as well. Royal going to look to take their third away.
Yeah, Maokai just clearing waves happily against Kohler on the top. You can see on this minimap they're angling around this inner turret, but even though the outer turret, but even though LeBlanc is behind, Tail still has to respect the damage. Only level 9, low base stats, no semblance of magic resist on this Jinx. They can't get any damage down this turret, and more time to farm is more time for Star Royal Cup to pile advantages onto both Name and Kohler.
Yeah, Name pushing down the waves, checks the brush as well, knows he's in a bit of a precarious looking situation. Huey will start up the Scuttle Crabber. Insect was in the area, didn't want to check, but Huey doesn't want to either, thinks it's too risky. Name has pushed the wave in down the bottom side as well. Dragon back in almost 10 seconds. It's Royal's time to try and get it, and Huey might be caught out.
Yeah, Huey's going to be enclosed on by a couple of members that No gets to back away with the Janna, picking him up for movement speed. 3 seconds till Dragon.
That hook was good. Xiaohu though with the cleanse comes in. Insect gets forced back by the Emperor's of Eye, but dives in aggressively. Insect might go low there. Does look to go down, and Xiaohu gets the kill on the tanks. Pretty strong in the front line here for Gamti. Korn comes in with the burst. Kohler's joined in there as well, but one man down. Royal going to struggle now.
And Xiaohu with both his summons was so smart to open up distance, doing damage and getting away from the line of fire. Gamti have the 5v4 advantage, and crucially, no smite on top of it, but there's a re-engage.
Here it's another pick, but gets picked himself. Name still trying to kite back with Tail going offensive in the front line. Splashes forward on the Jinx. Kohler not that tanky, going to go in. Does good damage here in an AoE, but Name's forced back away as well. That's 3 kills overall going through to Gamti, and they'll pick up their first Dragon.
So crucial that they are the ones to get this Dragon to stop the objective snowball. Instead, just too aggressive, not respecting the cleanse flash that Xiao had available. Need to communicate those summoner timing, because it feels like those summoner timings need to be respected to the point where you don't initiate a team fight unless you blow one of those defensive summoners from the control mage Azir.
And Royal finally had some item timings coming through. Name with his Infinity Edge. Trundle decently strong with his Hydra. And even the needlessly large up for Korn. Don't know how much of this they had before the last fight, but they took off far too much there, and they're going to try and get a pick onto Xiao, who knows summoners this time. Might mean he can get it. Name flashing aggressively for it. Does Lantern out instead, but they'll at least try and push down a turret.
Yeah, crucially, the chain went wide from Korn. Needs to be hitting those skill shots after losing lane, which you have to say, no kill involvement, and back behind in CC against a control mage like Azir. That's definitely below par LeBlanc play. If you're going to pick LeBlanc on patch 5.6, you need to win lane and start impacting other lanes, because there will be a time when the front line especially, and honestly it could be now, is too tanky for Korn to be relevant.
I mean, I feel like Royal felt trapped into the LeBlanc pick, honestly. Korn's LeBlanc is fine, don't get me wrong, but I think they realize they have to keep it away from Xiaohu, but didn't have any other choice but to first pick it. And
why is Azir available then? How could Azir be the 5th pick despite the fact that teams have been, I mean, the first game between EG and IG, your semi-final of the playoffs, IG first picked Azir blind. That shows just the prominence of Azir, and Xiaohu is one of the most noted Azir players in the league.
I mean, the easy answer is that there are only 6 bans, Papa Smithy. You can't ban everything. Lulu was a priority here. There were plenty of other champions that they had to go around. Korn, as far as I can remember, doesn't play Azir, but needed to pick LeBlanc away. It's an awkward spot, I agree. It might be a champion pool thing for Korn, but let me potentially caught out now as well. Korn going to get the chain down as well. Name getting aggressive, but just going to stand here and fight. Does dash away. Let me will take a while to die, but should go down eventually. Who's going to get the kill, though? It looks to be Name. Let me fighting back, but Lucian does get the kill.
Look at the mini-map, though, Page Time. They're straight on Baron.
Yeah, that's Insect. Gonna look in, try and steal it away. Cola will rotate in there as well.
5,000 health.
Yeah, 2v4 right now. Baron getting very low.
They need to finish it.
Oh, Zhao who disengages them. The Insect trying to dive in, but Huey takes it away with Consume and Smite, and that's not a trade that Royal wanted.
There is no way to keep Xiaohu out of the LPL. He's playing out of his mind this series. The Emperor's Divide, so smart the usage. Looks like Starhorn Royal Cup will rotate for an outer mid turret, but that's the minimum.
Good ulti block there by Zero as well. Might have killed Name if it had hit him, but that is the minimum there. Gamti return to their wave. Going to power up their minions when they come through as well. And Royal, who had control of this game for the first 10 minutes or so, suddenly going back to even, which is not where you want to be against this Gamti lineup.
That was a 20-minute Baron. It was basically on spawn while Letme was being caught. Don't know if that was a strategic call. You don't normally see top laners overextending for a free Baron at 20 minutes, but that was the result. And they adapted well, rotated well, and that's been a consistent story about Gamti this series.
Yeah, they get the turret in the counter push here as well. Might even make it 2. Tail rips through structures with the Blood Boil and the minigun, and it's gone.
There's no wave clear at all on Starhorn Royal Club's team lineup. And hell, even if you had decent wave clear, these are baroned up minions at 22 minutes. They haven't hit item timings to be able to kill these minion waves. And there's going to be more turrets coming. That's just the start. They're already going towards top. And they can send just Azir to the mid lane. And good luck pushing off an Azir with baroned up minions.
I mean, if Zero can pick him up, they might be able to get it done. But a 4th turret now for Gamti as they take the top outer. They're still pushing as well, and Xiaohu's time to set up his Sand Soldier is going to wave clear for days.
Let's see the strength of the Baron Duff minions with 2 members. It's Maokai and Azir, both pretty strong. Gamti probably have to get engaged on Starhorn Royal Cup. They cannot let this happen.
Good pick for Korn. Xiaohu gets caught out. Lucian gets the kill onto him. We might have a base race on our hands. Gamti not letting up, but Royal looks like they have to back off. And Gamti, they've won the trade. The Jinx ulti going wide. Just going to try and cancel it back. Nails Korn though, and it's a base race.
It is a base race, but Baron buff minions. It's an easy trade for me. They're going to break the base first. And Gamti looking good.
Yeah, it's so hard to race Jinx and Nunu, let alone the Janna as well. Royal get the inhib, realize they have to back away, but it might be too late. Gamti on top of the first Nexus turret, going to look to take it out. Name so far back and can't join in yet. Cola going to come in there, but Gamti committed in. Cola just gets ulted away by Janna. 2 turrets for the Nexus going to be exposed soon. Name getting chased out by Let Me as well. And there's the other turret going through. The teleport going to land. Huey uses his ultimate, and Gamti's tail flashes over, gets aggressed on by Insect. Is going to look to go down. Can they take him out? They can, but the Nexus is so low. Royal trying to defend. Let Me, the last one left allowed. They'll CC him away, though. That's just enough. Yes, it is.
That is absolutely insane. It lives on 300 health, the Nexus. Base and tatters, but the end result, they get the inner turret, the mid turret. So they get the mid inhibitor. That stops the push coming through. Starhorn Royal Cup need to wave clear for days. Interesting to see if Gamti try to reset or if they're trying to send multiple members to finish off this Nexus.
Well, it started okay for Royal. A good pick finally onto the Azir Vicon meant that Royal could actually get some work done, but Seriously, racing Jinx Nunu Jana with a Baron buff was a ballsy move by Rowan. I don't know if the trade paid off per se, but they are still in this game.
I don't think it paid off, but man, it was so close. That was almost their LPL livelihood over. They would have been straight into the LSPL. The roster would have been in tatters. Would these 5 players, star players in their own rights, stay with the organization into the LSPL? It's a question we do not know the answer to. We don't have to really ruminate on that just yet as the game continues, but Gamti have so many advantages and one lost team fight, and they'll win this game.
Sync Dream coming in, Zero getting caught though, good tornado, now Xiaohu gonna come in, Zero is dead, and Gamti gonna get themselves a dragon. Possibly though, they might not care, they might just keep pushing.
I mean, might as well keep pushing, it's been working so far. Suddenly, the Phantom Dancer and Infinity Edge is enough items for Tail in terms of doing turret damage. We can see the camp in bottom. They need to respect this brush.
Yep, good check though by Tail with the zap. Wards go down there as well, and Gamti absolutely respect the brush and going to keep sieging. 4v5 right now. If they can find a pick, maybe, but it's again the same issue. Korn going to dive in there for a bit of poke damage, but it's mostly on the front line. Xiaohu tanking turrets are as well, maybe too aggressive, and Gamti, they will back away.
Credit to Starhorn Royal Cup. They've done a good job of pushing out this top lane minions. The super minions won't be pushing into the base for another 30 seconds or so. So Gamti need to back away and just pick up their second dragon, which at this point is probably the smallest of advantages.
Trundle's coming into Flango. This is too aggressive. Insect going into Stealer, but it does go over to Nunu. But Cola might have caught them. Korn diving onto Xiaohu. They zoned him out of the way, but they need to get on top of Tail. Zero trying to go in, but Name eats the Emperor's Divide. Now the Gamti will close the trap. Xiaohu still alive. There's Insects trying to dive in, but it's a double kill with Jinx. Make it a triple. Might even be a quadra for what looks to be Gamti's last fight of the series.
Starhorn Royal Cup used everything to lock down Xiaohu. He lives on the minimum of health, but why is Tail able to free hit in minigun form with Blood Boil Riding? Took down all the members of Starhorn Royal Club. That inhibitor is not going to respawn anytime soon. This is the game.
Yeah, this is game. Huey going to tank the turret. Tail going to move in to finish what he started in the bottom side. And Gamti, in dramatic fashion, 3-0 Starhorn Royal Club and kick them down into the LSPL.
One of the biggest upsets of recent time. You can see the Starhorn Royal Cup members, Name on your screen, devastated by this result. It is crazy to me that a team with 4 members who were recently at the World Finals are going to be relegated to the LSPL. But take a bow, Gamti. An excellent series from you. Starhorn, serious questions about their drafting, their play and team fighting even in that last game. As Tail ran wild, quadra kill to go back to the LPL.
Gamti looks strong coming back into the LPL. They were powering up towards the end of the season, but this promotion tournament has been a display of power from this team. So we're already going to mix things up. We've got 2 new teams joining. We've rejoined M3 and Gamti back as our LPL teams from this split back into the summer. We're all going to have to fight themselves in the LPL, and I said it already, for Name to drop from being the player in China domestically, for dominating every LPL final, winning at least half of them, to not making the playoffs, let alone the final, to now go into the LSPL. It's heartbreak for Royal and their fans, but Gamti, they deserve all the praise we've thrown at them.
And Gamti, when they finally got their first victory in the LPL, said the one thing we want to be remembered for is not as the teams with the pandas on their jersey, and they're certainly not going to be remembered for that. In fact, they're going to be back to make a big reintroduction to the league in the summer split. Xiaohu from week 1 will be a big improvement with this team. They lost a lot of those games at the start of the season, but this 5-man unit with Huey reintroduced to the lineup late into the season has real promise as an all-Chinese lineup to make waves in the summer split.
I respectfully disagree. They will now also be remembered for the Panda jerseys, but amazing play is their hallmark for their promotion as well. Congratulations to Gamti for making it back in, but of course we do have another playoff to play here as well. A massive semi-final is coming up in 2.5 hours. That's about 7 p.m. local time back on this stream as LGD take on Snake. But for myself and Papa Smithy, we are done for Summer Promo. We'll see you next split of the LPL.
I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL playoffs. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Jake Spawn Tiberi. And we're here for a semi-final match that is going to be massive. Snake taking on LGD. And man, Snake, they took the LPL season by storm, but LGD, they've come into the playoffs looking impressive as heck.
Yeah, they certainly have. They crushed OMG on their way to this semi, and Snake, you can't really say the same. Struggling against older LSPL rivals, Kings went to a 5-game series and only just pulled it out in that final games. Prop to BLICKR for getting it together in that series. Finally, and in the end, getting his team over the line. But this is for the right to face EDG, and EDG, if they've shown anything, it's that they're pretty damn good at the moment. So whoever does win this series wants to step up pretty quickly because they've got a tough challenge ahead of them.
Yeah, it's going to be ridiculous. And Invictus Gaming, of course, tried their very best against EDG, and they were looking fantastic going into that semifinal, but EDG just rolled over them.
Yeah, they certainly did. It was, in the end, a sweep and in very convincing fashion. After about 10 minutes in Game 2, it honestly looked like IG just had no more answers left for EDG. Those guys are on an absolute rampage. We come back to tonight's match, though, and LGD, they've come into this and they've looked very solid. They even played Flame in Game 3 versus OMG and still looked a very good cohesive unit. So they seem to have a solid roster together where they're happy to play either of their top laners. And I want to see what Snake's response to this is. Of course, they play with a static roster. There's no curveballs they can throw out mid-series. Beast and BLICKR, they've started to struggle a little bit again recently, but Crystal also didn't have the best of series.
Yeah, hasn't really been sort of that monster Draven player that we've seen recently. Of course, still looks great on the Kalista, especially in lane. Is able to harass very, very well, but hasn't really been that hard carry for the team. They haven't been using these comps around the Crystal as much as they would have at the early stages of the season.
Yeah, and that's really scary because Godfrey has been fantastic at destroying the squishy members on the other unit right now. Orianna has to be a ban going into this series. Godfrey's just shown that he is an absolute master on that particular pickup in the mid lane and is willing to dictate the pace of the game on what should be a fairly neutral champion until about 3 items. He doesn't seem to have got that memo. He just destroys people early on.
Yeah, and he roams around the map as well. He makes sure that he skips that power trough that Orianna often falls into. So that is going to be a massive one there in the mid lane. And BLICKR, you've actually recently brought up the fact that doesn't actually lane all that well. And Godvi has been a monster in the 1v1s as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing about BLICKR. Really am questioning right now what he's doing in his laning phase. If he can get through laning even, he is still an brilliant mid laner in the team fights. There just seems to be this big polar shift between whether he wants to be a laning mid laner or a team fight one. He's Vladimir, for example. He looked fine in lane, but then didn't go back to it, which was a surprising thing after he did relatively well. Azir didn't look good in lane, though, and if it's against something like an Orianna, like a Cho'Gath that we've just seen Godvi in the mid lane destroy people on, really does throw some questions out there for BLICKR.
Yeah, it's going to be scary. And the fact that Godvi has the most gigantic champion pool.
He plays everything.
Yeah, and is more than happy to pick up these champions that want to go toe-to-toe in the early stages of the game. His Diana, for instance, was incredibly scary, and that is not something that you want to play passively against because she'll just roll you over.
Yeah, exactly right. And more impressively, will just push you in and kill your other lanes. That's my real criticism of BLICKR, is his lane is tending to spill over into Crystal's lane at the moment. Everyone kind of leaves Flandre alone. You get the heck out of dodge with that guy unless you can camp him early because there's just not enough you can do to keep Flandre down. But pulling Beast down to the bottom side of the map and really trying to dominate Crystal and Ella seems to be a fairly good tactic at the moment, and teams have been going back to it for against Snake.
Yeah, but the thing is, LGD, they've got Imp and PYL there in the bottom lane, and they are a destructive duo in their own right, and I don't think they'll struggle too much.
Yeah, exactly. Talking about people that just pack up and leave lanes, PYL on Nautilus was like a second jungler going out there. He has, once again, some crazy picks, but I really want to see what this guy can do as well, and we'll take you through quickly the LGD lineup. You see PYL there in the middle. He's a captain, the man that everyone wants to play with. But Acorn will be starting in the top lane this game. You see a lot of the Heckrums.
Oh, yeah.
You would expect that to be, once again, a very contested pick.
Yeah, and Flandre's been playing a bit of that one as well, but of course does like to pick up the Shyvana recently at the same time. TBQ, he's been really impressing me on the side of LGD. Did sort of look a little bit like a weak Link earlier on in the season, but has really come into his own, and his Sejuani was terrifying, for instance. Godvi, though, this Oriana is so frightening.
Yeah, it certainly is, and the Cassin is something you have to pay attention to because Azir, we've seen he's willing to take it into there, so the ability to be able to counterpick Baka's Azir, that's fantastic. And Imp, you mentioned the Kalista. The Sivir is in there as well for the Rush comp. There's even a Tristana game thrown in. There was also a Misfortune in Ash and some other crazy stuff.
I think he went through every single AD carry almost.
Twitch.
He just didn't play Varus. I was really frustrated. PYL, though, he's been heading into Hook City, and he's been looking fantastic on the Nautilus and on the Cannon as well. A lot of these sort of new support picks that have been coming through. Not to mention Bard. We'd like to go on another magical journey with PYL if we have the opportunity to, but we'll see whether that does come through, and I don't know whether it'll make it to the semi-final.
Yeah, maybe not, but he looked a lot more serious on it when he played it the last time round. Was actually good at setting up those ganks. Something to note about the difference between Nautilus as well as Kennen. Kennen really does two things very well. You either, if there's no Janna, dive into the back lanes. People have been questioning why teams are picking up Kennen against Janna. I do think it's an okay pick because what you do is you just stand on top of your AD carry and you hit your ultimate. And it's a very good peeling ult coming out as well. So I do think that whilst Janna deals with the heavy engage part of Kennen's kit, he also is pretty good in a kite composition as well, being able to peel for his AD carry.
Yeah, and we'll see whether that one does come through. Of course, Kennen, haven't seen it so much in the top lane, but it was, in fact, Acorn playing that one for LGD when it did come through, when Flame is actually sort of the Kennen player of old, but Acorn has been picking that one up. So a little bit of a flex pick there at the same time.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you know, they're able to use it. Kennen has some bad top lane matchups at the moment, just can't get through the tanks as they get through there. Doesn't also do great in the lane swaps. As we take a look over the other side of the rift at the Snake lineup, Flandre in there, he's playing a heck of a lot of Maokai.
Oh, yeah. Every single time that tree is available, he will head to the top lane on that one. But his Gnar has looked great as well, and Flandre has always been a rock here for the Snake lineup.
Yeah, and it's weird because we expected him to be more of a firework, but hasn't come out much this season.
No.
Preferring to play the tanks. Beast, he's picked up Gragas and started to run with it. That is the one thing I will compliment him on. We question the champion pool, and he seems to be quite comfortable on the Gragas pickup.
Yeah, and as soon as this tank meta has come through, as soon as Cinderhulk came around, Beast looked a whole lot better. Barker, you can see a whole lot of Azir there in the match history, but it was his Vladimir game that was the most impressive.
Yeah, it certainly was. Vlad, he absolutely crushed on Azir. He's always been strong, but there just seems to be some counter picks in the meta, so it's something that you can't really blind pick unless you get the Nunu.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And Crystal, a lot of Kalista, and that has been what has been most impressive is Draven got dealt with against King.
Yeah, it certainly did. So we saw the fact that Draven, that's been, I guess, put on the back shelf a little bit. The Kog'Maw, unless you get the Lulu and the Nunu, really isn't doing much work for him. But Allah, he's been rock solid as always. The Thresh, the Morgana.
Oh, yeah.
You can throw him on Janna. You can do anything. Allah is a very good support in the LPL.
Yeah, and he's fantastic at any of these meta picks as well. We haven't seen him so much on the Nautiluses, a lot of these sort of new ones that have come through. I'd like to see Allah pick up something like the Kennen, if he can even pick it away from PYL here in this game, because that might be important. PYL has really been favoring those support champions.
Yeah, I think forcing PYL off Nautilus is a little bit more important than the Kennen at the moment, just because in the laning phase, he does a lot more work on the Nautilus. You saw that he was actually just popping the Titan's Wrath and walking at people in lane.
Yep.
Very good zoning potential comes out of Imp and PYL, especially in the 2v1. So we'll have to see exactly how it works out, but Snake, they need to find the form that they had during the season.
Yeah.
These guys were very impressive, coming out and crushing people with some crazy compositions, bringing the Juggernaut across, being able to run the Nunu Xerath that we saw with a lot of invading, and then the Xerath just sitting up and sniping people from long range. They were quite, I'm not going to say revolutionary, but they were able to throw some curveballs during the seasons, and that hasn't come out in the finals yet.
Yeah, no, and Snake was sort of known for reinventing the meta for themselves as well, making sure that teams were playing their game. It seems to me like they've snuck back into more of a meta playstyle, and it hasn't been how they've managed to win their games thus far during the playoffs.
Yeah, they're not really drawing teams into those weird mid-game team fights that they're able to win, and that's what we really complimented them on. Teams never used to want to fight Snake, but always used to get sucked in through either good vision coming through from Beast and Allah, or being able to get advantageous fights in their jungle just through repetitive invades coming through from Beast. So I agree with you. They were doing some things very well, and now they seem to have slipped up a little bit in that area. And I think that LGD, they're a very smart team. They play quite well together, so it's going to be tough to draw them into those scrappy fights.
Yeah, the thing that's been ridiculous about LGD is that they all look like they're on the same page. This is a team with sort of people from all different nationalities. There's a couple of Koreans, there's a couple of Chinese as well, and it's one of these teams that looks like they're all brain-linked because some of their team fights are just outstandingly coordinated.
Yeah, definitely agree, and it's a team that flexes top laners, and they fight around their top laners a fair bit, so being able to carry over that consistency, probably more so with Acorn, but also to a certain extent with Flame, means that they're a very impressive lineup to watch play.
Yeah, and when Acorn and Flame are both able to teleport so beautifully in these fights, make sure that they get exactly into the right positions at the right times, you know that communication must be working out here for LGD regardless.
Yeah, exactly right. And Flame, he's a very different player than Acorn. When we pulled up the damage dealt graph last time, Flame is real high up there, harasses in lane so beautifully. Acorn, he's a lot more of a team player, doesn't really care if he gets ahead in lane, wants to be that impactful guy in team fights. But Flame really has the potential, and I want to see if they use him at any point in this series to get a top laner down and really keep him behind. Is happy to absolutely smash lanes.
Yeah, and this is the thing. What they haven't been doing necessarily on the side of LGD is playing around Flame's ability to be so fantastic in that 1v1, put him on these carry top laners. But, of course, LGD and Snake, they do have a 50-50 record, and we'll see who's going to come out tonight because, of course, two highly matched up teams. LGD actually lower on the standings after the season finished, but you have to think they were trying out some very interesting tactics towards the end.
Yeah, they certainly were. They were trying to bring the team together through some fun, is the way I'm going to put it. But we'll take a look at the most picks, and Acorn's Rumble is something that still needs to be looked at, but he has defaulted more towards that Hecarim. Yeah,
and has sort of moved back to more of these tank-style top laners as well. TBQ looking a whole lot more impressive, but does have a lot of Lee Sin there in the match history, and these were the three champions that he didn't look as promising on. Now that he's moved over to the tanks, looking brilliant, but Godby, there's not enough slots here for champions. I mean, his Orianna, incredible, but geez, let's move over to Snake though, and Flandre, he's been playing a heck of a lot of Maokai.
Yeah, and if they get that first row, maybe with Baka getting the Azir instead of the Xerath, that is their ideal team comp coming through there. The problem is that you can expect probably the Nunu ban to come through, as well as maybe the Janna ban there, and that will force them away from these team comps that really buff two members up and allow them to run over the mid game, with Flandre and Beast being the tanky initiators. So I want to see exactly how LGD tackle this pick ban phase, because Azir, Kalista, Nunu, Maokai, Janna, that's probably the best that you can hope for coming out of Snake.
Yeah, precisely, and we'll see exactly what's going to be banned away. And I have a feeling that it is going to be the Nunu focus. Nunu has been so strong, especially on this patch. Picking up that Cinderhulk and running around with a Sightstone as well just means he's got so much health so early in the game.
You just eat one of the large camps as well, and then all of a sudden you have even more health. You just run around and you giggle at people and you snowball them and you slap them with a red buff turret, and you do crazy stuff. I love Nunu on this patch. But it's actually the Azir that gets banned away. So even though the Kassadin available for Godby doesn't want to go up against that.
No, not going to be there. And that is a lot of respect to Barker, and I wasn't necessarily expecting it coming through. Kalista going to be banned away immediately afterwards. They don't want that to go through for the first pick. Crystal, of course, more than happy to play it, but they don't want to give it to Imp. And man, these Trundle bans against Flandre have been coming through hot and fast this entire time through the playoffs. And Akon probably wanting to play some super tanks up there.
Yeah, exactly right. Just don't want to get caught in that split push situation against the Trundle where he ults you, ignores you, takes your turret, then backs away.
Yeah.
Flandre's even been happy to go Blade of the Ruined King, sorry, not Blade, Tiamat.
That'd be the one.
Ravenous Hydra into a tank item, and then he grabbed Trinity Force in one of those games and was absolutely decimating turrets. So we'll see how that one works out. Godby, though, he gets a respect ban in there as well. Orianna being taken off the wrist.
Yeah, I like that ban.
Yeah. Nice ban coming through there. And Rek'Sai is the last one. Not Gragas.
Yeah, I find that very strange. Of course, Beast did play it in their last victory. He was strong on that champion, but it wasn't one of his power picks here. And Acorn, he's going to be more than happy to pick up Hecarim here for the first pick. Is going to leave the likes of Janna available here for Ella if he wants to pick that one up, but Nunu has completely escaped the draft, and I have a feeling Beast is going to insta-lock that champion.
Yeah, you would certainly expect him to take something along those lines, especially because there are some, I guess, hyper carries available, and they haven't also taken away the Lulu. So if this is a Hecarim locked in, I kind of expect a Nunu Lulu pick to come through from Snake.
Yeah, it could come down, and Lulu definitely a flex as well. Flandre could play that. Flandre, of course, could play anyone, but LGD, they moved over to the Nunu in the last second, and that makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, it certainly does, especially because Flandre has played the tanky, not the carry top laners, so I don't mind the fact that they went for the Nunu instead, and Gragas, that's picked up, doesn't give much away from the team comp, but Nah being picked up from Flandre when Maokai is still available. That's crazy.
Yeah, I like this though. Flandre has just been picking up that Maokai every single time, and in their games against King didn't exactly look like it was having the impact that he really expected it to. So now moving back to that Gnar, and his Gnar engages have been terrifying.
Yeah, they certainly have been pretty good. So getting in there, also a better lane matchup against the Hecarim.
Yep.
So maybe looking for that. Maokai survives the Hecarim matchup. Gnar kind of wins it, and that is a blind pick Kassadin.
Blind Kassadin into Barker, and you have to think that could potentially be a little bit of disrespect coming through from Godby. Barker now able to pick whatever he wants. He knows exactly that Kassadin is going into the mid lane. Hecarim not going to be going anywhere other than top, considering the Nunu pick, and we'll see what happens. Barker thinking about a Yorick. Not entirely sure whether that one's going to come through, and Crystal making up his mind as well. A lot of giggles coming through from the Snake lineup, and I like this. They've got smiles on their faces. They're confident heading into this game.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they know the entirety of the top side of the map, and it's Sivir being picked away from Imp.
Oh dear, but the Urgot, of course, ladies and gentlemen, has been left up with the Nautilus. This is an incredibly terrifying LGD lineup if they are going to lock in those champions, but Imp thinking about a Jinx here. And why would he not pick up the Urgot? Is it lack of damage in the late game, something like that?
No, they've got damage in the late game through Hecarim and Kassadin, and Jinx is even more. Jinx also has a very good lane matchup against Sivir. So Scale's better than the Urgot. Why not pick it up? Jinx Janna, in particular, really smashes Sivir in lane, and so does Graves.
Yeah, they pick up the Graves. He had a plethora of options, but is going to go with that guy. And, of course, a whole lot of burst damage there on the bottom side of the map, and a super stable lane as well, you have to think. And now it is going to be Barker thinking about his decision there in the mid lane, and I would very much like to see this Vladimir picked up because his Vladimir was very impressive.
The other thing it does is it shoves in Kassadin early, so you're able to get a little bit of lane advantage. One of the lanes that does surprisingly well for Vladimir is a Kassadin matchup, so you're able to use that Tides of Blood, push the waves in early, then just continue to harass under turret with that auto attack. Don't mind the matchup at all, and looks like that's what he's thinking about going with.
Yeah, and Transfusion is actually fine under that turret as well, because you can take a couple of turret hits. You don't mind too much because you're getting all your health back at the same time. We will see how Barker does as he does lock in that champion. And these are your lineups, ladies and gentlemen. LGD, though, looking very comfortable with this one. And Godby, we'll see how he goes on the blind pick Kassadin. So much confidence coming through from this guy, and that's always been how he plays.
Yeah, it certainly is. And all of a sudden, the Graves pick makes a little bit more sense. Is going to cover up some of the weakness of Kassadin in the early game.
Yeah.
Going to be able to keep him safe. It's a little bit more wave clear as well that comes through. Maybe that's why they didn't want to go with the Urgot pick. If they fall behind, then they can't clear out those waves. So Graves does supplement that, especially if he goes an early Phantom Dance. They're going to be able to help out in certain ways that maybe other AD carries couldn't have.
Yeah, and we'll see whether, in fact, having a Nunu there as well is going to help out as far as that attack speed goes in the later stages of the game, making him more of a hyper carry there. As we go through the lineups, ladies and gentlemen, Nunu against Gragas, and TBQ, I don't know how he managed to get Nunu here. I would have expected that one to be banned away, but this is the matchup to watch. Kassadin versus Vladimir there in the mid lane, Barker versus Godby.
Yeah, I want to see how Barker does in that one. In versus Crystal, there's going to be a Graves Janna lane versus a Sivir Thresh coming through. Expect maybe Snake to look for a lane swap, although after picking the counter pick for Flandre, they might want to get him in the top lane against Acorn.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens as far as that lane swap is concerned, because of course if Sivir manages to get some fantastic spell shields through here and manages to maybe spell shield out a buckshot, they can actually trade relatively well there on the bottom side.
Yeah, and their shoving is kind of neutral as well, because you have the auto attack reset as well as a boomerang that comes through from Sivir. That's kind of how Graves wins early games. Bucks shots you through the wave, shoves you in, and then continues to bully. I do think, however, that Acorn, being the melee guy, not having the flash in the early game, they will probably want to lane swap into their Hecarim and try and keep him down.
Yeah, we'll see whether they actually manage to. Of course, Acorn has been fantastic at weathering the storm of these lane swaps on the Hecarim, and he's even been behind early on, but managed to find his way back in. And having the ability to take Smite there on that top laner makes things a whole lot better. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start with a slight pause. That's why we're still hanging around here just for a little bit, but we'll be onto the Rift as soon as we possibly can.
Yeah, we certainly will, and we'll see exactly where the lanes do go. No exhaust being taken through here on LGD's lineup is something important to note out. Vladimir, if he gets going in the late game, can kind of dive onto your whole backline and get a lot of damage out. Players do like to be able to have that exhaust option coming through to maybe try and shut him down a little bit, but that won't be the case. And Godvi, he's got a lot of pressure on himself now to try and beat Bucker out in lane in what is a pseudo counter matchup. I don't think it's anything too horrible.
Yeah, we'll see how he does do there. Of course, is TBQ going to offer enough pressure here in the early game in order to help this Kassadin make it through that early stage? Because, of course, Gragas, he has a fair bit of gang pressure there in the mid lane.
Yeah, Gragas has a little bit. There's no CC coming through from Bucker, so probably not going to be a kill from either side coming through. TBQ, once again, he doesn't have fantastic gank pressure either. Vlad with the pull, able to get out of the snowball, just going to be able to get away from there. And he's got 2 defensive summoner spells as well, with the Ghost, with the Flash. So that's going to be a difficult gank. I expect a lot more pressure to be put on the bottom lane of the map, and maybe even some counter jungling coming through.
Yeah, TBQ. Hey, man, of course, did let us know exactly that he was looking at the camera. But we are still going to have a little bit of a pause here, so going through the bottom lane, we will see whether there is going to be a lane swap there. But, of course, gang pressure might be in favor of Snake just because you do have that lantern in order to get Gragas to close the distance. But, look, I'm not entirely sure what is going to be going on here at the very early stages of this game.
Yeah, PYL can stop a lot of that pressure coming through unless there's a good flash play with the lantern in there somewhere coming through from Alla. PYL will just be able to send Tornado after Tornado across and disengage as much as possible. So I think that there will be some gang pressure down there, try and throw Imp and PYL off, but I think that they have the tools to be able to deal with it. And across the board, it's a very interesting composition because Beast and Flandre, they're going to be a lot more pretty strong in the after level 6. Acorn really does need a couple of items to be able to get to the point to dive Crystal out there. Probably needs to finish up a Trinity Force. So
Yep.
I think that Snake, they have an earlier peak, but in saying that, Vladimir, he's a late game beast. And across the side of LGD, they kind of have the Graves in the Janna to be able to help deal with that. So potentially the peak won't be as high as you would think coming out of a heavy engage comp like Siva, like Gragas, as well as the Gnar coming through. So they need to be careful here and make sure that they set up their lanes pretty well, Snake, because in the late game, whenever you see the Hecarim with a hyper scaling mid lane, you always get worried that you're going to be outscaled because Hecarim in the late game is the best champion at putting a target on either a mage or an AD carry and just taking them off the map.
Yeah, and we've seen it time and time again, and it's been Acorn's Hecarim that has been one of the most impressive moving forward here. But just looking at Snake's teamfight comp here at the same time, Hemo Plague plus Siva with so much AoE damage in the Ricochet and the Boomerang, plus Flandre with the Gnar, that's a terribly frightening concept here in the mid game towards that late game as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. They don't lack in damage at all coming through there, so they've definitely got the tools they need to be able to win a team fight. It's just the fact that Godvi as well as Acorn, they'll have the ability to remove one of the key pieces from the team fight, whether it's a Siva, whether it's a Vladimir, so you have to watch out for that.
Yeah, you do. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get on to the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, and we're back into another pause. But at least you can see that there is, in fact, a pause. We're just going to see everyone hanging out there on the fountain, wanting to get into this game. We are going to make sure that everyone is able to play to their greatest capacity.
Yeah, we picked up another 11 seconds off the back of that one. That was
Not
good.
too bad. Yeah, that was one of the best 11 seconds that I've experienced in this game today. Hopefully we are going to have that one unpaused for you very, very soon because I'm very excited to see how Snake do against LGD, who have looked so incredibly strong during this playoff phase. And we were wondering whether they were maybe sort of hiding some strategies, not exactly playing to their full potential moving forward in the last few weeks of the season. But seems like maybe that actually is the case because, man, they have looked incredible coming through here, and it's a lot different to what we were experiencing.
Yeah, LGD are kind of that weird team that no one really put much stock on, and then the second half of the season hit, and they were performing very admirably. So have to give those guys credit as we are finally onto the Rift. So LGD, they'll be on your blue side, Snake on the red side, and you see already a 5-man stack in the top lane coming through from Snake. It will be spotted out by a ward, but that might be an early invade.
Could potentially be. It's a decent ward there by Acorn. Has been known to put these down very, very often during their games, and they're going to spot every member of Snake heading through here, and they're probably wanting to dodge some sort of lane swap situation to come through, trying to get some deep vision down, but Acorn, he knows everything.
Yeah, he certainly does, and another ward was put on the blue buff area, so they'll be able to get the deep vision they want. PYL, he gets a relatively deep ward around the blue area, but he'll recall now as well, and we'll have to see exactly what this leads to. Do they go for the lane swap? Do they proxy farm a wave? Do they take all the jungle? No one really knows. We've seen some weird level 1 stuff.
And this is Snake as well, and if we're talking about weird stuff, this is the team that definitely does it. Looks like the lane swap is going to be countered here by LGD. Of course, Snake are going to be able to see that one come through as they head up the lane. Trinket Ward, I believe, is going to expire very, very soon there on the top side. Actually, no. That's a... Is that a green ward? I believe so. It's got a lot of timer on it. It is. So they are going to be backing away, and we'll see whether LGD do the same, as we are going to have the waves meet. And Sivir Thresh definitely didn't want to see that one. Flandre going to help out in the jungle here. And like you mentioned, this probably has a lot to do with actually keeping Acorn down rather than dodging out of the 2v2.
Yeah, it certainly can, but the early invade coming through from LGD means that they steal a buff on the weak side of the map. And they don't know that they're getting closed in on now, so Acorn, he needs to be careful.
He does, actually taking a lot of damage here as well, as Crystal's going to come through. It is. Boomerang's going to get a bit of damage down as TBQ gets death sentence, but I don't think that that's exactly going to be followed up with too much damage, as level 2 Nunu still pretty tanky.
But what that did, because of the fact that they were pinged out, is allow the jungle and top laner from Snake to invade on the strong side of the weak side of the map for them. So now they're in a position to be able to get the 2-buff start that they want. Although PYL, he doesn't want anything to do with that. He's going in there for a bit of harass. Did he get it? No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Beast did.
Beast managed to get it, of course. The gentleman that he is, Ella went for the death sentence steal, didn't quite manage to grab it.
So now everyone is closing in on the Wolf camp. No, actually they stopped for some Raptors, so in the end, they're not wanting to start any fights. Nothing funny happens. PYL, he's very grumpy at his team. You saw how many times he pinged.
He did. He pinged out a whole lot. This might be LGD losing focus. No, probably not. Of course, just wanting to harass down. Was a little bit bored there on the top side as Barker's going to get force pulsed. Does transfuse his way back into that happy trade for Vladimir, but Godby, if he's getting any farm in this lane, he's having a good time.
Yeah, and he's already ahead in CS. He's building up the wave big. We said that the advantage that Barker has is that he can push the wave himself. Going for that Amp Tomb over the Doran's blade is Doran's shield is a little bit strange to me because he doesn't get any health back, and it's actually going to hurt his early game a little bit. So,
yeah, it's pretty interesting. He's using these Tides of Blood pretty vigorously, and transfusion not quite enough.
I would have even preferred, you know, that he went boots and just 4 potions if that's the case. He doesn't think the auto attack harass will come through, so he doesn't want the Doran shield. I can understand why you don't want it against Kassadin, but you're probably going to be able to farm up till a 1,200 gold margin on Vladimir. You're against a Kassadin. He's not really known for his awesome harass. You're probably able to sustain through that with 4 potions. And the Amp Tomb, it's just not going to give him anything early game.
Yeah, it's a strange decision. But look, we'll see how it works out. See whether he is going to be okay in that lane. Of course, still at about half health. And has used the only potion that he had. Beast is picking up some farm here on the top side as Godby's completely out of mana. Of course, that flask is going to be helping him out on that front, but he may have ran out of charges here at this stage. Yes, doesn't quite have any left.
Well, this is what you do as Kassadin, because you only need 700 gold or 1,200 gold, depending if you're going roller or tier. So you just legitimately burn through all of your consumables as soon as you get in lane. As soon as you take any damage, you just try and shrug it off as best as possible. Let nothing force you off the farm. Auto attack, shove back, do anything you can. And if you're allowed to do it, because the person didn't pick up enough sustain in their lane, that you're going to be able to get to that margin easily. And you can already see 39 CS to 33. He's on 1,200 gold. He can back away right now and grab his Catalyst if he wants to.
Yep, no problem at all. Isn't going to. Decides that he's happy to stick around in this lane because, of course, Barker, he's going to be heading back. Lantern going to be thrown down here just to help Crystal tank up this wave to make sure that they continue the freeze down on that bottom side. Acorn, though, was just more than happy to continue farming out as Barker.
That was smart by Flandre. Recognizes that Barker wants to go back, so top lane, not a place that he can safely farm. Instead, heads mid lane, picks up half a wave of CS, going to be able to stick around for the next one, try and shove it in, relieve some pressure away from Vladimir. Nice move coming down there.
Yeah, and of course, Godby completely out of mana here as well, so isn't really able to offer too much all-in potential based on that 2-level advantage that he has picked up. And this is a Kassadin, of course, not going to be doing too much early anyway.
Yeah, exactly right. So Flandre, in the end, on Nah, able to pick up 10 extra CS over Acorn and a couple of extra levels as well. Acorn just popping level 3. Flandre, he's nearly at level 5, and you can see that he's even walking down to get in position to get an early dragon.
Yeah, Beast actually taking a lot of damage from that one. They're turning their attention to PYL here. Pops that Eye of the Storm and deters the rest of Snake from engaging any further. Of course, they know exactly what's going on here to LGD. They did manage to get a ward in that pit. 3 members strong on the side of LGD, actually here to contest this one. Double smites as well, which is very important to note. They have some secure potential for the steal. And consume. They've got a lot of ability to take a dragon away.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they're continuing to harass.
Oh, there's the flash over the Death Sense as well as Godby's coming through here. They do steal away the dragon, and Ella now taking so much damage. Godby picks up first blood, and this is terrifying. Hemoplague's here, though, as Acorn's taking so much damage. Just gets Goomba stomped on that one. Godby's going to fall down as Crystal makes his way into the fight. Hits level 6. There's the on the hunt as the Boomerang doesn't quite land, but Barker flashes forward. Boomerang's going to try and find it. Barker does he have the transfuse? He's got the auto attack and picks up that kill. That is a massive trade for Snake early, but still, it's only a 2 for 3.
Yeah, 2 for 3, and the kills went over onto Kassadin, so that's a pretty good news story actually for LGD, because all the while in the top lane, Graves just freezing out the wave. Unless they get this turret here, I think you give him the trade.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Of course, Godby now able to pick up the Blasting Wand and his Catalyst as well. This is going to be a frightening Kassadin moving into the mid game because,
they need
of course,
to be careful. He's got his ult.
Yeah, he's looking for something. Riftwalk is, of course, there. Crystal wants to take down the turret. Oh, beautiful. Lantern is going to get him out to safety as well, and Godby not going to be able to continue that one. Imp, though, you can see 73 CS to 53, so 20 in the lead and looking pretty good.
Yeah, he certainly is, but all the assists came across onto Crystal. He also picked up a turret for himself. So in the end, yep, you give the trade over to Snake. They persevered with that mid lane turret, able to get it down in the end. So that was a good news story overall. Gold still in the advantage of LGD, just like 50 gold up. You'll see they'll tick over first, see?
Yep, okay, but still that means they're very even.
Hey, that's a potion, man.
That's a potion that Crystal just sold in order to pick up his Avarice Blade, looking a little bit better as far as picking up some extra gold is concerned. But man, that Force Ball's starting to do some work here for Godby. And he's tanky as well. I mean, every time he levels up, going to be getting a whole lot of his health and mana back. And you can see he doesn't really need it at this stage because, of course, he's incredibly healthy.
Yeah, he certainly is. And Imp, he's 2 levels over Flandre. He's rotated down into the bottom lane. Probably was looking for the 2v2 again, but instead they're just going to be able to force the Nah player off the turret. And this is maybe where, the Hecarim can get ahead because he's still got a smite. He's able to jungle relatively well. Although I still don't understand why they don't just pick up a Hunter's Machete if they're going to jungle for this long.
Yeah, they always...
really confuses me. Like, they grab a flask over it, like, at the start of the game. Just bizarre.
It's very, very strange. But, look, maybe there's something that we don't know.
They'll get an extra 15 gold every big one they took. See, that one there, 52, that would have been an extra 15.
Yep. And if he had have actually managed to pick up a Trailblazer or the Skirmisher Saber, of course, which is what he's going to be opting in for, that would have been an extra 30 gold. And 80 gold for a Rift Scuttler is fantastic. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, you never steal away the Rift Scuttler from your jungler.
Don't take
it just
any
means
big
more
creature off your jungler. If your jungler is in the vicinity, take the little ones. They don't care about that. But bang for buck, they get much more out of the big camps than you.
Yeah, especially that Gromp. Make sure you never steal away a Gromp.
Oh, and if you do, at least let them smart it.
Yeah. But Imp is going to be able to take down the bottom outer turret. Of course, top outer was traded for. And Barker now able to freely auto-attack this wave, or Tides of Blood this wave. and shove Godby in. Of course, doesn't have a turret, but Riftwalk is going to keep him pretty safe. He is down by about 9 CS, is Barker here in the mid lane, but of course his Vladimir has looked relatively strong. It was an interesting first item choice, but has made it past that. And you saw he went back to base and picked up boots and that revolver. He could have started with those boots.
Yeah, he certainly could, and it would have just given him a little bit more sustain, but in the end, it doesn't really matter because he gets to the exact same spot. Now going for an Abyssal Scepter, got a Negatron Cloak, gets rid of some of the kill potential because you saw Cassidy was actually doing a fair amount of damage in that lane, so you don't want to have to put up with that. As Imp tried to get cute, Smokescreen missed, you lost a cannon.
Yeah, a little bit sad there. Has the most range, if you're not going to use collateral damage to secure that one. So still a good idea, as Crystal's going to meander lazily out of the buckshot and keep himself healthy.
Yeah, and you see Godby actually going for a pink ward. Wow, that's a deep solo mission. Gets forced away. Buck are going to be able to keep him off that one. That was, I'm going to say, brave.
Brave. Yep. That was my thinking as well. Looking good. But, of course, has his Rod of Ages, and I think he had it about 10 minutes.
Yeah, so he's very far ahead. He got that double kill, remember, as Acorn able to force Flandre off this turret. Needs to be careful. Oh, no, actually, he's got heaps of members here.
Yeah, there's the ult coming through as well, as TBQ's going to charge the ult, but Flandre's going to die way too quickly. Only has that phage, and he's just too far behind to do anything.
Yeah, PYL able to pick that one up with the Ignite coming through, and all of a sudden, they've got some turrets on that minions on that turret. In the meanwhile, bottom lane, Beast and Bucker, they're teaming up, trying to take this one down. They've got potentially a teleport coming through, though.
Yeah, they're doing Gobbies here as well. Ella taking a bit of damage from Imp as he makes his way down. Barker pops the Ghost, looks to try and keep himself safe. Hemo play coming through as Barker's trying to turn this one around just a little bit. Flandre teleported into this bottom side, but not going to find too much. All the members of Snake now here looking to try and siege down this turret. They really want to start this objective snowball.
Yeah, well, they want to start the fighting. You see exactly how Snake play this game. They try and force you into fights. Actually, good choice here from LGD to back away and just give up the objective because they had the Nara available. They had the Sivir ultimate as well as everything that Alec could throw at people. So it would have been in a position to really get that one started.
Yeah, and Snake, they are going to be able to take down the last outer turret here for that team. 14 seconds now on the Dragon as every member of LGD actually went back to shop. So they are going to have the item advantage moving into this one, but they have to make it in time. And, of course, there's a lot of consistent damage coming through from Snake, and Beast does a little bit extra now on the Gragas than he otherwise would have. So we'll see whether Snake can manage to take this one down. And it looks like it is going to be conceded here from LGD.
Yeah, no contest coming through there. They were able to steal the first one, so the second one really doesn't mean all that much. As you see, TBQ actually has a 2-level advantage on Beast. He was able to steal away the blue buff. He's just been a little bit more, he's had some more presence in this game so far, going 0, 1, and 3, able to really impact that first team fight coming through there. Also was a member of the dive top lane, and you can see once again teaming up with PYL. This is what we said that they do. They're getting wards out there. Bucker's in trouble.
Yeah, he has pulled away though, does still have the flash available. Buckshot not really going to threaten his life, and he is forced out of the lane, but he's going to be safe.
And Bloodthirster is the first item coming through for Imp here. Going a very aggressive mid-game build. Wants to be able to have the defensive stats that come through, as well as being able to life-steal up a lot of the harass damage, and they're going to steal away another buff. This is just bad news for Beast, still level 6.
Yeah, and it didn't go over to Imp, that is important to note, but Beast, man, he has been struggling this game, and there is a whole lot of vision available here for LGD. Swept out a little bit of it has Beast, but this top side of the map lit up by like a Christmas tree just a little bit, whereas the bottom side does belong to Snake just a bit. And we'll see what the aim is going to be. Of course, blue buff is about to respawn, did in fact. And we'll see whether Snake are going to be able to pick that one up.
Yeah, well, they've got that line of 3 pink wards, so they'll be able to see anything that comes through right now. Godby wants to grab his blue buff, and looks like they'll be a little bit too late, although Gragas has now been pinged out across the other side of the map as he's going to get his blue buff. And if we just hit on the Bloodthirster a little bit more, it's a strange item for me, but I think it might just be because of this mid-game power dip that Hecarim as well as Cassidy go through. Just using even more of Graves' kit with some lifesteal now to get him a little bit of an advantage. I want to see if he goes Phantom Dancer afterwards or whether he commits ult in the mid-game with like a Yomu's Ghostblade. I think that would be an overcommit. Honestly, coming through with the Nunu, you've got very good late-game potential as well as an AD carry, but certainly is something that he's opened his build up to.
Yeah, and the thing that I really love about this is the fact that you'd probably want to pick that one up anyways, but ultimate used by Akon here on the top side of the map as TBQ's going to pop his just for the slow, and man, Flandre is supposed to be a tank, but not happening this time as Akon burns him to death there with the Cinder Hulk. And LGD, they're just preying on Flandre this game.
Yeah, and we said that teams weren't going to do this, but because of how the lane swap worked out and how Akon was able to get ahead through jungling, just makes a lot of sense to camp out the Nah, who hasn't gotten any defensive stats so far. You said he's a tank. Sitting on a Phage and a Null Magic Mantle. He's not tanky at all. He's just been able to be burnt through. And that was just a repeat gank because they understood that he was in the position where he could be easily dove.
Yeah, well, he's supposed to be a tank. Is exactly the thing, but not going to be the case as Akon.
Teleport's available. Akon can come behind here if they go in. They does.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Imp actually with a massive ultimate there as Crystal's going to take the Lantern out. Nice box to zone it out as Crystal going to flash away. There's a boomerang over Imp. Just takes down the Bloodthirster shield, but Snake, they are going to disengage. Not going to be able to take down that inner turret, and that is the On the Hunt blown.
Yeah, On the Hunt. Heal. Flash. Ghost coming through. Just so much expended for what was it? A teleport and a collateral damage. That's a huge win as TBQ gets hooked.
Yeah, he does, but Barker only going to get a transfuse on him as Explosive Cast going to try and get the members of LGD out of this one. Snake doing everything they can to disengage. But that is bad news when they're using all of these ultimates that they really need in a team fight in order to stop LGD from running over them. That's when you know things are going wrong.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they use this time to get rid of some ward coverage, although they miss a pink. They'll grab the one in the Dragon Pit, but I don't know whether they'll get one in the brush. If they do, that's a 300 gold team fight. That may as well be a kill picked up by LGD just because of the removal of vision that they got from that little skirmish.
Yeah, and Barker actually, interesting build path here. Went for the Lucidity Boots with the Distortion very early on. Wants to make sure that Flash and Ghost are both available as much as possible. Was in fact his most recent buy as he went back and picked up that Negatron Cloak and the Will of the Ancients together.
It also gives you a lot of speed to get onto the back line.
Yeah.
With the Ghost, you're able to fly through there. As Aloe, that's a face check.
Yeah, he's looking for it, but Howling Gale doesn't land. Crystal is here as well, but doesn't have On the Hunt. It's a nice boomerang, does a lot of damage to PYL. And Ella, he's going to survive.
Yeah, Gragas was there on the back and they didn't want to fight for it. In the end, they're just able to pick up a lot of the farm. Is actually the Zeal picked up now by Imp, so he will be able to pick up probably a Phantom Dancer, I would think, coming through there. Although I'm sure if he has the amount of gold perfectly for a Static Shield, he'll crap that one instead, just to prove me wrong.
Yep. Well, you know, it's the Name thing. If you've got enough money for it, you got to buy it.
Oh, I thought you meant getting relegated.
Oh, too soon. Too soon. I liked it, though. It was cute. My goodness. But the thing that I was going to talk about as well that I got rudely interrupted by Akon killing Flandre was the fact that Imp doesn't actually change anything as far as his late game build path is concerned. He is going to want that Bloodthirster late, so getting the early mid game spike with the Bloodthirster is really, really intelligent because he can still continue to be that late game sort of hyper carry build path user in the later stages.
Yeah, he certainly can. So he can just go Bloodthirster after this item if he wants to skip the Last Whisper. If he wants the Last Whisper, it might be relegated to a 6th item because you generally go for a defensive item around that 5th item mark. So we'll have to see exactly what he goes with. But I agree with you. It doesn't really set his build back too much, except for maybe if he ever duels Crystal and Crystal gets a crit, I'm sure we will hear a cry of why didn't I not build an Infinity Edge?
Yeah, well, Infinity Edge, pretty good item there, of course. Crystal having that one in his back pocket. Has been sitting on that Avarice Blade for quite some time.
The other thing is because of the way they changed Infinity Edge and transferred some of its power over to Phantom Dancer, it hasn't got the same one item spike.
No.
I'm actually surprised we haven't seen people transfer their builds a little bit further so far, as Beast actually runs up and takes out a pink ward. There's just not any coverage there to stop him from doing so. That's 100 gold picked up right there. And yeah, so with I think it's only like 25% crit now coming through for Infinity Edge. It really isn't the item that it used to be.
No, it's not. And Snake now are going to be able to clear out some wards, but you're exactly right. Crystal, I mean, he needs that Avarice Blade to help out moving that Infinity Edge back to where it once was. So he's still going to be at that stage, you have to think. Snake do manage to get some vision down here, but LGD not going to sweep that one out just yet. They discover, no, didn't discover that pink ward. I think POL is going to find it there as the blue buff is going to be taken by, I believe, Barker.
And FLICKR through freezing a lane in the top lane. He's able to catch up in CS now, 94 to 109. He was about 30 behind, I think.
He was.
So being able to pick that one up, that's a good news story for him. But they've started up a Dragon, and it looks like LGD this time because Ella's back in base, going to be able to grab one uncontested.
Yeah, FLICKR did have teleport, but of course they didn't want to opt into a 4v5, and that is going to be the second Dragon taken down for LGD. But Snake, they sort of looked like they didn't really mind about that one. Of course, happy to sit on that one Dragon there, and they'll probably contest towards the third or fourth. Acorn just going to come through and rampage down some creeps. Godby looking to pick up some of this farm as well, but Inner turret still sticking around on half HP. Snake unable to really siege that one down. Blue buff going to be stolen potentially.
On here though, Acorn. Oh, it doesn't look like he wants to. Maybe he still does. No.
No, does he? No. No, Dark Passage a little bit too powerful here from Ella. Does get Crystal to safety, and Beast is able to body slam his way out as well. So they are going to be fine. Barker now wants to use that Tides of Blood to clear out these waves as quickly as possible. You can see Imp able to take down these turrets very well. That's another thing the Bloodthirster is good for. A little bit more flat AD just to smash down these turrets. He's going to be A-OK as well.
Yeah, so the shield also helps you a lot with turret sieging because it means you can take one of the stray Tides of Bloods or a transfusion, something like that.
Yep.
Cop it on the chin, get a couple of extra turret shots in, and then back away. So it's a good sieging item for that purpose.
Makes you look brave at the same time as well.
Certainly does coming through there.
Flandre going to clear out this mid wave though. Has relatively caught up, but Acorn now finds himself a wave, and he's going to reassert his dominance as far as that CS line is concerned. Crystal heading up towards this top side just to clear out the minion waves. And haven't seen too much in the way of team fights this game apart from very early on. And it's been a while since these teams have really batted heads.
Yeah, and what an unusual Snake game is Godby. He's stacking his passive ultimate in the brush, looking to get a fight.
Yeah, looking for Barker. The Ignite's down. Hemoplague as well as Barker ghosts after him. He really wants to pick this one up as Godby is going to use that Zhonya's Hourglass in order to stop that one from coming down. But the pull comes through. The flash from Godby. Barker coming out the backside, and Acorn, he's going to easily pick that one up. Flandre, he wants to pick this one, but flashes over the wall as Godby is going to have to try and dodge everything from Flandre, and Im now finds his way in, and Flandre's dead as well. And that was a beautiful bait from Godby. Everyone from LGD managed to come down, and man, Snake really struggling now.
Yeah, and that was 2 items versus 2 items, and Godby just getting the better of that 1v1 duel. As Acorn, he's not done.
Yeah, looking for Beast here. Does manage to pick up the Grump, and Ella was there with a Dark Passage if he needed it. So Acorn just going to have to clippity-clop his way out and look a little bit sad.
Yeah, but Acorn, he was able to pick himself up another kill. He's got another assist off that as well. Imp finally on the scoreboard, so very good one trade there coming through from LGD. These scrappy 2-man team fights, that actually went in favor of LGD in the mid game, which is not something you really expect from a Snake lineup. They're normally very good at coordinating those little ganks that come through, and messed it up this time.
Yeah, they did. An Imp, he now has that Phantom Dancer completed as well. You saw the 1900 gold sitting in his back pocket, now has a pink ward on top of it. So 2-item spike hit for both of these AD carries, but Bloodthirster Phantom Dancer is pretty good.
Yeah, it certainly is. You throw the Blood Boil on top of it, and he's miles ahead. Probably an extra item. Nunu is just so good in this mid-game. Not to mention the fact that he doesn't have to really deal with a Hecarim or a Nunu in his face all the time. Na's going to try and do his job, but Godby's at the point where you probably prioritize him at this point in the game. And Imp, he's going to be the main beneficiary of all of this attention elsewhere.
Yeah, and Snake now looking to try and shove out these waves, but there's sort of no advantages that they've managed to pick up in any of these lanes. You can see Imp still ahead in farm, albeit by not too much. But
CS is
Acorn's
actually really
ahead.
equal ahead around the entirety of the map. Acorn's the only one that really built an advantage. And even that is only 25 CS in a lane swap. So that's pretty normal coming through for one laner to fall behind like that. Really is the jungle position for me where TBQ, he's just been up in levels the entirety of the game.
Yeah, and TBQ, we mentioned it before, he's just looked fantastic. Crystal, he is going to be in a fair bit of trouble. Does manage to ward over that wall. Let him know exactly where Godby is, but he's going to be the sweeper used here to make sure that no vision is gained.
And neither team really sieges well in these compositions here, Atlas. Gragas, he helps out Snake a lot as well. Collateral damage used to try and steal the Raptor can.
Imp, more than happy to throw that one. He may have heard me talking about his use of the smoke screen to try and clear out the cannon creep, and was a little bit perturbed. decides to use it instead to try and take down a Raptor camp.
Yeah, so the thing that Gragas does to help the siege composition is you just throw barrels at people and they have to zone away from the turret. Not to mention the fact that your ultimate just physically pushes people away from their turret. So
yeah, you can get people away from things, most definitely.
yeah, so he's going to help with the team composition being able to as well. Beast, you're a brave man.
He is a brave man, but he does body slam his way out. He's going to be more or less safe. Beast has picked himself up that Cinder Hulk and, of course, the makings of a Frozen Heart and the beginnings of what looks to be either a Banshee's Veil or that Spirit Visage. Spirit Visage works out quite well here for Gragas.
Could be a Locket of the Iron Solari as well.
Yeah, like that one, like that one. Of course, Kindle Gem already in Ella's back pocket as well. Might be going towards that item. But, of course, having a couple is going to help out too.
Probably going to be a face of the mountain with that Kindle.
Ah, that's a good point. Yeah, thank you very much for the wink. Hadn't noticed that he didn't actually have Face of the Mountain completed just yet. Mikhail's Crucible, though, for PYL. He's more than ready to keep Imp safe. And Imp looking like that pickaxe might be going towards the Last Whisper. Beast, though, caught out of position here just a little bit on the backside. Box comes down. Imp gets exploded, but Ella taking it back as well as Crystal trying to turn this one around the Monsoon. Nice work here by PYL and Flandre in an odd position, but nice wallop as he tries to get as much work done as he can. Akon is going to have to defensively onslaught of Shadows, and neither team getting too much of an advantage. It is going to be a 1-for-0 so far, but Barker very, very healthy. Godvi as well. They have the ability to get a lot of consistent damage down as Ella takes a bit. Imp looking to try and get back in this one. Doesn't have a whole lot of summoners available anymore and would probably enjoy a collateral damage about this time.
Yeah, certainly would. As you see, Barker, he started up the Dragon now. This is a brave move coming through from Snake. There's a lot of healthy members still on the side as they go in for a fight.
Yeah, they're looking for something here. Explosive cast going to be used. Hemoplague there as well as Barker pulls himself up. But look at the AoE from Godvi as he uses the Zonya's Hourglass to stop the engage. And man, this LGD lineup looking so strong, and that was a silly Dragon from Snake.
That was just a weird start coming through from Barker. They didn't have the CC required. Without the Gnar there to really get anything going. If you can't shut the mobility of Cassidy down, especially if he has a Zonya's Hourglass, you're just not going to win very many team fights. And once again, you see the advantage of Bloodthirster. Imp able to get all of his health back in the middle of that fight by just continuing to lifesteal through.
Yeah, and it was PYL that used that Monsoon, also healed him up a little bit. He hit a creep wave a little bit, but he was at no health at all at the beginning of that fight. And if that was Crystal, he would have been chunked out for the remainder.
Yeah, exactly right. So in the end, another one team fight goes across for LGD. That means that they're on 3 Dragons now, 2 away from that all-important 5th that will come at about the 50-minute mark. They've got 9 kills to 3, but only 2 turrets, so you think that maybe now is the time they try and start turning this into some kind of objective structural lead coming through.
Yeah, and look at their vision as well on the bottom side of the map. They're more than ready to pick up that outer turret in the mid lane. And man, LGD, they just haven't left too many options open here for Snake to take advantage of.
Yeah, they certainly haven't. And I just noticed that Acorn is 2 levels ahead of Flandre. So whatever he's been doing around the map, being able to get to good positions, really has put him in good stead because Flandre, level 13, is really struggling, only equal with Crystal, whereas level 15 for Acorn, he is the highest on the map.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And not to mention,
That's a lane
Imp's
swap.
level 14. Yeah, but he's been taking jungle camps, and they give you a little bit more experience.
Yeah, but then you think, then how the heck is Beast behind TBQ? They've just completely, their distribution of experience has been phenomenal coming through here.
Yeah, they seem to have been killing more things on the map than Snake have, Spawn. Death Sentence not going to find anyone, as Godby is going to use that as an opportunity to Rift Walk in. Boomerang's going to try and deter LGD, but it looks to be not working too well as they are going to continue shoving this one out. They take down a pink ward as well as Flandre actually looking to go a little bit aggressive here as he hops away. Knows that he doesn't want to bite off too much more than he can chew, but decent wave clear from Snake is going to allow them to clear out this minion wave.
Yeah, and once again, LGD's lineup actually is very poor at sieging. There's not much that they can do. They can't really poke anyone off the turret. Unless they get these mid-game team fights, they're not able to siege well at all until pretty much they have like a 5-item Nunu who just dives people and doesn't really care about turrets. That's their answer to Siege, the fact that they're just going to ignore them after about the 40-minute mark.
Yep.
But until then, they do really struggle to take any kind of structures.
Yep, Beast is going to try and take over here, but Acorn is going to smite that one down, of course. Has a little bit of extra damage on his, considering the fact that he's 3 levels higher, and Beast is going to use his to take down the Raptors instead. Consolation prize and hits level 13 as well, so not too bad here for this Gragas, but he hasn't been picking up too many creeps around this map, and Godby now going into split push mode against Flandre, who has been suffering just a little bit.
But they have a good response to this. They're able to send Vladimir into the top lane. He'll be able to deal with Acorn. They also have a good 3-man defense with Alec, Crystal, and Beast in the mid lane. This still isn't the answer to LGD's lack of a siege. Split push actually does completely nothing for them. They're not going to be able to push in on any other turrets regardless. So the game will still remain at a lull until the next Dragon, or I guess Baron, becomes the next objective.
And is there a way that Snake can capitalize on this sort of inability to siege coming through from LGD? And I don't think it's Barker getting a whole lot of auto attacks in the face for free.
I don't think trading in the mid lane is something that he wanted to do as the teleport comes in.
Yeah, there's the home guards as well. Nice box to come down here as they take down the turret. Pull going to be used. TBQ actually knocked back into the team. Might have taken that as an advantage here as he pops the ultimate. Cancelled immediately. Flandre's here, but Crystal takes down TBQ. The Monsoon to try and disengage. Nice Howling Gale from PYL to get everyone out as Beast looking to body slam his way into the fight, but a 1-for-0, but the tower goes down, and Snake, they're looking to see whether they can capitalize.
Yeah, they're trying to push through the middle lane there. They get scouted out by that Scrying Orb, but maybe a bluff because it's not really going to do anything. And you see, in the end, they force for a turret, then they end up... Oh
my goodness, Onslaught of Shadow, so much damage down here, but Snake, they remain alive for now. Ella goes down. Crystal turns it around. Godby's dead now as Barker somehow still alive, transfusing his way back up. Imp on about 200 health, but they do either storm the turret, and LGD hold on to it for the next little while as Snake limp away.
Yeah, so they trade 2 for 1 in the end, Snake's favor, but LGD were able to grab the turret, which is just fantastic news for them. I can't believe LGD were able to defend that turret through, once again, a very, I'm going to call it brave again. I'm not willing to call Godby a little bit silly yet, but he dove under the wall, over the wall into 4 members and made a pretty big hero play there. Was able to save the structure.
Play. Inverted commas. Not too bad, but yeah, he most definitely did, and saving the structure is a big deal. And if they're going to trade 1 for 1 for it as well, it's not too bad at all.
Yeah, it certainly isn't, and now they're in a position with the Last Whisper coming through for Imp to really be able to shred through this pseudo-tanky lineup. Beast isn't quite there yet. Flandre, he's got a Randuin's Omen in the Ninja Tabby, but he's really not there either. And let's have a look at this. It really is all about Godby flying over that wall and setting up that fight. The Wombo came through, and Imp in the end had to flash aggressively forward, but I can't believe that Beast and Barker were able to live through all the damage that was coming through. It looked like it could have gone even better for LGD off the back of that, but in the end, doesn't get there.
Yeah, Beast is actually going to get a few love taps there from the Baron, but nice little Dark Passage from Ella to keep him safe as a PYL is going to have to replace some of that vision. No pink wards available in the inventory here for LGD to replace that on the Baron, but Godby was there to put one down just to make sure they know what's going on. Of course, the sight ward there. Acorn doesn't get flayed as he blows that devastating charge just to run quickly towards the minions.
And there's a huge wave in the bottom lane. Imp licking his lips. He's going to be able to go pick that one up, but it might give them... Oh, he actually gives it across to Godby. Wow. Yeah, that's the first time I've ever seen an AD do that.
That is ridiculous. Godby probably wants the, what is it, Void Stuff as quickly as possible. LGD are also able to pick up their 4th dragon of the game. Snake, 6 minutes now until they have to deal with potentially that 5th dragon on the LGD lineup, and they're really going to have to fight for that one. LGD have had a bit of a monopoly on these team fights thus far, but Snake have shown that they still have some abilities to do some work. TBQ not going to be found here by Crystal as he manages to back in time. And the thing about Snake is they do have a decent amount of vision around that Baron, but their vision control this game has just been not up to par based on LGD. You can see this whole map is a Christmas tree of blue wards, but there's not too much red here. And we have spoken about the fact that, you know, wasting money or spending money on vision a little bit too much can often hamper you, but it hasn't been LGD this game.
Yeah, no, LGD, they've been able to keep a very good control over it because they've got the double sightstone. So when you invest a double sightstone, especially with Nunu, you have an easy time of keeping wards up. You just have to make sure that they're in relevant areas. And now that they're on the top side of the map, certainly is the case. So they'll be able to collapse around this Baron, sweep it out, make sure that they've got 100% vision control of this, maybe even start it up if they want to.
There is a lot of members around. They have started up the Baron. It's down to about half health as the boomerang comes through. LGD looking to peel away from it.
This is the thing. TVQ
No, they're
goes,
continuing.
they have to come to us because I don't take damage from it with the Eye of the Storm. Then we can just peel away and fight.
Yeah, well, Beast is in here a little bit far as TBQ going to go aggressive. Dark Passage going to get him to safety as Snake. They do manage to deter LGD from taking down the Baron. They are pinging out now the minion waves, which is stacking in favor of LGD. Acorn now with 4,000 health, just clopping wherever he wants.
Yeah, he is absolutely massive at this part of the game. He's been able to pick up that core build. Actually isn't going for the Frozen Heart, preferring to go for a Randuin's Omen, which is why he's got a little bit extra health of what we're used to seeing out of the FLICKR. And you see, once again, they're happy to go back to the Baron. Yeah,
Acorn here now as well. They aren't even going to take down these two wards in the back of the pit as Flandre was in the top side. He got pinged out, but look at how quickly this Baron's falling. Beast is going to be around, and the Baron falls down. Explosive cast. Maybe not the best idea from Beast here as Godby's going to blow the Zhonya's Hourglass. He's very, very low. Hemoblade takes him down, and Snake looking to try and turn this one as TBQ takes a lot of damage from Crystal, tries to crit him down, but you can see Barker now rampaging through this fight. The flash over, death sends onto Crystal. Onto PYL as Crystal picks up the kill. And Snake, they turn around that Baron fight beautifully.
Yeah, and they might be able to pick up the first inhibitor turret of the game for it, Atlas. They're moving into the base, and that was just a heads-up play. Barker with a huge ultimate knock both Godby and Imp back into his team. And that just meant that there was absolutely nowhere they could go.
Yeah, and Imp does have to be careful here. There is a death sentence available, and that has a very apt name in this case, but he is going to be safe, and Snake, they're going to disengage. Of course, Barker already back to try and pick up this bottom wave, but inhibitor down in favor of Snake in a trade for the Baron.
Yeah, so they're able to pick it up, and that was with about a 7,000 gold advantage over to LGD. So they grab the Baron, but they lose 3 members. They lose the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor, and it's in the mid lane, which is just all kinds of bad news. Probably just going to look to get control over this dragon area and try to take their 5th, because you don't want to force any more fights when you're out of position like that.
Yeah, well, it's true. And now Barker actually picks up another blasting one, going for his 6th item of the game. And he has got a gigantic core coming through here with that Void Staff, Abyssal Scepter, Zhonya's Hourglass, and of course the Will of the Ancients. But let's look at this again. How did Snake do it?
Yeah, so they got the Gragas ultimate, then it landed a fantastic Emo Plague, and Godby, he just couldn't get enough done in that team fight. Barker was zoning everyone on the back line. In the end, TBQ goes down. Acorn was completely ineffective, and because they didn't start the fight, they couldn't set up the front wall of all their beefy frontliners that comes through, the Hecarim, the Nunu. And honestly, they were just in the wrong position to start that one up.
Yeah, it just didn't really work out for them. Imp is going to be able to take down this red buff. Doesn't quite have the Infinity Edge just yet, but this is a 4.5 item Crystal who's got the Bloodthirster now completed, has his last Whisper Infinity Edge, and this Graves, how is he this far behind as far as these items are concerned?
Yeah, so he's 1,000 gold down, as you see.
But look at how many items he's missing. He's just spent his 2,300. Thank goodness he now has that Infinity Edge, and you have to think this might be where it turns around, because the consistent damage coming through from that 3-item spike from Sivir was huge.
Yeah, it certainly was, so we'll have to see whether they can get it done. Mid-wave has been pushed out a little bit, so Snake still have to be careful here. Acorn is a huge threat on the front line there. He's got... Oh, he actually went Warmogs. Wow.
My goodness.
He's got a lot of health that they're going to struggle to get through. And if he can get a good engage, you feel like them collapsing onto Acorn is going to be bad news. He's going back with the home guard. Wants to be able to teleport in. You can see him pinging the pink ward behind the team. Do they go for it?
He is. He's going to teleport in. Does have the home guard boots. Barker almost gets exploded immediately as the Zhonya's comes through, but Barker does survive with that Dark Passage coming down. Godby going to use that Zonya's Hourglass as well as Barker now finally goes down. Snake now have to deal with missing a whole lot of consistent damage as Crystal tries to get some damage back, but he has to run away. Can't even take the Lantern as Ella's going to fall down, and a clean ace from LGD. Beautiful teleport from Acorn.
And they did it in perfect time. Atlas, 10 seconds until their 5th dragon is up. They're going to be able to take down a turret. Then they'll turn around and pick that one up. They extend their lead back around the 10,000 mark, and just a very good team fight. Much better setup coming through this time from LGD.
Yeah, and it was all about that setup as well, and they burst Barker almost immediately, had to use the Zonyas and then didn't have anything else that he could do in order to survive, and he may have wanted to use the pull maybe a little bit earlier on, but nothing he could do in the end, and is just going to be LGD able to run over it. And you have to think it's a lot to do with these mid laners as to how these fights are going to go, because Godvi, he falls down very early, Snake end up winning the fight, and it is going to be Barker falling down early that cause LGD to take control.
Yeah, exactly right. So a lot of pressure now on Barker. A lot of the gold is in his pocket. You mentioned that he's near 6 items already. Very cost-efficient item coming through from the Vladimir player, but he needs to be the guy that steps up, gets a huge Hemo Plague, because we said what make their team comp not lack damage is the fact that that Hemo Plague can go across everyone, and then the huge Wombo combo can come in.
Yeah, but it just hasn't been happening here, and Crystal was having to kite back the entirety of that last team fight, unable to get the consistent damage down that he was able to previously in this, because of course Sivir just works so beautifully moving forward, but if you're trying to go back, it's so much more difficult.
Yeah, it certainly is. The last thing I want to point out to do with gold is that Acorn is 6,000 gold ahead of Flandre in the top lane.
That is unbelievable. Now has a Zephyr on top of the rest of his items. He's completely full build, where Flandre is still missing, what, 1.5 entire items and a Home Guard enchant?
Yeah, he certainly is. A little bit more than that if he goes to Trinity Force. He's only got one of the 3 components, so...
Not to mention 5th Dragon here as well, as Acorn is launching himself at the Snake lineup. Barker going to transfuse him just to, you know, at least try and deter him from coming through there, as Flandre trying to pick up some farm there on the bottom side, but still 130 CS behind. Godvi actually going to come through. Nice spell shield there from Crystal, but maybe a little bit late, as they are going to lose the turret, and that fell down so quickly. LGD just looking a little bit unstoppable, and now with a 12,000 gold lead and that bottom inhibitor down, they're looking to try and take down the inner turret in the top side of the map as well, just to try and pad these gold limits a little bit more. And LGD, they're just looking like they're going to be able to take this one. It's just looking very, very frightening here for Snake.
Yeah, they're at the point now where Nunu has that much armor that he completely disregards turrets. You see his health that comes through as well. And they're just going to be able to pressure the top lane. They took the bottom inhibitor through there. Only 30 seconds on the Baron, so they'll probably just go back shop, pick that one up, and then finish this game pretty textbook. But a lot of it's had to do with how strong Acorn is compared to the Nah. Hecarim at the moment, I honestly cannot believe how many games he gets through. You can say that Shyvana does the same job as him. No one does it as well as Hecarim in the top lane. Being able to single out someone and just get rid of them off the map. He's the best anti-carry in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, Urgot has been making some names for himself on that front as well, but we've been seeing it, and it's been Acorn time and time again, just looking fantastic. So I don't know why it hasn't been banned either. We'll have to ask. We'll have to find out, because just looks ridiculous. LGD, they are going to be able to go for this Baron, though, as soon as it spawns. You can see Imp down here as well, so they are going to take that one down. Nothing that Snake can do. They just don't have the positioning, as 5th Dragon still rotating around LGD, and Snake probably not looking to fight until that one drops off, but it still has some time. We'll see what they're going to do. Acorn actually going to get hooked up here just a little bit. He's going to use the ultimate to get out, and that's a big cooldown now down for LGD. But they do have the Baron. We'll see whether the Siege is still going to come through.
Yeah, they have the Baron. Wow.
Yeah, Beast actually has to get out of here as well, but Godvi and Imp with so much damage. Ella unable to quite get the Lantern there in time, and that is the pick that they were looking for, and you have to think this turret not long for the world.
Yeah, exactly right. They're able to get the pick. They can just rotate into mid lane where there's a turret prepared earlier by Acorn. He'll zone them away. They'll be able to pick up another inhibitor. And now you think that they can just waltz into the base and take it at will. They're actually grabbing all 3 outer turrets. Just want to finish this game as textbook as possible.
Yeah, they want to take down as many turrets, as many inhibitors as they can. Just make sure those stats are looking as great as possible here as LGD take everything from Snake. The Nexus turret's still standing But with 3 inhibitors down, it's going to be very, very scary here for Snake in order to try and defend this one and the LGD lineup that are looking huge. They are going to go back, though, which I find a little bit strange. They could have probably waited for some super creeps to become a nuisance and then take the base, but not going to be the case here. But 3,700 gold sitting on Acorn, and he's got nothing to do with it.
Yeah, he certainly hasn't, so we'll see what he does. He actually sold something, then picks up a GA.
Interesting. So I believe his boots are down, and he's going to wait in base, make sure he keeps... No. In fact, he sold his Warmogs.
Yeah.
Interesting. I believe you keep the Home Guard enchant until you leave the base after you sell your boots, though.
Potentially.
I believe.
I don't sell boots very often.
Neither do I.
Very cost effective.
Yeah, but you get to that later stage of the game and you're playing an AD carry and you want to pick up a Zephyr.
Potentially.
Never really understood whether that's like a better idea or worse because mobility is so useful on an AD carry, but people tend to do it. It is going to be the Mkuru's Scimitar here for Imp as he finishes up his build. A little bit more damage here available, and he can get rid of some of the CC to come through. Of course, the Hemo Plague probably going to be the option removed more often than not, unless POL can get to that.
Teleport into the top lane.
Oh my goodness, Acorn looking to try and become a nuisance as well. By becoming a nuisance, continue to be a nuisance as Beast gets knocked back as well. Acorn may have gone a little bit early this time as he takes half of his health. Of course, my goodness, Crystal's still doing relevant damage. Pops the ultimate now as well as they're looking to go aggressive. Buckshot over the top, and Beast is getting melted. Ella does manage to land the Death Sentence, but Imp is going to use his Scimitar to get rid of that one. He gets played back in. Hemo Plague's there as well. Barker does use the Zhonya's as Imp does fall down, but LGD are just destroying the Snake lineup. Flandre, the only man standing with a GA. But of course, he's going to die a couple of times here as LGD with 4 men are going to be able to take down the base.
Yeah, so they're able to get in. They get an ace for 1. The surrender actually comes through from Snake.
Yeah, Snake wanted to waste no time.
Good game coming through from LGD.
Yeah, pretty disgusting victory there in the end. Of course, managing to pick up the 5th dragon, and from then, looked like the final nails were in the coffin. As we have a look at the damage done, and you have to think Cassidy pretty good.
Yeah, Cassidy was good, but more surprisingly, Crystal won it out. Siva had the most damage done to champions in game, so still having a good showing coming through there for his team, but MP looks pretty happy now.
Yeah, that Imp-YL bottom lane actually just having some grins with one another. They have definitely picked up some synergy there, and Imp, of course, wanting to come over to LGD just so that he could play with POL, and it's looking like it's definitely paying off.
Yeah, it certainly is paying off. Acorn also had a monstrous game. Maybe we won't get to see the Flame sub, which would make me very sad, but Hecarim, it has to go. It is just way too good at the moment. Godvi, also with the blind pick, Cassidy didn't do as well as we thought maybe mid-game, but late game, he was an absolute monster.
He was a monster, but we do have a replay, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check out exactly how LGD managed to take this one.
Yeah, so this was a team fight that really sealed it for them. It was in the bottom lane. You see the teleport coming through with the home guards from Hecarim, but it's all about how much damage Bucker takes at the start. So when we roll this one out, look how aggressive they're willing to go. They get a couple of crits. He's in the smoke screen, and they just pull the trigger. And all of a sudden, he is out of this team fight. He only gets his ultimate, I believe, down onto Acorn, who dives onto the back of him and just completely eradicates him out of the fight. And meanwhile, the rest of the team, through Godvi and Imp, they just chase so damn well. They're able to continue the fight at all times. They go forward so beautifully, and they mop the floor with him. 5-0.
Yep, completely mopped the floor. And of course, Crystal was unable to get a whole lot of that damage down that he was known for. Just wasn't really happening here. We'll see whether Snake can turn it around, though, because, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break, but we'll be back for Game 2 between LGD and Snake right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL playoffs. We are in semi-final number 2 with LGD taking on Snake, and we're already in Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. LGD with a pretty brutal victory in their first one. I am, of course, Atlas. This is Spawn, and let's get straight into this one. Kassadin off the board, Orianna as well, and Azir taken away, and that is their change. They're going to ban Kassadin.
That's a lot of respect given to Godby in the mid lane. I didn't even think he was a lot of the problem. We were talking about the Nunu Hecarim really getting the top side of the map ahead. TBQ pretty much packed up his jungle, went, all right, Beast is now my jungle. Acorn, you can have my jungle, and then we'll just go kill Flandre together repetitively.
Yep.
And won the game off the back of that.
Yeah, and Flandre was completely ineffective almost the entire game. LGD, they're going to take away Sejuani, who I believe was almost untouched in the last series. Interesting one as Snake, we'll see what they ban away. If it's the Hecarim, which it is, LGD almost forced to ban Nunu here.
Yeah, I think that Nunu is a ban that you have to go for, although we've seen Beast is happy to take the Gragas, so we'll have to see how that one works out. Means that
also there.
Maokai Nah becomes a little bit more of a priority here.
We'll see what LGD decide to ban away. There are a lot of options now available to them. And of course, being the red side here with so many champions now available as Rek'Sai is what's going to get banned away. Snake, you have to think the Nunu going to be the first pick, but that's going to mean LGD, they have the opportunity to either go for that Kalista or the Urgot. So many options here for LGD if they want them. Vladimir also there, but Snake thinking about the Kalista, and this is dangerous work. TBQ, he has to pick up the Nunu here, and this might be Imp's opportunity to pick up the Urgot.
Yeah, potentially, or they can just go Nunu and use that to shut down the Kalista late game and not let them get any kind of scaling going. They also have the ability to take away the Gragas. They do.
What?
So Nunu Gragas.
And are we going to see the first Smite teleport top lane Nunu?
No.
So it's going to be support Nunu.
Or
Support Gragas?
top lane Gragas. I don't know. Cali Trolls does it sometimes.
Yeah, it used to be a thing.
No, it still was a thing this season.
Ah, right.
I
Well,
think he played it 4 times.
Yeah, Cali Trolls is a strange player, though.
Good player.
He's a fantastic player.
Lovely gentleman as well. As Beast picks up Nah for his top laner Fladre, there's also a Thresh in there as well.
Okay, yeah, I was too busy thinking about Cali Trolls, and you're right, he is a lovely man. But Imp looking at the Urgot here, no surprises coming through, but he's going to lower their damage a little bit towards the later stages of the game and does decide that it is going to be the Jinx looked at. We'll see whether Imp does decide this or whether he's just cycling through some champions. Of course, does like to make a few odd decisions here as he's taking his jacket off as well, getting serious.
Yeah, he certainly is there, as you see. He's thinking very hard about the Urgot. With the Maokai Hobbit, that will be a support Nunu coming through there. So and Jinx makes a lot more sense than Urgot.
It does. It does. You're not going to... Yeah, I didn't actually realize that. Nazir's banned away as well. You're not going to get any help there in the mid lane, but Barker thinking about going back to the Vladimir here, of course, does have to blind pick it as LGD do have the last pick, and no... Wow. So no Trundle ban to come through, and Flandre, he's thinking about picking that one up.
But then where does Nah go?
Nah goes...
Not another jungle Nah, please.
Oh, is this jungle Trundle? Trungle?
I hope not.
Oh, it's not.
This is a weird pick ban phase from both teams.
Where is... Because, okay, jungle Trundle is terrible. It just takes forever to get through. But he is going to lock it in, and we'll see exactly where it goes as we head into this one. Godby thinking about picking up the Anivia, of course, has had some success on that champion. Is going to give them a whole lot of consistent chilling effects across this one. Of course, Gragas doesn't exactly have that, but man, these lineups are looking very interesting. There's 2 junglers on one side and no junglers and 2 top laners on the other.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how it works out. I like that. That's a good explanation of exactly what's being picked up here, because Nunu, he's going to be put in the support position, probably not going to be as effective as you would like unless they go into a fast push situation. And with a Gragas, Anivia and Maokai, they certainly do have a pretty good siege comp coming through here where they can just load everything up onto Imp and let him tear through these turrets. And it looks like it is going to be a jungle Trundle. I have seen the day. That is crazy.
I remember when Trundle first was released. Of course, building that Wriggles lantern into some boots and a frozen mallet was pretty frightening. Of course, you never got away from that guy. but you did need to snowball ridiculously, and I didn't see it work very well very many times. But
the other thing, it is a one-tank lineup, so they will be able to, wow, actually, no, it's not. That is a support Gragas. I'm done. It's not a one-tank lineup, it's a two-tank lineup. There's a Nunu in the jungle, there's a Gragas in support, there's an Acorn on Maokai, as you saw, against the Gnar, and there is a jungle Trundle. This will be a lot of fun, if nothing else, Atlas.
yeah, we're back to the regular season, ladies and gentlemen. This is the LGD that you know and love, and Snake have decided to take a bit of a leaf out of their book. And man, this is crazy. It is going to be the Jinx into the Callista, though, so no Urgots to be messing with things. And we are going to have a pause immediately as we get into the game. We'll see exactly what comes through and whether this game's just going to be remade because they realize that, oh, hang on, we've got 2 top laners, and hang on, we've got 2 junglers. We don't really know what's going on. But I have actually seen support Gragas work out quite well. Of course, the barrel is pretty useful there in that situation. And of course, you work like sort of a pseudo Janna that doesn't need to flash Monsoon. You just throw a barrel.
Yeah, it certainly has some disengage potential. It has some good percentage health damage in there. You've got lots of slows. You've got a knock-up in your kit. Theoretically, perfect support.
Yeah, sounds like something you'd play.
Practically, it doesn't work out too well. Trust me, I've been there. So we'll have to see exactly how it works out. The other thing that I will mention about PYL is he may as well be a second jungler. So it doesn't really surprise me too much. We see him play Nautilus in kind of a similar fashion. So if they get the lane swap here, expect him to just gank mid lane. Yeah. Like he was a jungler. So there is a potential for him to try and get Godvi ahead in this lane. Yeah, I don't hate the pick. I'm confused by it, but we'll have to see whether he can make it work.
Yeah, and how does Trundle go in the jungle here in 5.6?
Bad.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
The problem with the jungle at the moment is that if you don't have very much AoE wave clear, you're forced to go purple smite. So then you don't have the cool challenging smite late game.
The cool one, yeah.
The one that makes you take no damage and do lots of damage. So that's the one that he wants to pick up. So we'll have to see whether he can make, I guess, Trundle work with the lack of wave clear. Maybe he grabs a Hydra, does something crazy.
Yeah, it could potentially happen. Of course, Cinderhog is going to help out. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get onto the Rift and see for ourselves. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Snake taking on LGD for Game 2 here. And everything's a bit mental. We've got 3 junglers on one side, we've got 3 top laners on the other, and then some other people.
I like the fact that you put Maokai in the jungle pool there. That was pretty cool.
I did that for you.
Thank you.
That for you. I put Vladimir in the top lane too. That one was for Papa Smithy.
Speaking about junglers that aren't good, Maokai. Sorry, buddy.
We saw Loveling do it.
Yeah, we certainly did.
That was
still
pretty
not
good.
Convinced.
Yeah, no, I don't. Wait, did they? No. Sad times. Not going to be coming through. Barker, though, has learnt how to start as Vladimir has decided to go with that Doran shield this time around.
Well, there's a lot of harass that comes out of Anivia. Her auto attack is very slow, so you even weave it in underneath turrets extremely well. Anivia is one of the most satisfying auto attacks in the game.
Flandre has a Doran's Blade.
Yep, that's pretty normal against melee laners.
Yeah, but he's probably going to go into a lane swap, isn't he?
Potentially. You don't know. Maybe you can find him.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe they're hoping for the 1v1.
That's true, and he often does take that longsword 3-pot as well. So, okay, understandable. Fair enough, fair enough. I just got a bit spooked by it for some odd reason. But we are going to have Imp actually starting off the lane swap here as well. Has been in this top rush for quite some time. There are vigorous pings going through as LGD looking to start off here at the blue buff.
So they must know, because LGD just walked over a ward and they saw the invade, so they know now that Gnar is in a lane swap situation, which means it's going to be pure double jungling. No one's going to be able to grab up any camps, although doesn't look like Acorn's doing that for himself. Actually gave the 3 little race over to Godvi. You do that just to get him some early gold, a little bit of early experience. Gives you a creep early on the next level as TBQ, he picks up level 2 off that blue, and Godvi, that smooth Anivia auto attack. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's actually a lot better with this skin, which is normally banned, but not here in China. So he's going to be going for that super sexy ultimate skin, as Barker also picking up one. So a lot of expensive skins used here in the mid lane. But on the bottom side of the map, you did see the fact that Crystal was able to freeze out that wave, and it is only going to help Beast here in the jungle to have a friend who has an AoE ability.
Yeah, so the thing about Trundle is he actually stays pretty healthy in the jungle. He doesn't lose much health. He has an auto attack reset. There's things in his kit that you would think would make it work, but when we changed the jungle, when Riot changed the jungle, they did it to the point where the little monsters did a lot of damage. So if you don't AoE kill them really quickly, you have to prioritize them, and they do surprising amount of work against you, as Alan needs to turn that dragon away from someone, because Beast has taken 3 auto attacks from Dragon when he should have taken none.
Yeah, he took a whole heap of auto attack from the Dragon and did a whole lot of damage, but it is going to go down here as Beast is going to be able to smite that one away if he wants to. May actually decide to hold on to it.
Oh, he gets a lot of health back from Dragon as well.
Yeah, not too
Trundle's
bad.
passive real good there.
Yep, the King's Tribute. Not too bad. FLICKR actually controlling this lane relatively well as he dodges away from the Flash Frost.
Lots of people do this to whenever you're actually early game. Unless you can really land a good stun there and get the Q through for some critical strike damage, of course.
Or the E.
Yeah, Anivia's E, the only thing that really does crit out of spells.
Yeah.
So, yeah, unless you can land one of them and line someone up early game and then get some harass down, you do struggle to push out and do other things as Anivia. So, really relegated to farming until level 6, and then when that point hits, you just put your R down, you clear waves, and you're fine.
You have to do the old Froggen treatment where you make games last for as long as you like. No worries at all. FLICKR going to use these Tides of Blood just to keep clearing out this wave. Is going to stay a whole lot more healthy with the extra health regen available from that Doran shield. The double jungling is continuing here. The best friends, Beast and Flandre, still hanging out with one another. Little chipmunk there pretending to be a troll along with his friend.
Yeah, support and top laner, however, join bottom lane, try and shove that one out, as Imp has got an extremely deep freeze going in the top lane. Nunu, Gragas, and wow, fight.
Yeah, they're looking for something here. The flash away from TBQ as his Blood Boil is going to help him get to safety. PYL and Acorn hanging around here. Crystal decides he wants to stay with the wave.
There is no way you tank that, Crystal. That is a lot of damage coming through.
But speaking of a lot of damage, Flandre is going to find a wallop onto Acorn and then just crush his way out of there.
But
no
they
worries.
broke the freeze. That's the important thing coming through there, Atlas. They were able to get it back onto the turret. Slowly now it will push back into their favor, unless they can do a really cool drag trick, which I don't actually think is possible. I didn't get to see the bottom wave, so I can't really tell you, but looks like it is No, they did. They dragged the minions off.
Oh, very cute. Ella, successful dragging of the minions.
It will slowly push back, but it won't be as quick as you would otherwise expect. If you can grab the next wave, stack them up as well, might even be able to refreeze it.
Interesting. Well, FLICKR transfusing Godby just a little bit here, as he is able to keep these Tides of Blood stacked up. Actually, no. He's lost the stack. A little bit sad.
Extra 2 cannon caster creep, so the only choice is to push that wave as quickly as possible now for Crystal. That freeze is over. Imp in the top lane. Actually, still he's going... Actually, yeah, he's reversed his lane as well. It must have hit turret, so both top laners now going to pick up a heck of a lot of CS.
Not too bad. Beast is hanging around here as well. He wants to pick up some more creeps. TBQ 10 CS in the lead as far as these jungle camps are concerned. Hasn't been back yet. Just decides he wants to eat as many things as he possibly can. Is the boomerang going to come through from Flandre? Keep himself able to pick up some of this CS as PYL and Imp now. I get very confused when there's a Gragas in a lane. I think, oh, why isn't he jungling? But no, this is support Gragas. Very interesting team comps coming through here. So far, I believe they have been doing what they were designed for. Would you say that's pretty similar here?
Yeah, they got the lane swap through there. In the end, it probably hasn't benefited either top laner. They've been just left to their own devices. AD carry is getting very far ahead in this game. In the lane swap, as you can expect, the mid lane is very unperturbed by everything. They just 1v1ing at this point. Imp probably has a better pushing potential coming through than what Crystal, although you would say Crystal's kill potential at this part of the game with stacking up some of the Rens is going to be a little bit higher, but looks like overall Imp's going to be able to push through a little bit quicker, so you'll probably give the edge over to LGD.
And as it looks like Crystal might be able to refreeze this lane here on the bottom side. Acorn, as you can see, actually staying around, wants to be able to pick up as much farm as he can. Sentinel going to be sent out here by this Kalista just to try and spot out what's going on. Frozen Domain here by Beast, thrown down just so he can run around a little bit quicker, but Imp at level 6 able to threaten quite heftily.
Yeah,
oh, no refreeze. Interesting.
No, it's completely balanced, so it doesn't really matter. You're just going to be able to force Maokai away from it through pure presence there. As we see, Blue Buff has respawned and they're starting to hand that one over. There's actually an invade coming through from Snake, and that's by the bottom lane only. Now Vladimir will join them. Barker coming across here, so unfortunately Godby His team didn't swap back for him, and he's going to miss out on his... Oh, no, he's not.
The reset comes through. Ella is trying to death sentence it back, but man, this blue sentinel really wants to go home.
Yeah, you can only... The change was you can only do it 5 times. It used to be 10. Kill jungle TF and Ezreal, by the way. So you can no longer play those guys because they take a heck of a lot more damage in their first clear. But what that means... TBQ probably going to be able to hand over this first blue buff.
Yeah, of course, Crystal needed to go back to try and pick up that wave, so a little bit of sloppy play there by Snake means that they can't take that one away, but of course not going to change too much on this map. But LGD just passively have picked up 500 gold lead, and they're going to take the first turret.
Yeah, so in the end, because a refreeze came through in the bottom lane after Maokai pushed out to allow the blue secure to come through for their team, they're able to pick up the first turret in the top lane. 8 minutes 40, they'll be able to swap back now with a 13 CS on their AD carry as well. And Crystal, he needs to get a wriggle on and try and take this turret down.
Yeah, he's looking to try and do it now, but of course it's still very, very high health. Akon with all of that extra wave clear that he's got. Vengeful Maelstrom going to be used here at the same time, and the Maokai able to clear this one off, and it only takes a few hits.
Yeah, that's an extremely healthy turret, and now the fast push composition really in a good position. They've got the 1,000 gold early advantage. They've got Pickaxe BF Sword coming through for their Jinx. Not to mention the fact that they've got a Blood Boil. They're just able to rip through structures at this point in the game.
Yeah, this outer ring of turrets is not going to be here for too long. LGD.
Oh, the Scar Award. Poor PYL, he missed it.
Oh, a little bit sad. Well, actually, he nailed the Scar Award. Just unfortunately didn't get it in the brush, which is sort of what happens when that happens. Barker now able to Tides of Blood this wave yet again. Hold that one off just so that he can pick up every single bit. But PYL throwing some barrels around as Imp, Blood Boiled up, going to be trying to take down this dragon. Beast is here. He did spot things out there with a pillar as Godby has come through, and Consume is going to lock away the dragon. So Dragon's all tied up.
And TBQ, he's gone Sightstone. We see this a lot on Nunu's getting that before the Cinderhulk. The reason I even like it further on this team composition is because what they want to do is they want to get the jungle warded up, make sure that they can spot out when the jungler goes to grab different buffs or even leaves that side of the jungle and be able to rotate quickly into other lanes. So you see Imp as well as PYL. They're 2v2ing right now against a Hurricane. Good adaptation coming through from Crystal. He's not looking to win any skirmishes, looking to just match the push that will come through from Imp and clear out turrets very, very quickly. So might not be able to get much done. Barker, he pushes back very well. Not to mention the fact that a Hurricaned up Kalista is going to be doing a good job. So they might be able to normalize this map. On the other side, though, Imp just wants to push and take structures at the moment. That's what Jinx does best at this point in the game before picking up much, and is going to look to pressure, although Crystal clears out once again.
Yep, no worries at all. Before it even gets to the turret here, make sure that he picks up every single one of these creeps. Is still in touching distance of that CS that Imp has managed to create himself a little bit of a lead in. Cute little wall to come through as Barker's going to get crit, but Transfusion is going to help him stay healthy here. As you can see, Will of the Ancients pretty handy with that 20% spell vamp, helping him stay alive, despite the fact that he already had a little bit in his kit there. As the teleport.
So smart coming through there because they keep a creep alive the entirety of the time. Fast push is on for LGD, and that's a really cute move for Acorn.
That was fantastic. And Flandre, of course, cancelled his out. He was actually just transforming into that Mega Gnar, but Snake have decided that they want to trade for this mid-outer.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get it. Godvy's there. He clears out waves very well himself. In fact, gets a stun down onto Barker.
Well, that is really starting to do some hurt now.
Yeah, it certainly is, and everyone's behind.
Yeah, in fact, Barrel is going to be dodged there by Barker. Uses that pull in order to stop that one from displacing him. And LGD, they move their Jinx into the mid lane.
Yeah, so now they're looking to take the last outer at only 12 minutes in. LGD stacking up a huge early lead. And that is just fantastic play coming through from the entire team.
Yeah, and there's the Fate's call to come through. Crystal looking to start something up here, actually, but of course only has that Hurricane. Beast coming through from the backside. We've got Flandre here as well. Doesn't quite have that much rage, but the LGD members are quite low. Acorn taking a lot of damage as Crystal's getting some rends onto people. Imp gets caught by the box, but he's doing a lot of damage with the rockets, and Beast trying to change his position. Imp completely away from everyone as Godby gets egged here in the mid lane. Flandre tanking at the turret though, but Crystal, he's found Impetus. Imp found Crystal. Oh my goodness, he survives as Beast coming through with the frozen domain. Imp trying to kite him around, but just gets bitten. But he traded 1 for 1 there. It is going to be LGD falling a couple of members, but Snake, man, they lose all of their outer turrets.
Yeah, so they lose all 3 outer turrets, get an advantageous team fight, but look at the power builds coming through. Imp already on his Infinity Edge, able to pick that one up. There's a Righteous Glory about to be finished for Maokai as well, not to mention Sightstone and Cinderhulk finished up for Nunu. He can go back and shop as well, pretty sure. He's got another 800 gold in his pocket.
Not too bad.
So all in all, really nice map movements coming through early mean a 2,000 gold advantage for LGD.
Yeah, and despite Beast having a 1-0-1 scoreline in comparison to TBQ's 0-0-0, he is still behind about 1,000 gold. Of course, TBQ's just been able to eat the jungle.
Yeah, exactly right. He's been flying through on Nunu, takes the big camps especially really quickly. So we'll see how this goes throughout the entirety of the game. PYL on Gragas has not really looked that impressive. I'm not sure what support Gragas does. I think that he used his barrel ineffectively.
He baits out pulls. He baits out pulls is what he does.
He really used that barrel ineffectively. He got the pull, but he could have used it to push people away from the turret and maybe even avoided that team fight. As Imp, he's been caught.
Yeah, frozen domain going to come through here as the Chompers come down, but it's only going to stop Beast. Subjugate actually onto Imp as he's trying to turn it around. Super Mega Death Rocket. Flandre, no, the last auto attack from that caster creep, not going to kill him. Oh my goodness, the dodge away as PYL's getting kited through here. PYL does pick up the kill somehow with a stray barrel.
He just ignited him.
Oh my goodness.
He walked in there, ignited him, and then just pieced out. PYL with a swag walk away.
In the end, it was a 1-for-1, but yeah, that was pretty cute.
Yeah, he used the flash, used the barrel, in the end just ignited.
A little bit sad. Little bit sad. Of course, PYL probably hasn't had too much practice on the old support Gragas. I don't know whether that was a strategy normally used.
Do not say that. PYL.
He's probably
played
played
Bard.
it, let's be honest.
He plays Gragas, I guarantee it.
He's probably played anything. I wonder how his Malzahar support looks.
Oh, they caught out Beast. PYL going in.
Yeah, they're looking for something here. The Trundle, the Pillar, not going to be quite enough as the Warning Cone coming through. Definitely working out here, but Beast is able to turn this one as Flandre's coming in. PYL, not the tanky Gragas you're looking for, but man, why did Beast walk back in there?
Yeah, that was a little bit of a strange pathing coming through there as now Barker, he's on top of a ward with Crystal. They're looking to get inside positioning on this middle lane, try and siege that one up, but that is a very hard task into an Anivia.
Yeah, especially when there are only 4 versus the 5 here. Akon doesn't have his teleport though, so not going to be able to get there. So 4v4 at that stage. POL at half health is going to be heading back. Barker still with an advantage as far as that CS is concerned, and does have an assist as well as Godby, so probably going to be ahead on that gold just a little bit. Of course, Turret's going to be helping out there as far as Godby's concerned, so he's probably actually doing quite okay, going for a massively mana-hungry build.
Yeah, actually picks up the tier. Normally when you see Roller first item, you don't see the tier come through. It's only on about 110 stacks there for Godby. We'll probably pick up a Chalice after that as well, so you would expect 3 items centered around that mana.
Pretty strange. Dragon is at half health here, and of course they're secure. Very, very strong as Consume does come through. Beautiful double stun there from the Flash Frost as TBQ's taking a lot of damage. Acorn right in amongst the Super Mega Death Rocket comes around the top, but Flandre trying to zone them out. Hemoplague doing so much work onto these members. There it explodes, and LGD have no life left at all. The Ren comes through. Crystal picks up a kill. He's looking to try and get something back as Imp in the back line with the range advantage doing some work. Barker trying to come through. Godby looking for the crit. Acorn goes down as the pull comes in, and Barker flashing away, but Imp using that vision quite nicely, and Beast is going to get slowed down, stunned up, and destroyed by Godby.
Yeah, so in the end, they're able to win the team fight. They get the Dragon as well. I was going to say they're going to look for Baron, but no, they're not. They're just going to walk into the jungle because it's only 17 minutes into the game.
Yeah, they might look for Baron. They don't quite know where it is at the moment.
Oh, he sleeps until 20 minutes.
Yeah, but
he's a bit of a late riser.
He comes out of somewhere, okay? So they might just go for some tunneling play. Don't actually have Rek'Sai. He was banned away. She was banned away. Yep. My goodness. It's very, very confusing there when you've got desert beasts that are ladies. I'm sorry, Rek'Sai.
She's not a desert beast. She's a void beast. Yeah, I remember the video where it was in the desert. I do. That was a good video as well. As
I liked
Acorn actually goes very deep onto Callista.
Yeah, looking for the twisted advance. Finds it here as well as Crystal takes the dark pass. Super Mega Death Rocket blocked by Ella as Acorn's going to find it with that arcane smash. Ella flashes out of the way as PYL gets death sentenced closer to Ella and allows him to continue to get slowed down. Acorn picks up the kill, and LGD, they're looking very good after these last couple of fights.
Yeah, they certainly are. And in the end, Trundle just not doing too much as it comes through 2-2 and 3. So not having a horrible scoreline, but not able to save very many people in that jungle. In the end, just had to roam away. And this fast push composition is actually really cute coming through from LGD. I like the way they've put it together. And Nivea and surprisingly Gragas are the linchpins of the composition, able to force people away from the turrets.
Yeah, and of course, I'm glad that we've mentioned Nivea here as well. That wall is just fantastic for zoning.
Yeah, and it forces people to move the way you want them. And when you've got the slows like the zap that comes through, not to mention the fact that Maokai can get in on people as well. Godby, you're in trouble.
He is in trouble. Transfusion can come through. The tiny wall is actually going to save his life.
Oh, as a fantastic
Pillar. Yeah, the parking cone to come through. Acorn going to teleport into the backside. Box comes through to stop TBQ from getting in here. But LGD, they're finding the fight that they want here as Hemoplate goes down onto TBQ, but not quite going to work out as Crystal does use the Fate's Call. The tiny wall again. Beautifully placed here by Godby as a pillar going to be used to disengage. And LGD, victorious fight yet again, although they only get Flandre.
Yeah, so they get Flandre, but now they have position over the top side of the map. There's a wave pushing in there, probably still not long enough on the death timers. Every single time they win a fight, I peek towards Baron. It's still not spawned.
You're still
just
spawned,
so
though.
early in the game already, but 10 to 5, 5,000 gold the advantage already at only 20 minutes in. This is a huge game for LGD.
Yeah, and I understand why you're looking at the Baron, because things have gone from laning phase that ended at about 10 minutes now to the roaming style of the mid-game before the mid-game should have even been here.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's really hurt Vladimir. It's hurt Jinx because they've been fighting before their 2-item spikes. Not to mention Trundle, who would definitely be looking to farm. He wants to be able to get up there, and he's just not able to grab any CS for himself, which means he's pretty much a pillar and ult bot at this part of the game, which he doesn't want to be, especially because no one's really got any resistances to steal. Who are you ulting? Like maybe Acorn.
Yeah. Oh, Glacial Shroud on both Acorn and TBQ, but Snake, they're looking for a fight here as Barker going in, but he's running away from his team. Flandre looking for Imp here, doesn't find the Gnar on him, but PYL caught out just a little bit. Barker still alive here, uses the pull. Super Mega Death Rocket onto Flandre as Barker so low, not many options here, but takes down PYL. Flandre getting rocketed as Imp is just going off, gets excited. Beast not taking too much damage, but will eventually go down. 3 dead, and now the Baron spawn, and LGD going to take it down.
Yeah, so they're able to get in there. They're still very squishy. Need to be careful here. It's at 4,000 health, so they'll probably get it. But you can
Crystal.
never be too sure.
Yeah, he's looking for something here, but Imp, so much damage gets to him before he takes the Lantern out, and Imp even secures the Baron.
Yeah, PYL unfortunately just didn't get it, so it's only on 4 members, but 21 minutes in, LGD have complete control over this game.
Yeah, and that sort of just erupted after one team fight, and we've seen this happen by LGD. They just look so good when they win a fight that they can take control of, and then they just take every objective, and then they just roll over the top of you.
Yeah, for me, it wasn't even a team fight this game. It was a teleport into the bot lane
That
where
is so
Acorn
true.
started the fast push. It got them a 2,000 gold advantage. And you say, so what? But at 10 minutes into the game, to lose complete control of your map is absolutely massive. And it all came through at non-interaction. Acorn just made sure that that creep couldn't die and then took the rest of the map.
Yeah, and it's destroyed Beast's ability to get into this game entirely.
Yeah, exactly right. Beast is nowhere near this game. Once again, Flandre very far behind, and you would think that, probably needs more gold than a Maokai to be effective. Maokai, very useful with his ultimate still. Flandre, you can say the same thing about him, but he just hasn't been able to get onto Imp, who's now finished up a Phantom Dancer against not even a Hurricane coming, a Bloodthirster coming through here for Crystal. Imp is so far ahead, also has a Potion of Wrath. Love that pickup because with Super Mega Death Rocket Zap, you get so much life back from the auto attacks and all the AD abilities that come out of Jinx. and now they're rolling through. They've got a fast push comp with Baron at 22 minutes. There's no way that Snake can defend turrets anymore.
No, and they couldn't defend turrets anyway. Of course, you were talking about the Anivia, the Gragas here as well. That explosive cask almost going to be back off cooldown very soon. Of course, doesn't have a huge timer on that one. And Imp just going to eat through these minion waves. Snake looking to try and defend. Saplings coming around the back as Akon looking to zone them away. And look at how quickly that turret melts.
Yeah, able to eat through that one. The potion's hooked up. Godby gets hooked, but nothing coming through. And now they have to fight because otherwise their base will be breached.
Yeah, the smite was actually used there. Barker takes half of his health. The wall actually locks him in here. Has to take the dark passage as the ult comes through from TBQ. Siege minions are doing some work here. We'll see whether Snake can actually clear those ones out, but another minion wave is coming. LGD, they're happy to wait. The minion wave's not doing too badly for them in the other lanes either. As the barrel's coming through to zone. The wall going to be available again soon. Pierce not doing any damage. Righteous Glory onto Crystal. He's the one that's the focus as Akon actually drops the aggro on the turret, but you can see Imp just wants to take that one down as Hemoblade comes through. Barker tries to run away. He's got the ghost on him, but Kalista takes down Akon. The turret not dead yet. PYL gets played back in. Death sentenced as well, and Barker picks up that kill. Snake still alive. They're very, very low, but LGD, they can't break the base just yet.
Yeah, they're waiting for one more creep wave. This is an overcommit you feel coming from LGD. Imp wants nothing to do with it. Wow!
Super Mega Death Rocket, so much damage. Imp locks down the kill under Kalista as the Dark Passage comes through for Beast as well. And Barker at full health now. Godby gonna flash out of the way. Imp, no mana, but he can definitely do the damage. Flandre tries to pick up the last one, doesn't get it. Excited Imp, he gets ignited, but it doesn't even matter as that Potion of Wrath does so much work. And LGD, they're trying to win the game.
Yeah, they're going to win the game at 24 minutes in. This Jinx has gone absolutely nuts. Actually might not be able to get it. Creeps are running out and Baron expired.
They're going to have to watch out. Yeah, they're going to have to watch out for the aggro of the turrets. That is lost teams games, Spawn. That is most certainly lost teams games.
Don't know what you're talking about there, mate. Not touching that one already, unfortunately. Made a little bit of fun of Name as, yeah, zoom in on Imp. He's going back to base. What a game coming out of the AD carry of LGD has gone absolutely berserk
100% kill participation on Jinx.
Yeah, and his 3 items at 25 minutes. 9-2-9 has been an absolute machine.
A complete machine gun, you have to say. That was terrible. TBQ, though, 2-0-14. 16 out of 18 ain't bad either. And TBQ has just been so impressive. Ella, Super Mega Death Rocket steals the blue.
Gets it with a Super
Mega
Death
That is some pretty quick double buffs coming through from Imp without killing anyone.
Yeah, it certainly is. So able to pick that one up as we actually take a replay.
I thought we were going to see the blue still.
Yeah, so did I. As we see, this is a double stun. So Godby lines this up and nails. Actually, didn't get Flandre, but got Barker. And in the end, dangerous game. Such a good passive. Always pick that one up there, guys.
But look at that. Dangerous game again gets him through the Ignite.
Yeah, exactly right. Able to live. I actually wanted to see the fake out because he had me completely bluffed. Backed away from the turret and then fired Super Mega Death Rocket into Crystal.
Yeah.
And just auto-attacked him once for the kill. Was a really nice mind game coming through from the AD carry of LGD. And now Flandre, he's trying to deal with super creeps at 26 minutes in and not very farm. They're trying to push in on the bottom turret, top turret now.
And Crystal not even with his last Whisper completed just yet. Crystal not going to be able to do too much as far as defense is concerned. Kalista not with too much range, and Beast does nothing at all. Inner turret is going to fall down. Barker managed to push out the mid wave. Crystal going to clear out this ward, but man, this turret is not long for this world. Beast gets stunned up. There's the crit to come through as well as he uses the subjugate. Yeah, we'll get some health back from that, but you can see the turret not going to. It's going to get taken down very, very low. Beast, he's going to eat a Flame Chomper just for the fun of it, and Flandre does have that Mega Gnar form, so LGD going to back away for now, but
they've used nothing. They can continue to zone here with all of their ultimates available. They can even just use PYLs to shove them off this turret here and then take it down.
Yeah, Flandre actually back into Mini Gnar form here as well. Barker has to take a Dark Passage. Crystal in the front line as TBQ gets Death Sentence. It's not the target they want to lock in as Imp looking for Barker. Just complete zone control by this AD carry. And Imp's Jinx has just looked so good.
Yeah, it certainly has. They'll be able to take another inhibitor as PYL pauses, body slams over a wall. Baron up in 30 seconds. and you feel that's probably the next objective coming through from LGD.
Yeah, and Godvi just letting everyone know exactly how League of Legends used to be before the base gates by putting up a wall in front of it. A little bit cute there. Spirit Visage was finished by Beast, so he's able to get a little bit more health back from his passive and, of course, the Subjugate, but that's all you can really say about this Trundle, who doesn't do any damage and isn't all that tanky.
Yeah, he's just been, had the...
Non-factor.
Yeah, had the game dictated to him, I think. And unfortunately, you can probably say it about a couple of people. Flandre's second horrible game in a row coming through from the top laner out of Snake as well. Acorn, much more effective again as well. They go in for a fight.
Yeah, P-Whale on his own and amongst 3 members doesn't lose any health or weight. He's going to get walloped there as Flandre is going to lose out on... Oh my goodness, actually caught out here. Beautiful flash frost. He's going to get flashed out of the way of. And the Baron is going to get begun again here by LGD.
Yeah, so they're able to clear this one out. There is absolutely nothing Snake can do to stop that. 10,000 gold, make it 11 at only 28 minutes into the game. They're going to be able to shove down mid lane now, you feel. Take the last out of turret. Oh, they're going for a dragon. They've just got absolutely everything is in their control. Why not? If this game goes for another 6 minutes, they'll have a 5th dragon as well. Just finish it out clinically. This is very patient, good play coming through from LGD.
Yeah.
They've seen a couple of the throws.
Yeah, we did mention not
pitches.
dying to Nexus turrets before.
The pitches coming through here. So we'll actually have to see whether they can just play this one slow, finish it off.
Yeah, well, Snake looking to try and find their way back into this game. Going to be very, very difficult. Of course, Barker still with a CS advantage, and Crystal has picked up that last Whisper. There's the possibility of some sort of advantageous exchange that can be spread into something. But, of course, LGD have got an incredible late-game team comp for a team fight as well. I mean, it's not like they're going to get outscaled ever. They've got this gigantic lead. It doesn't matter about scaling, does it really, when it's 9 turrets to 1, 18 kills to 8, and an 11,000 gold lead with 4 dragons to 1.
One thing you will say is that they wave clear very well. They aren't going to be able to, if they get a pick and then like are able to delay this game a little bit, something like that, and they continue to wave clear, they're going to pick up a lot of gold around the map.
It's true.
They're very optimistic coming through here, but that's probably the best you can say right now, is they're going for that pick.
Yeah, hook onto PYL. They're trying to pick him up, of course. Oh, the pillar not really helping Snake continue that one as it pushes PYL a little bit further away. They do clear out the ward, and now LGD looking to pick up the open inhibitor. Barker takes not a crit. Imp would have probably taken off half of his health if that one had to come through. He does have the red buff here, probably from Snake's base. He's going to clear out this vision over the side. LGD are definitely playing this one super safe.
Yeah, they're just playing it smart. There's no reason to rush. It's only 30 minutes in. They're going to be able to pick up the minion wave now, follow that one into the base, and because they've taken out top and bottom, they'll just be able to push through.
Yep, Baroned up minions as well. Of course, they did pick that one up. That one's going to die so fast as TBQ looking to start this fight off. Ella has to flash away as Godby picks up the kill so easily. The Nara into the wall and the PYL, but he just body slams his way out. Hemoplague not going to do too much work either. Locket of the Iron Solari used by LGD, and man, Godby is just tearing apart the members of Snake. Flandre as well. Crystal, oh my goodness, Imp with a gigantic crit. Not even sure whether it is, as that one was not needed, but man, this Jinx doing some damage, and LGD, they wipe the floor with Snake.
Yeah, another clinical game coming through from LGD. They're going to pick up a 2-0 win. They're actually going for another kill. Barker won't give it over to them. That's a little bit mean, but the Nexus explodes.
Yeah, and of course, yeah, Barker does allow them to parade around the fountain there. Imp is looking very happy. Takes his jumper off, and he's saying, yep, it's time to get serious. And man, did he get serious that game.
Yeah, 11-11. He was an absolute... He was godlike in the end.
Yeah, and they already have Godby.
Yeah, exactly right. So they're able to pull out another win, and they did it this time with a real strange team comp.
They did, and of course it was answered by a real strange team comp, but LGDs just seemed to work out a whole lot better. PYL on the support, Gragas, although in the early game did miss a couple of ultimates here. He tried to go for a red steal, didn't quite get that, but he was baiting out Snake the whole time, and they could not kill him.
I'm sorry, I'm not on the PYL Gragas hype train at all. The comp could have worked with or without him. He did absolutely nothing. But
look,
in the
they
end,
won the game,
it was
didn't
all
they?
about the Anivia, the Nuno, and the Jinx, and they looked fantastic.
They most certainly did. Imp actually managed to keep that 100% kill participation with the 11-11, and man, just don't know what you're going to do in response to that game because what do you ban out the first game and the second game? It's going to be ridiculous. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 5 and Snake going to see whether they can come back in the third one after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL playoffs. The second semi-final has definitely heated up with a 2-0 advantage for LGD over Snake. I am Atlas, this is Spawn, and this might be a 3-0 streak for LGD, and man, they're looking good going up against EDG.
Yeah, they certainly are. You'd have to say that EDG, they cemented the favorite spot with how they swept IG, but all of a sudden, LGD looking very good, and that is Flame in the top lane. So the substitution again for a game 3 back in, and we'll have to see what they go with.
Yeah, we'll see what they go with, but it is going to be the Trundle ban away from Beast.
No, it's away from Flandre.
Yeah, well, sort of semi away from Beast, of course. Tried to play it in the last game, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't work out too well, as you witnessed. It is going to be the Rek'Sai banned away once again, so Beast not going to be hopping on that one. And the final ban for Snake going to be that Hecarim. They are not going to ban away the Orianna, though, so that is, like you mentioned, pretty interesting. And Sejuani escapes the ban list as well. LGD thinking about it. Flame mixing things up, but he's going to lock away the Piggy first up.
Yeah, so going to lock in Brestle there in the jungle. Sejuani going to jump on his back as well, and they're going to go for a clear
so
together.
proud of yourself for knowing that his name's Brestle.
I am pretty proud of that. That's like the first random fact I ever knew. Thank you for pointing it out.
Yeah, no, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. I liked it a lot. Snake now going to answer with a couple of picks, but Beast this time around is going to get the Nunu. This may change things for Snake potentially. Of course, TBQ has snapped that one up the last couple of games in a row.
And all of a sudden, Lulu is a huge pick in this composition.
Yeah.
Do they go the full-blown Juggernaut? Is it something that they can run? Are they comfortable with it? What's LGD's response? Can they just go Orianna and tear it apart? This is a real interesting pick ban phase coming through now, Atlas. Looks like that's what they're going to go with.
They're going to try, and I think Godfrey was looking for Orianna for quite some time there, but as soon as he found her, he locked her in immediately. Flame thinking about taking Gnar into the top lane here. They're not going to be picking away any Lulus, and Snake, they may have an opportunity to go for that Juggernaut comp that you're talking about, and we'll see whether they are able to, as Flame, 2 seconds to go. Maokai looks to be the option.
Yeah, that's a better pickup there for... Oh, actually. So he goes back to it. I'm real worried here. Actually, they're going to run it with a Draven.
Oh my goodness. This is the massive Protect the Draven comp that they ran against LGD earlier on in the season.
Fair enough. There it is. They run it with Draven through here, and this is going to be massive. Do they go the double... Mikhail's coming in there. Do they? What is the choice? They've got a lot of dive to get onto the Draven, so I don't know.
This is so similar. It's ridiculous. Replace Orianna with Lissandra, and you replace, I believe, Sejuani with, you know, something from not 5.6 that people were running in the jungle.
You're talking about the IG match where they ran.
Was that IG?
Yeah, Vi.
Oh man. I swear it was LGD. That would have made the story so much better.
Definitely wasn't, because that was a game I got very mad at Cacao.
Ah, got it.
Because he kept ulting the mid laner.
Oh, yeah. I remember that time as well. A little bit unfortunate, of course. I was just trying to make sure that we got through with an exciting storyline, but you can't make it out of nothing, as Ella is thinking about picking up Karthus here for Barker, making it a bit of a farm lane there in the mid, and forcing that Lulu onto Flandre in the top lane.
Yeah, so potentially Aura could be a top lane Karthus. We saw that Zatai picked that one up.
I think he should run Morgana.
Yeah, Morgana, a very good pickup as well. The Black Shield would be very useful in this composition, especially if it was able to block out either the Shockwave or the... Wow.
Whoa.
Choosing to take Rise into Orianna. Really don't agree with that one. That's going to be a difficult lane now coming through from Barker. Orianna actually scales very well, especially the way Godfrey builds, and is going to be able to dictate the pace of the lane, you would say.
But they now have 2 options for that hyperscaling situation. Of course, Rise with a heck of a lot of movement speed and bigness will be able to get a lot of work done potentially.
Yeah, it certainly does. He's a legitimate second threat in the composition. You're right that way, but you can also run a second threat in the top lane. Something Hecarim's gone, so something like Shyvana could have gone up there. Even a Jax does very well with the protect the AD carry comms, because all of a sudden if Lulu speeds him up, he's in a real good spot. But we'll go through the lineups. It's Flame versus Flandre. It is Gnar versus Lulu in the top lane.
Yeah, very interesting. TBQ going to take the Sejuani, the hailed Sejuani, into Beast's Nunu here, and Godvi back on the Orianna, of course, has a gigantic win percentage on that one. An Imp on the Sivir into Draven, and he picked Sivir on purpose. You have to think there might be some sort of lane swap coming through, but maybe with PYL on the Nautilus here, one of his comfort picks, it might look good.
Yeah, and Imp honestly has looked good the entirety of it. We've seen the lane swaps come through, and we've seen that they won out on it pretty heavily, especially game 2, so we'll have to see how it works out. The other thing at the moment, Imp off wins, confidence up, coming off an 11-11. I wouldn't bet anyone on beating him in lanes at the moment. He's just looking so good. He's always been known as a laner as well. Can eke people out in those. And as we mentioned, PYL on Nautilus is a real fun guy to watch play that champion. He's able to just create opportunities out of nowhere, and he does it by being extremely brave in lane with that Titan's Wrath.
Extremely brave just in general. And of course, I mean, I'm more impressed by his Bard play, to be honest, taking us on a magical journey across the Rift. And PYL has definitely been the one to really impress us on that one. Of course, has been 100% of the people that have impressed us on that one. But man, I'm looking forward to seeing what this Nautilus is going to do in this particular team comp, because speeding him up with an On the Hunt makes him a very, very dangerous threat, because he can close the distance and use that passive to stun anyone he wants. And he can just wander around the whole team, stunning up people where he sees fit.
Yeah, exactly right, which means that the Morgana might have even been a better pick in this composition because of Nautilus, because of the fact that Flame is also going to have a lot of CC. Merc Treads is a must-buy across the entirety of the Snake lineup. You got Sejuani, Nautilus coming through. That's
all you need.
A lot of CC in the lineup, and there's slows, there's stuns, there's big wombo that can come out of Godvi, and you never want to be nailed by that. Also expect Crystal to have that 3-item QSS real quickly, probably pigeonholing him into the Bloodthirst to the Last Whisper build there with the QSS coming through as the 3rd item, and a heck of a lot of Mikhails need to be picked up, because if either Barker or Crystal get caught out, the team fight is not going to be won.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, and they are not afraid to build Mikhails on Nunu. Of course, Beast has done that one in the past. Ella will be rushing to that as well. We'll see whether Flandre is going to pick that one up as his mana regen in the top lane item. But, look, probably not going to be the case. We did start off with a slight pause, ladies and gentlemen, which is why we're hanging around checking out Flame for a little bit longer than we otherwise would, but hopefully the game will be underway very, very shortly, because this third one is going to be huge, because Snake really need to win. If they're going to have any hope of getting to the final, I mean, of course, it speaks for itself, but man, it's LGD looking so good.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're down 2-0 at the moment, Snake, so they have to win the next 3 games to make it to the final, as you so definitely pointed out there, Atlas. And it's an all uphill battle from here. They're in a position now that they're very far behind. They burst into this season. They were really looking good. Backs against the wall. They took it to 5 games against King, so they've had recent experience in these best of 5s and definitely do have the potential to be able to do it. They're on a very comfortable composition in general for Snake, but everything has just been going LGD's way.
Yeah, and the last time we saw Barker on Rise, it was not a great experience for him either. Assassin dealt with him quite easily in that lane as well. We'll see how he does go, because it's a little bit frightening here for Snake's mid laner. Godvi is just a monster. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's get on to the Rift. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are onto the Rift for LGD versus Snake. And 2-0 up here for LGD. They got the blue side one more time. And Snake looking to really build up their carries in this one. Flandre on the Lulu in the top lane, the lane bully / ultimate utility. And, of course, Beast back on the Nunu. We'll see whether that's going to be the swing that Snake need in order to get into this one.
Yeah, well, Flandre's been getting bullied in the entirety of this series, so I'm not surprised that they throw him something on a little bit more supportive. We mentioned the Morgana. Lulu also kind of the similar champion, just going to be used to push out waves, farm up, and then get behind Crystal. Honestly, there hasn't really been a standout member for Snake the entirety of the series versus LGD. It's been pretty convincing. Ella's looked pretty good at times for me, but the rest of them haven't really been able to do too much. Barker's Vladimir in Game 1 was also relatively good, but now he's on Rise, and against Godvi, who's just so comfortable, especially if we have a lane swap and it goes to a 2v1. 1v1, Godvi is so good at the moment.
Yeah, and his Orianna is absolutely incredible. So, look, I'm frightened for Barker. We'll see whether they do manage to keep Barker safe in this lane. He was looking for a cheeky cube. It doesn't quite get there. And LGD, they're setting up something. They've got a ward, but of course so does Snake.
Yeah, they're getting the 2v2 lanes is what they're doing. They spot out everyone going for the invade. This is going to be a 4v4, maybe a 4v3 in the jungle. TBQ needs to be careful.
Yeah, Beast, he is hanging out here. They know what's up. As POL's hanging around, Flandre's going to get a Glitter Lance through. TBQ gets slowed down. Sejuani getting torn to shreds. The Ignite definitely going to help. And Draven already with First Blood. No Adoration stacks to be cashed in, but he's still going to be happy.
Yeah, so First Blood and Nunu got the red buff as well. So everything going right for Snake. And that's what they needed. 3 assists, a kill to Draven. All of a sudden, Imp recalling out of the lane, wants in on that bot.
Yeah, he really cannot hang around here. Definitely not with Crystal now. Definitely having that experience advantage. You give that to a Draven, and he's definitely going to run with it. And this is Crystal. This is the man that gets pentakills on Draven. It's terrifying to deal with this guy in lane.
Yeah, it certainly is, and he's able to pick up the early kill. The wave was like put in a freezing position for him, so he's able to grab that one. As we see a little bit of a trade coming out of Godv and Barker. Godv taking the wrong end of that one as well. As TBQ, he's just picking up his first buff now. You feel that maybe Nunu can get some work done on this early game. Beast needs to get control.
Yeah, and they're looking for Godv here as well. The flash into the Rune Prison. There's going to be the Ice Blast as well. The Command Protect trying to do some work, but Barker with the fadeaway Q picks up second kill of the game at 3 minutes and 20 seconds. That should theoretically have been First Blood that early, but no, because of course Crystal already with one. Man, nicely played.
Yeah, it certainly was. And now all of a sudden the 2 scaling hyper carries have got kills on Snake's lineup. It's looking much better for them this time around as TBQ, he's able to get a blue buff for himself. It's the enemies as Beast is invading his. But 1.3 thousand gold, the advantage already coming through here for Snake. And they've started the early game off exactly where they needed to. This is the confidence boost they needed. Now Flandre just needs to play this one carefully because TBQ, he's on top of a ward, was spotted out, but you're ahead. Don't do anything silly underneath the turret.
Most definitely not, but Flame, he has to deal with Beast here, who dodges out from underneath that bounce to stop him from bouncing too far. But he is going to be absolutely fine, just wanders away.
Yeah, picked up the Doran shield early as Godv and Barker, they're trading even further.
Yeah, Barker actually taking the worst of that one. Of course, the extra Doran's ring going to be helping Godv out in the damage department. Tyr not really helping Barker just yet. Needs to stack up a little bit.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Rise. You pick up the early kills until you get really Catalyst. That's where you jump ahead a little bit, so accelerating that purchase is good. But he does need to be careful that he doesn't make any rash choices as the Nautilus also pops his head into the lane. Top lane completely zoned away. Flandre 14 CS up. He's already having a better game. You feel that the support picks really are Flandre's comfort right now, and you would never have thought you would say that about the guy that used to play crit top lane LeBlanc.
Yeah. Trinity Force LeBlanc is not generally a support champion, but of course the fast push for Imp working out here on the bottom side as he was looking for a spell shield. Didn't quite get it. You can see LGD, they're going to take away the first dragon, try and eke themselves back a little bit of an advantage. Not going to mean too much in the early stages, but making sure they lock down the first one of those is going to help them at least get one dragon this game if Snake continue to stay ahead. And now
do they go for the dive? Flandre in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it does manage to clear out the minion wave, and Ella was spotted out here as well. Flandre knows what's up. He's looking for a trade onto Imp, who's also tanking up some minions, but LGD are going to back away from the dive.
Yeah, so Imp able to shove this one out. As we see, once again, Govy, he's still farming in this mid lane, has been able to pick up a CS advantage even though he fell so early and trading well.
Yeah, he's looking for this one. Clockwork wind up there as well as he's ignited in the flash forward 1v1 against Barker with first blood, or second.
Able to get in there and get the kill, and it was all about those combat stats that you talked about. He grabbed the second Doran's ring, wasn't willing to let the lead go, and that's what you have to do against Rise. He's looking to scale up. He's never going to be a good laner, and Godvy making it worse as, wow. BF saw Draven already at 6 minutes in that bottom lane, and Imp, you have to think that he was feeling good before. He's still probably feeling good because he's Imp, but the pickaxe not going to really be the item pickup he's looking for.
No, most definitely not. These spinning axes are going to be so frightening. PYL had an opportunity for a dredge line, but thought he might actually have to trade his life for it if he was to actually let that one go down, as Crystal continues to push out this wave, and Imp Doesn't even really want to throw a boomerang at this Draven.
No, certainly doesn't. Also doesn't want to push out his lane. He's happy. If Draven continues to push him in, Imp is like, okay, that's fine. That is where I want to be in this lane because I do not want to be trading with you in the middle of the lane. Even if I take some extra turret damage right now, probably not going to be too upset about it.
Whoa. Yeah, that spinning axe definitely doing some work, but he's going to clear out some wards here on the top side of the map. Not going to go for anything onto Flame, who is relatively safe there with the bounce, of course.
Yeah, but he's 30 CS behind, nearly 25-ish CS behind already on the Gnar. So all of a sudden, Lulu with the double Duran rings and the start of a Morello Nomicon looking a lot safer in this top lane as a pick.
Yeah, the Forbidden Idol coming through there for some more cooldown reduction as well as Crystal trading nicely. Eye of the Storm helping him stay healthy as well here from Ella. This has been one of the most successful lanes for Snake so far in the LPL series. And man, Flandre able to start really clearing out these minion waves.
Yeah, certainly is. He's going to be able to shove all day with the double Duran ring and the Forbidden Idol, as you pointed out. Mana regen, plenty coming through there.
Oh yeah.
As if I'm Imp right now, I'm just trying to do exactly what I'm doing. This is actually very firmly in LGD's favor. If you get a Draven ahead, generally you don't like to push the lane. You like to freeze it a little bit more than what you're doing. He's building up the Adoration stacks. You understand why he's doing it there, but Crystal could probably zone a little bit harder than what he is right now.
And Barker with an interesting choice. Going to cheat to the bottom side of the map and then recall to try and pick up that Catalyst, of course, but might be wanting to think that LGD might assume that he's heading down there. Of course, there is vision available. Snake actually with a lot of vision around this map. That's what happens, of course, like you mentioned, with the double Sightstone.
Yeah, exactly right. It's such an effective build coming through from Nunu. You see he's going the Chilling Smite this time, and now he's able to pick up the Sightstone before the Cinderhold comes through. It means he's very tanky at this point of the game and is able to spot out exactly where the Sejuani is. Of course, Sejuani only level 5, not yet level 6 after First Blood did go down onto TBQ. So isn't looking for his early gank, but Flame, he's been shoved in, nearly lost his turret top lane after Crystal was able to get all that early work done, and he's starting to get extremely bullied, 30 CS down, so the gap is getting larger as Flandre really putting some work in now on Lulu.
Yeah, and his Glitter Lances are really starting to hurt here as well as Flame unable to really tank those up. Flandre clears out these minion waves almost immediately and then just continues to pressure Flame under this turret.
He's going to get it.
Yeah, it's done as Flandre on the Lulu is now a sieging unit.
Yeah, but does he freeze it up? That's the important question. They're looking for a little bit of a wraparound here as Flame gets a ward through. If maybe he can freeze it up, he can make Flandre pay for that because they're not really looking to start pushing objectives this early in. They've got to rise. He really needs to start scaling, not to mention the fact that, actually, that's an interesting pickup coming through here from Crystal. He's gone boots too after he's got that BF sword. Just wants to get a gold efficient build in there. We've seen that's the name of the game right now. As Imp's going to go back with 1,300 gold, so he can't get anything. Goes the double longsword, so he's going into, I guess,
Brutalizer?
not panic mode, but yeah, it will be the Brutalizer. We've seen a little bit of popularity come through with that one, but that hurts them. They've got 2 hyper carries on the other team. Imp really is a lot of his team's damage. Needs to make sure he can still do some work late game.
Yeah, and Godby actually going to freeze up his wave as well. Does have the CS advantage now, Fiendish Codex as well as the Doran's rings. But Barker, of course, with the Catalyst starting to do some work here in the mid lane as he just moves down to try and clear out some vision. PYL down here with Imp, of course. We do have TBQ on the bottom side of the map. They may look to see if something can happen. PYL's level 4 to the level 7 Draven, and Crystal is now solo zoning the bottom lane of LGD. Look at these spinning axes, but Crystal taking a lot of damage in response. Nice Howling Gale to come through as a Whirling Death there. Let's check out the mid lane for a moment as there's a Shockwave. Barker gonna fall down as Beast comes through. There's the ultimate though. Godby picking up yet another one, you have to think. Dissonance to come down. The double kill. And Godby just looks like he doesn't even need any help as LGD, they managed to do some work in the bottom side as well as Flame teleported in to protect Imp and PYL.
Yeah, desperation teleport though from Flame because that's going to mean that his top lane turret takes a lot of damage and he kind of needs to worry about his own lane, to be honest, because all of a sudden 40 CS is the advantage for Flandre, and the bigger Lulu gets, the easier it's going to be for Draven to really roll. The big problem though is Godby. All of a sudden, Orianna is an absolute monster. 93 CS. 3, 1, and 0. A lane that was ganked early and Baka was winning is now completely out of control.
Yeah, utterly out of control. Ella going to clear out this pink ward, but man, this game is on the back of Godby. He's picked up another actually decided not to complete the Athene's Unholy Grail, and he's decided to finish off his boots here as well as pick up that amplifying tome. You have to think going to be going towards that Haunting Guise and then the Leandry's Torment for a whole lot of early game power with the magic penetration, but also for that Leandry's cuts through Beast, who's going to have a whole lot of health, and whoever Flandre decides to Wild Growth.
Yeah, might go for that. I think this time around he goes maybe a Luden's Echo or a Death Cap, because it's all about blowing up Crystal or Baka. If you get one of those guys off the map, all of a sudden the team fight gets a hell of a lot easier, and the burst damage really is key right now. As you see, that attack command dissonance combo just took half of Ella's health.
Yeah, disgusting. Imp, he has finished the Brutalizer, so some early game power here available, as Crystal in response didn't actually pick anything up, I don't believe. Oh, he did manage to get the Vampiric Scepter completed, as Godby continuing to farm out this mid lane. And Beast going to take down his red buff as well. But, I mean, the Nunu performances from TBQ was hard farming, managing to stay so far ahead of Beast. And on the Sejuani, despite the fact that he died for first blood to the Draven very early on, he's even. He's ahead on farm as far as these camps are concerned.
Yeah, certainly is. And he was able to get that really nice counter gank in the mid lane that set Godby up for that 2 kills. That's what did it for me. Otherwise, Beast was actually doing a relatively good job of impacting the lanes earlier than you would expect out of a Nunu. But when Godby was able to turn that around and pick up the double, it really was off the back of a good Sejuani ultimate coming through there, and was willing to flash and stay with it. As we see, mid lane turrets fallen, all of a sudden 2 turrets to 1. LGD pick up a gold advantage when they'd given up the first 2 kills of the game.
Yeah, and everything was snowballing beautifully. They now have a gold advantage over the side of LGD. We saw early on they managed to pick up the Dragon as well. And Crystal, despite the fact that he had so much of a lead, he's only 10 CS ahead. And Imp has just been eating up all this farm that's been heading towards the turret.
Yeah, exactly right. He's just been extremely patient, willing to pick that one up, keep himself in the game. Now he's backed away because didn't have any jungle support down there. They're just pinging warning signs everywhere, and they'll give the turret over to Crystal. But Imp, he's done a good job of salvaging a bad lane.
Yeah, and this is just damage control, really, from LGD on the bottom side of the map. Of course, Crystal probably wants to be that teamfight Draven that he's known for, able to pick up axes whilst navigating a teamfight has been what's really been impressive by his play. Godby going to pick up his ball and head back to the mid lane. And, man, it's going to be difficult for Snake heading into the late game, and I wasn't expecting to say that after the start that they had. It was the glorious wonder start here for these guys, and the only thing that's really going wrong here for LGD that's really, really bad is Flame in the top lane is so far behind.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, there's still very good sides coming through from Snake. They're a scaling composition that's up 300 gold at 15 minutes.
True.
Baka has got the roller. He's already got the tier, so that's very good pace coming through from Rise. So he's going to be an absolute monster. Look, LGD, they fell behind and they've done a good job of picking themselves back up, but the win conditions are still very available for Snake.
And we'll see whether they can make it work heading into the end of this one, as Crystal continuing to farm out. LGD have managed to pick back up some vision control around this map, as Crystal with the Bloodthirster just hard pushing in this bottom lane. Barker now without his turret, still just happily farming this one up, and we'll see exactly what happens. The tier almost done. Didn't actually quite see the number there, but
450 out of 750, so he's
beautiful. Halfway.
Scaling that up very nicely for only 15 minutes in the game.
By halfway, I mean a little bit over halfway, of course, ladies and gentlemen. Godby going to be able to clear out this bottom wave pretty quickly with that dissonance as well. Not too bad, but a slight lull here, Spawn.
Yeah, actually, and Godby going for the Aether Wisp, so he has picked up the makings of a Luden's Echo, and I really think it is just because he wants to delete one member off the map, and he'll be able to get multiple procs of that out in team fights. There's a little bit of a siege coming through here. Of course, their team doesn't siege too well. This is the thing about the scaling Draven. Very good at fighting, not great at sieging up turrets.
Now, the interesting thing about Godby as well is he's done this build before, gone for the Alacrity enchant as well as the Aether Wisp for heaps of movement speed early on in the game. It's not something that he does every single game when it's available. Of course, Luden's Echo was in there, but He picked it up one game and then went for the Leandri's Torment the other game. Why do you think that he mixes up his build like this?
Yeah, so I think it's versus, do I have to shred a super tank or do I need to destroy a squishy? And right now, his job is to kill Crystal.
Yeah.
That's all he's built to do. So in the end, that's what he's going for. I'm sure if it was like a Maokai Nunu Cho'Gath, he would be like, all right, Leandri's locked that one in, going to be persistent team fights. Right now, he is looking for not a shockwave, he's looking for the shockwave to end all shockwaves. As nice movement coming through from Snake. They push in, take down the tier 2 turret in the top lane. So Flame continue to be bullied here. They brought 4 members down, and that opens up mid lane because all of a sudden you can be behind the mid lane turret. If there's only 1 or 2 people defending, you just dive and take them out.
Yep, no worries at all. Barker now going to take down this bottom wave. Dragon up in another 50 seconds here. Snake thinking about that one as Crystal's going to be heading back to base. Hasn't actually managed to cash in on any of those adoration stacks just yet as he picks up a pickaxe here. Makes sure he's as strong as possible for the ensuing dragon fight in about half a minute.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a dangerous fight actually for Snake right now because they don't have a Mikhail's or a QSS yet. The reason I point that out is because there's a lot of CC that will come through from TBQ and Flame. So maybe you give this one up. It sounds so strange to tell a team that is definitely ahead to give it up as Godby steals away a blue buff. But maybe you just don't want to fight right now because there's a lot of things that can go wrong.
Yeah, and Godby looked so proud of himself after that dissonance steal as well. Really beautiful stuff, and man, this Orianna is frightening, and it is probably the one most frightening thing about this LGD lineup.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you see no Mercury treads picked up. Lulu has actually gone for the cooldown reduction. Looks like they're going to be able to get this one uncontested, although now LGD moving into position. I still think that LGD, if they get in here, can win this fight. They're going for a teleport. Are they around the back?
Yeah, they're thinking about something here as Flame maybe a little bit too far away there with the teleport as he's come in a little bit too late.
Yeah, it certainly was a little bit late and left the top lane for it. Probably could have traded objectives if he wanted to, but in the end, they don't get the team fight they were looking for. So Snake, by rushing down the Dragon, they're able to pick up their second one of the game, and because the team fight didn't eventuate, now they're pretty safe.
Yep, not too bad as Godby went for the steal on the Raptors. Let's see that one again. Doesn't get it. Does pick up a couple of little ones, though, and Flame doesn't get the other one. So a little bit sad, so some popcorn chickens
nice
go over to Godby.
Coming through right there. You can't run over the ball. You have to go around, so they'll get some sneaky auto attacks on the turret. Every little bit counts.
Yep, Godby then going to dissonance himself towards the Rift Scuttler as well.
So about 1,000 gold the lead for Snake right now. All of that is on the top lane. Actually, Godby's 1,000 gold up, and then the other 2 laners are 1,000 gold down. So very interesting distribution of gold coming through there.
Yeah.
For, I guess, the laners. Godby really doing well for himself there. Must be sitting on a fair whack of gold as well. 1,400, 1,500 gold. You'd think as soon as he has that 1,600 gold, he'll go back, pick that one up as Flandre grabs himself a blue buff. Of course, that puts him over CDR cap, but mana regen, always a good thing.
Yeah, it's interesting. Barker wasn't there to pick that one up. Of course, lost his blue buff opportunity when it was stolen from Godby before, but he's just split pushing this bottom side, wanting to scale through 5 stacks now on that Rod of Ages. Halfway there. There's 25 minutes. He is going to have that one completed. Needlessly large rod now for Godby. Only about 650 before that Luden's Echo comes through. Nice glitter lance there from Flandre onto POL, doing a lot of damage now with that needlessly large rod and Morellonomicon.
Yeah, so Barker really doesn't care about blue buff at this point, actually. He loves the cooldown reduction coming through there, but he's got so much mana at the moment that he probably can't burn through it, even if he would like to. Still stacking up that towards the Seraphs coming through. So we'll see exactly when he gets that one built up. He must be pretty close now as we take a look in. 615 out of 750, so he's doing well for himself. But he has been caught out a little bit.
Yeah, no, just wandering around. Not necessarily caught out as Godby is here, but hasn't actually decided to go aggressive. Does wait around in the brush, but Barker's going to escape, and Godby going to clear out this wave there with the ball, and of course his auto attacks, Clockwork Wind Up, always one of the most satisfying things to farm with. Is Imp going to use that? Wow! Crystal with some ridiculous damage there. Flandre with the Whimsy, and of course the Eye of the Storm there as well, giving
Help
Crystal
picks.
a whole lot of stuff. Yeah, and help picks as well. Man, that was silly as Godby can't actually go toe-to-toe with Barker.
Yeah, so he actually used a Shockwave as well, so we'll have to see how this one works out. Barker gets the... Oh,
Yeah,
Ella,
Godby.
that's cheating.
Yeah, still has a lot of damage, but there's the Ignite. Ooh, Command Protect.
Just die to Ella.
Yeah, didn't. Decided that wasn't the thing that he wanted to do, and Spellflux actually managed to bounce to him as well.
Yeah, he would have picked that one up, and the siege in mid lane now after Imp got chunked out. There's one auto attack left on that turret. You think with a shield from Lulu as well as Janna, that will fall. It does. And Snake, all of a sudden, in commanding control of this game.
Yeah, massive control. You can see Godby there having some words to his team. Got caught out there a little bit in the bottom side of the map. Probably thought that he could 1v1 Barker, but Barker managing to scale enough to the point where he's in control now.
Yeah, and Ryze has always been a great duelist because he's not cooldown gated like a lot of other mid laners are. If you miss, well, you can't really miss because he also just points and clicks at you, so very hard to mess up Ryze.
Yeah, hover your mouse over the enemy, press buttons.
Yeah, face roll, keyboard. So
That's
yeah,
Pantheon, isn't it?
you assume that he missed, he was able to flash out of one of the spells, got himself in a good position, and from there, very little margin for outplay for Godby, not able to get in. So the duel going across the Barker, he picks up a kill, 2-2-0 now for him, going very nicely on Ryze.
Yeah, definitely, as Barker actually picks himself up some armor and magic resist as well.
One thing I will say about Barker's build is he's gone for the Sork boots, and I
That's
really
weird.
don't like Sork boots on Ryze. They're an unnecessary pickup. If you just go for the Mercury treads, you keep yourself out of CC. It's all about damage uptime on Ryze. He's like Vlad. Then you just pick up. The other thing is, okay, so he's short range,
Yep.
and Banshee's Veil doesn't give you mana anymore, so you may as well go Abyssal Scepter anyway. And then you can just go a Void Staff endgame to be able to pick up all the spell pen that you need. So really, it's just a strange build coming through there. Don't like it.
No, not really that much of a fan either. Maybe you just wanted some power now for the next fight, but of course...
But do you know what else is powerful? Not getting caught in Nautilus, Sejuani, Nah. That's really powerful.
True. True, and I guess like being able to at least get out of it more quickly, probably a good idea too.
Well, it just affects the layering of CC, as we actually see Crystal as well is gone for a phage, so not respecting the CC that's coming out of LGD at the moment. You still feel that a one team fight is just the layering of CC out of LGD. That is their win condition. Press R on Imp, get everyone in nice and close to the point where you can't miss the skill shots, and then blow a member up with Godby. So the fact that there's not a QSS and there's no Merc treads on their mid laner really is a worrying sign. Flandre, he's the sign of good news this time around. 30 CS still in the advantage. He's picked up his death cap, so his shields are huge at the moment. Going to be adding some damage as well over to Crystal, and we'll have to see how the next team fight works out. You feel that they want to go 5v5, and looking for something is LGD.
Yeah, TBQ looking to try and get that Glacial Prison on someone as Godby making his way towards the Dragon. Snake maybe out of position here just a little bit as LGD, they sort of beelined there for that objective as it spawned. And they do have the vision already prepared. Barker looking to try and get in and do something whimsy there on it, but there's the Glacial Prison as Flandre getting get flashed out of that shockwave. Beautifully done as the hula hoop comes through, whirling death from Crystal, but man, still taking some damage here as Beast. There's the ultimate, but he's going to get knocked against the wall. Lots of damage as Ella gets torn apart. PYL right in amongst it as Godby's going to take down Ella. And my God, this Orianna is eliminating this team. Flandre now the last man standing. Godby, though, picks up the quadra kill as Flandre falls down. That is a 1 for 5.
Yeah, they're able to get the one team fight. Need to be careful with Dragon coming through here, but they'll be able to pick that one up. And Godby is laughing over Cobb.
Oh, man.
Having a fantastic game. The Luden's Echo coming up massive in that team fight. You saw Crystal wasn't even in the ultimate, but then he got attack command dissonance and nearly died just off the back of that as PYL chooses a strange place to back.
Yeah, no, he's just eyeing off the Gromp. He was like, yes, you win this round.
All right, let's take another look. So 3 people get tied up here, and you see the Shockwave, it only tags Barker against the wall, so he still relatively healthy, but look where the ball is positioned. Crystal walks over the top of it, has to flash away early, and the next one that comes through after Beast gets taken out is absolutely massive. You see it right there, gets Ella, gets Crystal in a horrible position, and everyone just collapses, takes him out. Even Barker in the end, not able to get some work done. And it's all about the shields And then the persistent damage. You see the Luden's Echo there for some added burst damage. Just brings home the team fight win. 7-2-1 now, Godby in a huge position to carry for his team.
Yeah, now with another needlessly large rod on top of everything else, the death cap going to be coming through. They do have a gold advantage now, but Snake still definitely in this one. They just need to play this out a little bit better.
The Baron, I think, Atlas.
My goodness, this is some heads-up place. Flame looking to try and do some zoning here as Crystal's going to take a boulder. There's the teleport in from Flandre, trying to get into the backside as Crystal doing some work. But man, the Baron's going to get taken down by Imp as POIL tries to engage this one. Wild growth on Barker, but there's the shockwave onto only Flandre actually, and Beast is trying to start this one up. Barker flashing forward, but he's going to get taken out immediately. Imp picks up the kill as he now tries to come through. Dodges out of the way of the Absolute Zero as Crystal trying to get some damage down the Draven. Pretty massive here on the front line, but the ball still doing some work. Gotta be respected. No mana on Crystal now. There's LGD. They start to re-engage. Imp picks up another one onto Beast as Ella forced to flash away. LGD, they get the Baron and they lose 1 for 2.
Yeah, in the end, LGD just with the superior team fighting coming across again. Really handed to Flame there. He zoned incredibly well, then was able to get back over the wall for his team. But really, it's just all about this Orianna at this point. Keeping everyone so healthy, it means that you can do Baron, no worries in the world, because such a short cooldown on the Command Protect. Also just zoned the entirety of the team. You can't chase anyone at the moment because Godby will just explode you. And he's just too scary. That's what we said. If Godby can get ahead for the team, it looks a hell of a lot better because he will eliminate a threat.
Yeah, and he most certainly did his best to do that. Barker actually flashing very aggressively in that last fight, though, meant that he didn't really do that much.
Yeah, he certainly didn't. He got removed as well, and now you really have to question the build. Is he going for a GA?
Or is he... what? Yeah, that's true. What's that chain vest doing?
Yeah, don't know. Coming through there, a little bit of a strange pickup as PYL. He wanted to get closer to that cannon creep.
Yep, give it a cuddle. And he certainly did, and it was taken down. Riptide is there as well. POL able to help shove these waves in. Ella, Howling Gale is going to stop POL from advancing too quickly, but this blue buff is most definitely going to LGD.
So only one pair of Merc Treads built against the LGD lineup. I think Snake have mixed a trick here. They're going to be under fire here from TBQ, under turret. If they ever stack up, that is a very real dive potential coming through from Sejuani. She's got the flank. They're going to back away, but he can hit the go button whenever Imp wants to go in.
Yeah, Imp has got the donkey whistle here as well with the On The Hunt, of course. Just yells at his team and they can run through. And getting a Sejuani into a position to get that Glacial Prison down any faster is a terrifying concept as the boomerangs come through. Of course, Snake with Flandre this strong are able to clear out minion waves instantly.
Yeah, they certainly are, but the threat is of the turret divers. They're just going to rotate around both minion waves pushing for Snake, so minion wave control not in LGD's favor. They need to look after that, probably go back and pick up all the gold, but they've got themselves a 5,000 gold advantage, Atlas, after they lost the first 2 kills of the game. Snake looked like they had this one covered.
Yeah.
They had a good team fighting comp. They had the first 2 kills. Really, everything was in their favor. They had their keys to success, but LGD, they've just executed better throughout the entirety of the series.
And it's Godby decimating the lane as well. I mean, despite the fact that he got flashed on and killed very early on by that beautiful gank that came through, then managed to win the 1v1 kill in lane.
They might have caught someone out here. Beast is real quick, and there's 2 members on the top side of the map. They'll at least lose their red buff going across to Crystal.
Oh, look at this huge minion wave in the bottom side, though. Snake, they could have rotated down there.
Yeah, didn't choose to in the end. Of course, Flame has his teleport, and Bristle, he moves pretty quickly around the map. We're going to have to see exactly what happens here. Godby, he goes back and cleans out that minion wave. So in the end, not really much gain from Snake, just a picked up red buff and a lot of gold secured around the entirety of the map. Now 6,000 gold, the advantage for LGD.
Yeah, LGD just looking like they're pulling this lead out further and further as well. It is a Guardian Angel for Barker as his 3rd item, and that is just ludicrous.
Yeah, that's a weird pickup coming through there. Could have gone, yeah, anything.
Abyssal Scepter, like
Abyssal,
Frozen Heart is like the best item ever on Rise.
Could even go the Dade build where he goes Woda, gets himself some cooldown reduction and spell vamp for persistent threat in the team fights.
Man, you are the best Rise salesman. I'm going to buy one now. That was fantastic. Barker, though, he does have a spinning dress on now, though, which is looking very fancy. So that's nice. Crystal's finished his Trinity Force. But, of course, Imp is gigantic as well. He's got the Vampiric Scepter on top of his first 3 items that Ghostblade completed, so he's got double go buttons. It's going to be a very, very fast Sivir heading towards the Snake lineup, and LGD now going to be able to easily take down this Dragon before Snake can respond. They are coming around. They're looking for a team fight here as Flame with the Banshee's Veil is there. Oh, PYL gets onto Barker, but look at how big he is. Still getting shredded. Imp just going to tear him apart. Beast just gets ignored there on the side as Imp does manage to get Ice Ball to the face. Ella, though, now, my goodness, that boomerang damage. Crystal gets the Adoration stacks as POL falls down. The rest of LGD are going to respect this Draven as Beast looking to try and come through. Godby still very healthy on the backside.
Still has the Shockwave as well. They need to be careful.
They have to be so careful. Crystal comes around for a flank, flashes into the Arctic Assault, but the stand aside was there. Look at the dissonance damage. That is disgusting as Crystal can't do anything. Still, the Shockwave available for Godby. The double kill. Imp flashes forward and picks up Barker at the same time. Man, this LGD lineup team fights so well.
Yeah, certainly doing. They didn't use 2 of their huge ultimates. Flame still has the Gnar. Shockwave still available. In the end, it doesn't matter. One team fight. Now 6,000. Make it 7,000. And an inhibitor goes down. They picked up the Dragon as well, so they're on 3. And they're just... You're right. They're so incredibly impressive when it comes to how well they coordinate as a 5-man unit.
Yeah, and they all backed away as a group of 4. They knew that Godby still had his ultimate, and then they just moved back in. Crystal went for the aggressive play, but he got flashed on by TBQ.
Yeah, well, Crystal did everything that he possibly could. I mean, he had to go aggressive then because the game's getting out of control. You saw the GA pickup. Meant absolutely nothing in that team fight. I get it. It's got some resist. It's a good effective health pool item. Actually brings you back to life. And with how aggressive Bucker's been playing, might have been needed. But they killed him. And then they just killed him again. He died twice so quickly in that team fight.
And it looked like it was incidental as well the second time he died.
Yeah, and they didn't use anything to kill him. You're exactly right. Incidental is a good word. It was like a couple of auto attacks and a command dissonance and...
Well,
he was dead.
Yeah, after a GA rebirth, I think one of the dissonances coming through from Godby would be killing him. This is a 4-item Orianna with Alacrity boots.
Yeah, exactly right. They get the teleport in as well. They're going for another Baron. Snake have to do something desperate. They're behind Flandre.
He is super dead. TBQ looking for this one. Glitterlance over the 3 members as Flame does have that Banshee's
They're not going to use an ultimate for him.
Nah, POL. Oh, Dredgeline doesn't land, but there's the dissonance, and my God, this damage is disgusting. Cool guys don't look at explosions, as Imp is going to take him down with that fadeaway boomerang. Snake looking for an objective of any kind at this stage of the game as they take down the mid lane in a turret, but that is a trade for a Baron. They're looking to see if they can take down the inhibitor. Crystal does have a whole lot of damage. Snake might be able to do this.
Yeah, they definitely are. They're going to trade Inhibitor for Baron. So in the end, probably the best that Snake could hope for coming through on this one. But the Baron still goes down. And now they need to be careful because PYL is behind them. Going to look to stop their recall as much as possible. Al has already been caught.
Yeah, the Riptide, of course, doing some work there as well. TBQ did have the home guard boots looking for the advance onto this one. Dredgeline lands. Imp easily going to take down Ella. That was just... Oh, my goodness.
And now they're hurting them. Are they going to be able to get in behind? No, actually, they just decide to take away the blue buff instead. I think they could have actually got a little bit more work done there. But instead, they would just settle for it.
Do they even really need to?
No, not really. Probably an overcommit, you're right. Oh, now has PYL been caught?
Yeah, does manage to Dredgeline his way out after getting Rune Prison there, but PYL completely out of mana. Barker just runs past him, but that might be a little bit too deep as Crystal gets caught by Flame. Boulder toss to the head as Flandre slowed down a little bit here. Flame again with another boulder. The Whimsy's there, but not quite speeding up Flandre to the extent that he really wants it to. The shield is going to be helping, but it wears out now. TBQ looking for another Arctic Assault. Does close the distance a little bit, but Flandre runs so quickly.
Yeah, good luck catching him, guys. He's going to be able to get away most likely as he speeds himself up yet again. TBQ.
Why?
He's pretty stubborn. Well, he's stopping him from going back. That's all the wave clear. So in the end, the super minion's probably going to be able to do more work than what Flandre can stop. And you can see in the mid lane, they're happy to continue to push up there. Imp's being caught, though.
Yeah, Absolute Zero is there. Beast does a whole lot of damage. There's on the hunt, blows the heal as well, as Ella's not offering too much damage in response. He takes a whole lot of damage. Look at the reset coming through as Beast, he's going to fall as well. Inner turret falls down, and Imp is so good. The chase is still on, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
And all the way stopping Flandre's back was the smartest thing they could have done. They're going to grab another inhibitor for it, and LGD might even be able to close out the game.
Yeah, and the Sejuani looked so silly chasing after the Lulu, but that has been what has won them this game. The Baron buff as well is going to help out as the second Nexus turret going to be falling down. Crystal back alive again, but almost dead as Flandre forced to flash. The Nexus being focused down as Imp does so much damage. Godby just eliminates Crystal, and my God, LGD against all odds pick up the third victory for the clean sweep. And, geez, going into this battle against EDG, they're definitely looking good.
Yeah, EDG, some advice. Hecarim, Sejuani, Orianna.
Yeah.
Never let them get through Champion Select because
Nunu as well.
LGD, I would take Nunu over TBQ Sejuani at the moment any day of the week. He was pinpoint with those ultimates, and in the end, Snake just didn't have any answers. They gave them what is the Juggernaut comp. They could have run any variants that they wanted of that, and it just didn't get it done.
No, and they had all of the tools given to them in the early game, but there was just nothing that they could do. You're exactly right, and LGD, they just looked like the better team today.
Yeah, they certainly did. They came to play their stars.
That's the
really
man right
shone.
there.
Godby played awesome.
And PYL, yeah, just giving him the congratulations. Man, this guy...
He's checking his damage done. Guarantee it.
Oh, well, it's probably pretty impressive.
Yeah, I'm about to as well.
Yeah, let's have a look. We'll give you the play-by-play of the graph.
Yeah, so 29,000 damage done to champions coming through. Most in the game by far.
And that's almost double the highest damage to champions done by any member of Snake.
Yeah, so in the end, LGD just come through. They're way too good, and they did it once again with the substitute. They can play Acorn, they can play Flame. This team has so many weapons to throw at you. I cannot wait to see how EDG deal with it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If EDG manage to deal with it, we'll see whether that even happens, because LGD at the moment looking pretty unstoppable. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of which, we'll go back to Snake here first. They are going to be playing in the third place match. It's going to be at 4 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time on Saturday. That's going to be against Invictus Gaming, as you can see there on your screen. And then Sunday, the big one, the LPL Grand Final, EDG taking on LGD. That's actually at 4 p.m. It's 7 p.m. for the third place match. I got my PMs mixed up, but 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time for IG versus Snake, and 4 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time on Sunday for EDG versus LGD, and it's going to be a gigantic one.
Yeah, it certainly is. Imp versus Deft. I cannot wait to see the clash of the AD carries. There are just matchups everywhere that are going to be so good.
It's going to be absolutely incredible. But ladies and gentlemen, for tonight, that is going to be it for us. We will see you next weekend, but on behalf of myself, Spawn, Pastry Time, and Papa Smithy, and of course our whole production crew, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next weekend.